Once upon a time, there was a young man named Alex. He was a fairly smart guy, and in principle everything was fine with him. But suddenly, his mother decided to turn to him. The woman decided to tell him that it's been hard to find a job lately. She continued her conversation, telling him that he had never gotten his hands dirty like the others, so he would succeed in anything he wanted. The boy, taking his neck by the hand, decided to say that the general director didn't really just like him. His mother decided to tell him that if only the other kids had a heart like his, things would be much better. Suddenly she began to choke a little, and at that moment the boy decided to ask her if everything was okay. The girl replied over a cup of coffee that, to be honest, their director was not feeling very well. That is why this shelter is a private organization that exists at their expense. In addition, she decided to say that if the director retired, the shelter would last a maximum of 3 years. After this information, the young man decided to go to his room to think about all this with a clear head. But in truth, he was so bored that he decided not to even think about it and just lie down on the bed. A short biography about our main character, since the director gave him this name so that the boy would live a successful life in the future. The chief director decided to say that Alex had been hired. To this, the young man replied that thank you for such wonderful words. At those moments, he believed that he had worked a lot in his life. The young man thought that even if he could work 1,000 days in a stall, he still wouldn't have enough money to maintain the shelter. Turning over on the bed, he also realized that the shelter only had 3 years left. Is there a way to become rich during this time? The boy thought. Suddenly, Alex decided to watch something similar on YouTube. As he picked up the phone, he knew that these days, no matter what he searched for, he would always come across awakened ones. Suddenly he realized that the awakened ones were not so bad. He was able to notice that there was some kind of video called "This is His Income" as an awakened one. The video received 22 million views in 1 week. The TV presenter with a microphone decided to ask the two guys, telling them that he had a few questions for the two of them, the awakened ones who had passed the tower after so many trials. What is it like for them now? Also, after being reborn, what was the biggest change that happened in their lives? One of them replied that of course it sounded arrogant, but the main change was Harvey. The boy understood perfectly well that, just as this guy said, the awakened ones are raking in money with a shovel. Suddenly, in this video, they had a conflict. What does Harvey have to do with this? The boy wondered, not understanding who these Harveys were. Once upon a time, 7 years ago, a tower suddenly appeared in their world. She selected people at random and took them to extreme trials. It happened that only a few were able to return back, and no one knows what is happening in the tower, since those who returned from there do not give any comments about it. Also, the people who returned from the tower are called awakened. Their bodies contain mana, which has fueled humanity's progress, as well as magical engineering, a skill that shouldn't exist in the real world. Other people were well aware of this, but it takes place thanks to the forces of the awakened ones. That is why the awakened ones are in great demand in many companies, and everyone turned to them as if they were some kind of rich people. Everyone was talking about having at least one of them come to their company and work there. But others were only trying to outbid with money and lure at least one awakened person into their company. Of course, they make a lot of money because they are living energy generators. The young man was well aware of this and envied those who had such an ability. If only there was an entrance to the tower somewhere, he thought, dreaming of getting there. Suddenly the guy received a message that surprised him because he didn't understand where it came from. Taking a closer look at the phone, he saw a bunch of notifications from a rather strange icon that he had never seen before. The boy could not understand what kind of files they were. He even considered the fact that perhaps he had been hacked and was being dumped with some unnecessary junk. He also did not fully understand what was happening with his phone. He decided to delete it all before it was too late, when he suddenly screamed and clicked directly on the file. Is this most likely a file to be hacked? Alex thought. He should quickly turn off the phone before it's too late. The boy noticed that for some reason he saw himself on the phone. He did not understand what was happening at all and why he was watching himself. In addition, this guy understood that he was streaming now, and viewers were saying that he shouldn't turn off the stream since it was now his job. The young man who looked at this video understood that his face and manner of speech were all his. It feels like this is an exact copy of him. The guy fought with different monsters and tried to do everything possible to kill someone. when all of a sudden the guy moved straight into this phone, and he doesn't remember anything because of this transition. The guy really didn't understand what kind of video this was, when suddenly he was attacked by some creature that spoke only one word: Harvey. The boy was a little scared and then realized that it was Harvey. Alex suddenly realized that these were the creatures that the same guy in the video he had watched recently had mentioned. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of the boy, similar to a system that warned him that Harvey was eating stones with his strong teeth. The boy suddenly thought, "What kind of window is this? This monster's name is Harvey, but that's why that guy stopped talking about it. Is it possible that if you look closely, this world is full of such windows?" In this video, the guy was able to find a reward, the difficulty of which was easy, and he received from 1 to 10 coins. The boy understood that the system gave him information about the rewards that he had found earlier and showed him the path where to go. Suddenly, he was able to appreciate what was happening and realized that the video of him conquering the tower in the future was not an awakening at all. After all, no videos talk about the tower, which is why there is no information or strategy for conquering it. But now he has something indescribably cool in his hands, and only he has this ability. No one else has this. One of the workers decided to tell the guy to please sign somewhere on the paper over there, and also put one tick, to which the young man agreed. The thing is that the portal will only open in 2 years, and he will need to start improving his body and keeping it in shape, like in the video. That's why Alex hired a coach who decided to praise him for doing a great job, to which the boy replied, "Thanks to the coach." The boy understood that if he could train and study everything from the video, clearing the tower would be as easy as shelling pears for him. And of course, Alex worked in an ordinary supermarket to earn money and live until that time came for him. But even despite this, he understood that he could conquer the tower. Moreover, while he was realizing this, he asked the lady if she needed the package. Kneeling down, the boy prayed to the earth and sky. He asked the great god of Japan for the portal to appear soon, as he had quit his job last month to wait for the portal. At that moment, his boss asked Alex if he wanted a promotion, to which he replied that no, he wanted to quit his job. Since he quit, the boy had high hopes for this portal. Did he misunderstand that video? The guy thought. The young man thought to the end that this simply could not happen. The boy understood that if all this was just a big mistake, then their shelter would soon disappear. The boy was well aware that he was very worried about this, which is why he did not know the time when he would be able to see the portal open in front of him. Maybe while he does some stretching on the spot to make sure of this, he suddenly thought. Suddenly he discovered that there was some unknown stream of great wind, and the young man did not understand that this had happened at all. But then he was able to discover the very long-awaited portal that had been preparing for him for 3 whole years. He simply could not believe his own eyes at what he had just seen. Therefore, I decided to get closer to the portal. Alex simply couldn't believe it, because what he saw meant that everything had really worked out for him, and he was able to wait for that long-awaited portal. It just shocked him. This portal told the guy to go into it. The boy understood that even if the portal had not called him to it, he was not going to just run away from it. After entering this portal, he was able to discover that there was a difficulty level in front of him. The fact is that the higher the difficulty level, the greater the reward. Therefore, he realized that he would end up in the best tower and decided to say, "Let the director wait only for him, and only then will he do it, no matter what the cost." He was also able to see that it was a cave, just like in the video he had watched earlier. After that, he decided to look into the system and saw that in fact it was also a streaming platform, and he could have subscribers, views, and earned coins. In addition, the test will begin in exactly 1 hour. The boy understood this and also thought that he did not have a smartphone with him, and he would like to check the video to see how everything was happening there. But suddenly the young man realized, okay, most likely everything will be fine. He has already been watching these videos non-stop for the last 2 years, and in any case the information should already be somewhere near him and also in my head. Since on the first floor, participants are given an hour before the start of the test, and during this hour, they must communicate with the audience and receive coins from them. But since this is a parallel world, the spectators are the other awakened ones remaining in the tower. Based on the list of streamers, they choose a broadcast and sponsor a streamer below them in rank. And the main reason for this is coins. If a viewer sponsors a streamer and he goes up to a higher floor, then the viewer will receive much more coins. Or, quite possibly, the audience will simply be bored. It all depends on the most awakened streamer. That is why the boy will have to try to do at least something to entertain users. Alex immediately decided to tell the first streamer, "Welcome, user love," to which he decided to write to him that he had never seen him before and what kind of streamer under the nickname Alex was, although he realized that at least he wasn't shy like the others. After this, the user decided to throw him 1 coin. The boy decided to thank him for his sponsorship, saying that now he can use this coin in the store. He also thought about the fact that he would need to make a good impression on the audience. While the user decided to write to him, he didn't expect Alex to find the store so quickly. The young man understood that he was so glad that he thoroughly studied those videos, thanks to which he was able to learn a lot of useful information. After that, he decided to thank the viewer. "Thank you very much." The viewer decided to ask what he could spend 1 coin on, to which Alex replied that he thought he would have to wait with his purchases for now, because he shouldn't spend it right now, since he still doesn't know what kind of enemy he will face during the test. Suddenly, the user also decided to say, "Finally, at least one decent guy understands that he needs to play more carefully." After which, he subscribed to Alex. The young man immediately decided to thank him for subscribing. He also realized that now everything was going better for him than ever. He didn't expect to receive a subscription from such a generous viewer so early. The user also decided to say that he would watch the other guys for now, but for now, he would leave here. To which Alex replied that he would see him again. It was clear that the guy understood that this was just a great start. After all, if he continues in the same spirit, he will soon be able to receive a reward for subscribers. This reward for subscribers will allow him to receive a subscription from the viewer, which adds him to the list of favorites, and now stream himself. And also, according to the rules of the tower system, once a viewer has subscribed to one person, he cannot follow another until he unsubscribes from the first. Then, in addition, for every 100,000 subscribers, he will be able to receive a special reward, which will greatly help in moving up the tower. The boy understood that he now had 15 views, 7 subscribers, and earned as many as 37 coins. He understood that this should be enough, and he received a lot of attention just for choosing a high difficulty level. Viewers began to write that it was about to appear, and since this is high complexity, then that thing should be exactly that. To which Alex replied that yes, he believes so. The young man decided to ask what they meant by this. The boy thought, "Are they really pretending to be fools?" The user decided to say that if they tell him, he will most likely die. To which another user decided to answer that there is an admin person here, and if you just carelessly tell him something, he will kick them. And that's not all. In addition, Alex himself can also be kicked if the admin doesn't like it. The boy thought about it very hard at that moment. The young man understood that it was precisely the administrator who was watching and controlling the tower. After all, it is because of the admin that information about the tower is not distributed everywhere. In addition, the reason why the awakened ones do not say anything about the tower is not because they want to hide the information for themselves, but because the admin forced them to remain silent. And however, before watching the video, the boy was well aware that he also believed that the awakened ones were deliberately hiding everything. Alex decided to say that the time had almost come, so he should get ready. The boy decided to tell his dear viewers that he will now begin to prepare, and let them forgive him that for now he will not be able to watch the chat. But suddenly, everyone became worried, and decided to say that he was worried about them. "This is such nonsense," someone else responded, deciding to say that there was really a newcomer who was worried about connecting with the audience. Also, the same user love returned soon. In addition, the guy already has 0 time left, and eliminating the enemies that appear on the way will be his first task. The boy understood what could appear in these circles. He wondered if it was possible that they would be kobolds, since the portals were quite small. Suddenly, cute little Harveys appeared from there and wanted to pounce on him with hugs. At least that's what it seemed to the guy. The young man could not even imagine that he would be lucky enough to find these cute likenesses of pets, Harvey. Also, one of the users decided to see what the guy had, and saw that he came because he heard that some guy decided to choose a high difficulty level. Seeing 3 Harveys at once, he realized that high difficulty was a reality, and then left the chat. The young man read that Harveys are creatures that look cute, But they have a small problem. Their teeth are strong enough to chew through the strongest metals. And also during the attack, their habits are reminiscent of sharks, as if they want to devour their prey. And these creatures are also extremely sensitive to the smell of the blood of their fellow creatures. The boy realized very well that these monsters are masters in finding and attacking the one who killed a member of their species. The viewer decided to write to the guy that he had just seen something that he would not like to see on the first floor. After this, 2 users decided to leave the stream. The guy just started watching them, and he understood that such a reaction was far from surprising because every viewer stumbles upon Harvey at least once. The young man thought that, most likely, they had already suffered enough from them. Alex also decided to ask user Saka if these things were really that dangerous for him. But he replied that just when they want to fight, their fur becomes matted, so that they become immune to damage. The boy understood that even though he said so, that he probably couldn't believe it, he would still have to defend himself against them, and try not to touch them at all. The boy also thought that 3 Harveys should not have appeared on the first floor at once, but this was too much for him. He also decided to remember Harvey's behavior, their method of communication, and their habitat. After all, it is these mobs that do not attack first. In this dimension, they are considered neutral. Although suddenly the boy realized, wait a minute, why don't these Harveys react to him? Do they even see him? The boy thought. Suddenly he decided to approach one of them to check whether he could interact with these guys or not. Coming closer to them, they nevertheless paid attention to him, and he realized, no, they definitely know about my presence, since because of him they just swayed. The young man decided to sit down while all the spectators did not understand what he was doing. They thought he was crazy, while Alex himself thought that he would try to imitate their behavior so that they would perceive him as their ally. All the spectators did not understand what the boy was doing and said that he clearly did not think and had no chance. But what others said was that they would go to another stream. However, they were all not very happy with his behavior. But Alex, in turn, thought that even though he seemed crazy, this was the best he could do. All these Harveys began to run around their crystal, and the boy also thought that he would only fight as a last resort. One of the users continued to watch everything that was happening and realized that either he was a genius or he was just an ordinary madman. In addition, there was a streamer who became popular at the university, and the audience there was quite open. They said that this guy is a good fighter. The user wanted to subscribe to this guy but couldn't, because he realized that the subscription should have been canceled automatically after the streamer died, which means Alex is still alive. By going to his stream, he was able to make sure that these Harveys were able to make friends with the guy. He wondered what these Harveys were doing to him, but it looked cute enough. The boy decided to tell them that these Harveys were too energetic. All the other spectators said that he was simply laughing at this situation. Also, another decided to say that instead of killing the monster, he became one of them. This is ridiculous, he added. The boy suddenly noticed that users began to return to him, as well as donations, and there was even one voice message. The same voice message from the user was that this glowing stone is actually a mana stone, and the Harveys usually satisfy their hunger near it. Their favorite mineral is also mana stones. The young man was well aware that this stone is used to make magical items, and is also a source of energy and magical engineering. And the Harveys perform a kind of ritual when they find rare food. After this, they will always perform a ritual when they find a mana stone. However, these wary creatures, if a stranger approaches, will begin to circle around the food instead of starting their rituals. This is why most people remain uneducated about this information. Alex had just realized that his Harveys had been accepted after a lot of effort on his part, and they had even invited him to dinner. He cannot refuse them. In addition, the guy thinks that he understands their feelings because now they are happier than ever. But suddenly, as soon as the boy gaped, they immediately sensed some danger, when one of them immediately decided to attack Alex. To this, the audience immediately began to say, yeah, those are the ones more famous than Harvey. Some of them even said that they were scared, and realized that the guy had almost gone crazy, for a second, considering these monsters to be cute. The young man understood that the damn disgusting creatures finally decided to attack him. But Alex, at that moment, only watched as all these Harveys began to gnaw on this stone without stopping. The spectators were shocked that the guy was not eaten at all, and some of them even saw them eat these minerals for the first time. The boy suddenly thought that he also needed to eat the stone, at least one piece or not, to which the audience decided to say, "Is he going to eat him too?" They thought that a person could even gnaw a stone. "No way, not in life," one of them decided to say. Suddenly the guy realized, what lengths will a person go to in order to avoid death? Therefore, I decided to eat the stone like never before, to which the audience decided to say, "No." "Is he really?" They said that this guy is generally insane in his nature. The boy suddenly realized that it was not so difficult, because the stone melted in the mouth like chocolate and was also refreshing and very pleasant to the taste. And it seems as if energy is flowing through the body, as if he is eating healthy food. How suddenly that same young man was able to feel small feelings that he had never felt before. At that moment, the spectators looked at him dumbfounded and did not understand whether this stone really gave some kind of magical power. The boy, along with the others, was able to devour this stone, and they all rejoiced. The Harveys danced around him, while the audience was wondering what was going on, because this could not be seen in life. After which all these cute creatures decided to come closer to him and began to play with him and hug him, because they considered him their brother. The audience couldn't understand what had just happened. One of them even decided to say, "How many more questions will there be in this chat in general?" Suddenly, a system decided to appear in front of the young man, telling him that he had just completed the test and opened the way to the second floor. The boy understood that he was finally able to cope and even found new friends, when suddenly he decided to fall straight to the ground, saying that he had survived after all. Harvey, since they had become friends with him, were even a little shocked by his actions. After this incident, Alex simply fell to the ground, while everyone else didn't understand what was happening to him but hoped that he was just sleeping. And the one who watched him thought that this boy was able to pass the test in exactly this way. Soon he woke up again and screamed from a terrible nightmare, because he thought that the Harveys wanted to eat him because he had fallen asleep. While all the other monsters began to laugh at him, it was clear that they were also happy about his awakening. The boy wondered what had just knocked him out, and realized that perhaps it was due to mana. Taking a closer look at these creatures, he realized that now they would always be harmless to him. The main character decided to ask if they were really worried about him at the moment when he passed out, to which they joyfully responded to Harvey, and it was clear that they all really cared about him. The young man was glad that he could find new friends in such a place. Besides, although they are gluttonous, they are so cute. The boy decided to scratch one of them, saying that he thanked them all for taking care of him. After all, now he will also take care of them. After playing with them a little more, the audience said that this person was simply not some kind of person. "Is he filming a drama there or what?" they asked, wondering if everything was okay with Alex, since he could make friends with such creatures. Suddenly the boy decided to stand up and greet the audience. Alex suddenly thought about how he had just noticed how the chat was flying so fast that he couldn't even keep up with it. He wondered how many people were watching it now. Suddenly he was shocked, because the number of active viewers was 127, subscribers 58, and coins earned as much as 258. The young man simply could not believe his own eyes that now 127 people were watching him. Suddenly the boy just became very embarrassed and said that yes, he was just lucky, and if it weren't for the audience, then in this case he wouldn't have managed it alone. To which they decided to respond with gratitude and add that the money they send him is small, but still gratitude. The young man realized that, as he had thought, the shining stones were mana stones, and the Harveys usually satisfied their hunger by devouring them, and the most favorite stone in their diet is mana stones. All the spectators asked him what he was thinking about following these monsters. They want to listen to him, of course, but still. The boy thought that they wouldn't believe him, of course, but if he said that he knew Harvey's characters well, then most likely there would be no point at all. Therefore, I decided to answer that yes. Somehow, everything worked out by intuition, to which the audience said that usually people don't really like Harvey, but he didn't really see them as an enemy at all. The young man decided to show one of them, explaining that he wanted to make friends with them because he thought that he would die if he attacked them. To which the monster opened his mouth, and the audience realized that these teeth were just a collection of horror. Users were saying that the description of the test didn't say to eliminate the enemies, to which the boy replied that it was said, of course, that it would be necessary to kill them. But why not take these monsters and turn them into allies, he wondered. The young man also decided to say that if he wanted to get along with Harvey, then he should first understand them. So he just started repeating after them. Yes, that's how it happened. He was just actually lucky, Alex added. But the audience also decided to tell him that let him repeat it, of course, but they don't believe it. The boy understood that even if the audience did not fully trust him, but had already left everything to chance, he would need to live up to the image of a newcomer. Therefore, he will have to pretend that he does not know anything in advance. That is why he decided to say that now he will go to the second floor. When suddenly the audience decided to ask if he forgot something because newcomers annoy them by forgetting to pick up their awards. The boy decided to turn on the fool and asked, "Awards? What is this anyway?" To which the audience, of course, responded that the reward was on every floor. The young man decided to try to open this very reward. Having opened it, he realized that there was just awesome loot there. He was able to notice unusual tickets, some magic stones, and some gold. Our main character was able to notice an unusual stone in the chest itself, thinking that the reward was different from what he saw in the video. And instead of a ball, he got stones. Alex decided that he would need to take a closer look at each award. But Harvey was very interested in this stone. They all assumed that their friend had decided to share the pebble with them, and immediately moved straight towards him to eat it. The boy decided to say, "Wait, you can't take the stone from him right away." To which viewers decided to assume that this seems to be food for Harvey. Having looked closely, the young man realized that the stone really looked like a mana stone. He thought, "Wow, I got it already on the first floor." Since an ordinary mana stone is bright and blue, but this one is somehow white. The audience hasn't noticed this yet. The fact is that mana stones can be bought in the store starting from the 10th floor. But such stones are too wasteful to give to Harvey, since they cost at least 5,000 coins. The young man decided to apologize to them and said that, of course, they were not offended by him now, but a little later he would give them something better than this stone, to which they began to feel very sad. While viewers were talking to him about whether he was going to check the information about the item, another player decided to tell the first user that he was stupid because they didn't tell him about it in the first place. While they were chatting about it, the young man understood that information about the subject was a fairly important topic. One of the viewers decided to say that if information about an item does not appear on its own, then the item is most likely useless. But the young man decided to take a closer look. The system wrote to him that this was a voucher for a free nickname change, a common item, and he would be able to change his nickname for free once. Viewers also told him that streamers generally don't use real names like he does. To which Alex understood that he was not sure if this was good, but he would put it off for now and move on. In the next gift, he was able to find coins, of which there were quite a lot. Spectators said that such a number is quite standard for a player. The young man decided to tell them that he was now going to the second floor. He decided to teleport, and the Harveys noticed that their friend was leaving, not understanding where he was going. Suddenly, one of them decided to go to the teleport. But the boy did not immediately notice it. Alex decided to tell Harvey that he didn't belong there at all. Suddenly, he wondered if anyone knew why they acted like children. To which they answered that how could they know about this at all? The boy decided to come closer to them and see what they were going to do in such a place. Suddenly, he was able to notice that now one of the Harveys was simply looking somewhere in the corner and doing nothing. After that, the monster decided to turn around right in his face, and the young man was even a little scared by this. All the spectators also decided to say, "God, why are they so scary sometimes?" They also talked about having the creators of the stream put out a warning for viewers when the Harveys become such creatures. All these animals began to gnaw through the tunnel, to which the young man suddenly thought, did they really smell something? He also suggested that maybe there was another mana stone there, when suddenly he heard that one of them decided to invite him with him, and realized, are they really telling him to go with them? Okay, the boy decided on this. He decided to go there, saying, hey, users, if anything, he went after Harvey. But they told him that they thought he would stop behaving so strangely, but in reality, he would follow them. They all say, why don't they just go into the portal? The young man decided to say that somewhere out there it was already becoming more crowded than he thought. The guy said that he could climb through like that normally. One of the users even said that he might even get a scratch on his back because of this. The boy decided to tell them that he was fine. But one of the users decided to say that it hurt him to look at it, because he knows from his own experience that it is quite terribly painful. Alex decided to say that he was fine, and somehow he wasn't in nearly as much pain anymore. And it seems as if the protruding stones are giving him a gentle massage. In addition, the audience decided to ask when he would get there to the end. But the young man decided to say that he would now speed up. Suddenly he noticed that his hand suddenly began to shine, which he and the audience did not expect. The boy did not understand what was happening to him at all, and he panicked very much, to which the audience decided to say that he had just noticed. One of them even decided to say, "Dude, you should have been called Flashman." Suddenly, the young man really realized that he now had the same feeling as then, while eating the mana stone. And for some reason, the Harveys started glowing after they ate the mana stone. This is what is most likely happening now, the boy thought. The boy decided to say that he would continue on his way, while the audience decided to notice that this would be a long time. The young man was well aware that he knew this, since the knight's power was unlocked on the 5th floor, also known as the Profession Change Room. There, users choose their path. Knights specialize in close combat and have developed physical strength. Magicians specialize in a wide range of magic and communication. And also one of the not the smallest professions is a magical engineer, useful in any field. But you can only choose one of 3. Therefore, in such stages, you need to be quite smart. In addition to all this, there are combat professions, but they are not very popular because they are useless for passing tests. The young man also understood that this power that he had just activated was similar to the power of a knight, strengthening his own body with the aura located in it. The young man was finally able to get to these small creatures, realizing that he could not get through so easily. The boy decided to approach them and ask what was going on there and why they rushed to this place. Suddenly, he realized that Harvey had just found some kind of necklace. He decided to pick it up and say, "Looks like some kind of interesting object," to which all the other monsters suddenly crowded around him and realized that their friend had just stolen food from them. The audience laughed at the fact that Harvey called Alex in order for him to receive the item. "That's lucky," some said. But the Harveys also wanted to eat this necklace, to which Alex decided to say, "No need, please, eat everything in a row." He asked them about it. As soon as they calmed down, this necklace began to shine suspiciously and shimmer between colors. He realized that this was quite unusual. After scanning, the system decided to write that this was a rare item. This necklace is said to bring good luck once worn around the neck, but it will be destroyed after saving the user from death once. All the spectators were very delighted as they believed that this was a large and valuable item. They did not understand how the young man was so lucky. He also decided to say that one glance is enough to understand how good this item is. The boy understood that in the video, when he looked at himself, he was able to use this talisman to rise higher on the 15th floor, and he receives this item after the minimum floor, that is, the 10th. And thanks to Harvey, he got it already on the first one. The boy clearly understood that the problem was that it was too early for him, and all the spectators might suspect him of cheating. Suddenly, the user love decided to sponsor him with another 10 coins to record a voice message. The boy decided to put the necklace on himself and thought that it was quite cute because it raised the interest of the audience. "Thank you, love, for such a lovely gift," he said. The young man decided to tell the audience that he would now return to the portal and continue on his way. But they decided to answer that they would finally move on. The boy finally, together with Harvey, came to the portal, which teleports him to another place. The young man immediately decided to ask them if they really wanted to go with him because it would be dangerous there further. But they, in turn, did not want to part with their friend, and the guy decided to say that, okay, he didn't want to leave them, so he didn't mind if they went with him. Viewers at that moment wrote about why he was so worried about this guy, because others decided to say that he thought he was terribly furious. That's all. The boy decided to go forward, still thinking that he would succeed. Having stepped right along with the animals, he clearly understood that now would be the moment of truth when he could finally continue on his path, despite all the bad moments. Having gone a little further, he was still able to get out of his portal to another place. The young man decided to say that this simply cannot be, because on his own, Alex was able to discover the very tower that he had in the video in reality, and it was quite an unusual experience. Plus, it was a big coliseum. The young man, of course, suspected that there would be some chips here, but he didn't expect it to be so much. Immediately, as soon as he got here, he decided to open the chat menu and said that first he should take a closer look around these places. As he got closer to the different stones, he was able to discover inscriptions that he, of course, did not understand, but the system was able to detect them and translate them into his language. It was said there that afterward, he remembers the shed blood of those called heroes. The boy decided to say that it was even a little creepy, because he sometimes had the feeling that they wanted to scare him. Looking around, he realized that there could be more to it than that. The system decided to convey to the guy that there is both nobility and dishonor in efforts, so let him not think that all efforts are the same. The young man realized that it was true. The same efforts do not necessarily lead to the same result. This is a good hint, as with what he watched in the video. The guy decided to explain a small example by saying that in his world, he was born just a dirty spoon that no one needed. Besides, he understands that with all his efforts, it is still an effort, and it is better to try than not to try at all. He decided to think about this as well. How could he immediately notice another system that wrote that the test would begin in 10 minutes, and he would have to survive for 30 minutes against the monster that would stand in his way? The young man suddenly thought that 10 minutes should not be lost. Time, he would need to immediately prepare now. The boy decided to say that his first full-scale test would begin soon, so he would still have to look into the store. Viewers also wrote that if a red bear appeared, he would greatly regret throwing the same relay on the first floor, although in fact, he simply hit it. The gentleman was well aware that since this is a high difficulty, if he is unlucky, he will come across red bears, and if not, then 2 sea snakes. He actually had a lot of options. But in fact, the red bear's entire body emits flames, and it can spit fire, and it itself is gigantic in size. But against him, if you take a shield, you can hide under it and try to hold out for 30 minutes. But what about sea snakes? They may seem strong there, but outside the water, they are capable of little. In addition, you will only need to avoid their tail, with which they will try to strangle him. In addition, if he comes across a sea snake, he can buy a weapon and defeat it. But the young man also thought that he hoped everything would go as he expected. But recalling the unpredictable experience of the first floor, there is a high probability that here too, everything will not go according to plan. Suddenly, the young man decided to calm down. He said that no, everything would be fine because they wouldn't give him an impossible test already on the second floor. It will just be some kind of fantasy then. But in any case, the boy was sure that whatever awaited him there, let it begin as soon as possible. Suddenly the time came, and a large portal began to appear. The boy understood that the portal was so small. Apparently, there would be some kind of sea snake, at least that's what he thought. Although after standing a little longer, he realized that it was now increasing, which means the red bear might have wanted to. The spectators decided to say that, judging by the size of the portal, a bear was about to come out. Well, others also said that he should quickly buy protection while he can. Suddenly, the young man realized that for some reason, this portal was beginning to grow higher and higher each time, and he realized that there seemed to be no such fiery bears. Now that portal looked downright gigantic, colossal, as if it had been sent to the whole damn arena. The boy hoped that this was just a passage for one average bear, although he suddenly realized that the portal had not become too big. Even Harvey himself, who was sitting on his back, understood that this was not normal. The boy could not even imagine that one big giant foot with claws would come out of this portal. In addition, a large turtle with spikes crawled out of this place, and the young man began to understand that this was actually real, or was just imagining it to him. At that moment, he could not even think that the game would be so cruel to him, but that he would decide to spawn such a creature. And apparently, the boy decided to assume that it was a dragon turtle. All the spectators were simply shocked and did not understand why the hell this particular creature appeared. The young man suddenly thought that he had hoped that this would simply not happen, but the worst thing he could ever imagine happened. Now he has 292 coins, and he won't be able to buy much. He was able to discover a fire radish axe with which he could defend against this creature. The boy decided to take it, and the system wrote that it was a masterpiece created by a master blacksmith of the Red Iron Battle. He was absolutely amazing. The audience decided to say that he was completely crazy or something. Why did he choose this weapon? Alex understood that if he killed a monster during streams, he would receive a hidden reward. So now he should try to do it again. Therefore, the boy decided to say that now he starts the game with the most serious round. But the audience decided to ask why he was so crazy to fight this turtle. The turtle decided to try to crush the guy and thought that she had succeeded. But then he was able to dodge and even wound her. All the spectators could not understand how he ended up there. The young man realized that it means he couldn't defeat her with one blow, and he was going to try to climb onto her back in order to do something there. Besides, he doesn't know how much strength he received from the stone at that moment, but he feels much more cheerful. The boy decided to climb right onto this giant turtle, which paid attention to him and wanted to destroy him. He thought about how this turtle was furious at what he was about to do. The big monster decides to attack the guy so that he will not be indignant and finally accept his own demise. Alex decided to say that if there was a red bear in front of him, he could survive by simply blocking its blows. But he also learned the attack style of the dragon turtle from those videos. The boy was well aware that he would still be able to kill this turtle and let him just wait for him, since the hidden reward would be just an embarrassment for him. Each time the boy became faster and dodged her damn blows. He understood that the hind legs were the best place to attack. I decided to take a stronger grip on this subject. He realized that he would have to do everything to destroy this turtle, so that it would understand how serious he was with it. After that, the young man decided to beat her on just one leg with all the stupidity he had. It was so serious that even his pets screamed in anger. At that moment, the turtle felt incredible pain, and the audience realized that somehow they even felt sorry for the turtle at that moment. The young man, without any problems, could dodge this huge turtle, which attacked him with incredibly high speed. But the gentleman was well aware that he couldn't just let her find out his next move. Therefore, I decided to run away from it, and looking at it all from the outside, you can understand that this turtle is truly enormous in size. That, most likely, she is thinking about how to catch him now. But he is more cunning than her. The turtle, in turn, decided to simply stumble into its shell somewhere and begin regeneration. All the other guys couldn't understand. Was she really hiding? But other users decided to say that no, it looks like she really is being treated. The boy understood that the reason why it was so difficult to defeat the dragon turtle lies in its fighting style, since one of its abilities is to heal itself, hiding in a durable shell. That is why too often you have to sit stupidly and wait for this beast to crawl out of it again. Suddenly a new user joined them and decided to ask that he had seen the cover. But what was going on here anyway? Isn't this the second floor? But the boy was no longer listening to the chat and tried to focus on his abilities. Suddenly he sprinted sharply, and right now he was moving along this turtle as quickly as possible. It was faster than any lightning, in fact. Having climbed higher on it, he realized that now he had just a super idea. He was able to get into this place the moment the turtle removed its paws, and it was just a perfect plan. He also understood that most people who encountered a dragon turtle might think that they would be safe if they climbed up, but the spikes protruding from the shell may begin to glow red and explode. Then, in this case, you can forget about this plan. But now the most important thing for him is to find the weakest point in this turtle. Suddenly the system decided to write to him that the user had decided to sponsor him for 10 coins, and the voice message also said that the spikes on the shell would explode and let him go down from there. The boy decided to think about what he found. Judging by its size, this was its weak point. Therefore, right now, Alex decides to hit this very small thorn so that it breaks into pieces, by hitting it with an ordinary, fairly strong axe. The boy couldn't cut it the first time, so he decided to do it one more time, but everyone else was rooting for him and said that he could do it. Suddenly, he was still able to cut it off, and one of the users decided to write to him that he wanted to know what he was thinking about now. Taking a closer look at the turtle, he was convinced that it had most likely now recovered and wanted to attack him again. Suddenly, a massive earthquake began on this particular turtle as it began to shake. The boy understood that she was trying to throw him off by crashing into the wall. So right now he only had one last chance to do it. He hoped that this would please work. If not, then in this case he does not know how to proceed. Therefore, having hit it well, He realized that he hoped it would move down at least a little. The beast immediately screamed, and judging by this scream, one could understand that everything worked for the guy, and now he was able to defeat her. Since after such an incident there is just an explosion, and the guy who wrote to him that they would explode did not lie, since it is true. The boy understood that everything worked for him, because it was quite a risky adventure. Of course, he almost suffered from the explosion himself, but he was still able to receive the hidden reward, as well as open the third floor. All the other Harveys began to rejoice for their friend, as he dealt with this terrible monster. The boy decided to say that he believed they wanted to eat him. The young man understood this, since tower monsters usually accumulate and store mana. Therefore, for Harvey, the dragon turtle is like a huge fish of mana. The boy decided to say that they could eat it if they wanted. One of the users decided to say that they understand what this person is telling them. The boy did not look at all this from the best side, since he was quite scared, and the users themselves decided to say that he wanted to vomit every time Harvey opened his mouth. "This is fine?" I decided to ask in the chat, to which another user decided to say that, yes, absolutely. The guy really felt like he was getting goosebumps right now. The viewer also decided to say that, to be honest, this guy just finished off the dragon turtle on the second floor. He didn't understand how he did it, but he did. Suddenly, the young man immediately realized that he could now be accused of anything. Viewers wrote that let him admit, because he really is a cheater, he definitely has cheats from the developers. Well, or he's just a hacker. They all called him a cheater simply because he found out how to beat him. While the boy was thinking that he didn't think that the excuse about luck would sound plausible. Therefore, he decided to go ahead, telling them that yes, it was all nonsense. He just thought that he could fail, and so he decided to try. All the spectators began to wonder that he simply thought that he could defeat the dragon turtle. We decided to say that this is pride, of course. The young man is well aware that his viewers watch him because he doesn't suck up to them, and they watch his stream because of the terrible difficulties he goes through to create interesting ways to solve problems. Moreover, the number of viewers confirms this because just think, he is lucky that now almost 200 people are watching him when he is only on the second floor. The boy decided to say that first he would need to check the awards and only then everything else. Looking more closely at her, he realized that he was able to receive the reward, as well as the hidden reward, quite well. In addition, he was given a reward for reaching 100 subscribers, which made the boy happy, and all the viewers could not understand that in such a short time he already had 100. Our main character understood that first he would have to look at the reward for completing the floor. Of these gifts, he was given a bag of coins as well as a spatial backpack, and his rank was quite good, namely rare. The boy suddenly thought that coins were a standard reward, but that was to be expected. But the lucky ones get the backpack, so it's not bad. Therefore, he realized that the audience would definitely be satisfied with him. But the audience just decided to say that this is a good thing, right? After all, she can carry 500 kilograms without problems, so normal. The young man also understood that this stone, which he now has in his hand, would be better if he did not show a description of this item on the stream. Deciding to put it in his backpack, he also realized that the mana stones would come in handy when they reached the 10th floor. But each mana stone has a different structure, so it was too risky to eat everything, or so he thought. The boy decided to think about asking another topic of conversation before they started discussing the mana stone. In addition, he decided to tell them that now he should watch the Hidden Reward channel now. The boy suddenly realized that he had just received this magical stone, which this time glowed purple. The system wrote that this is an improvement rune, and it has a heroic rank. It raises the item's rank by 1 level. The final rank cannot be higher than the rank of the rune itself. All the spectators were shocked that this guy was able to detect a heroic rank item just in front of them. The boy loved such surprises, as it would obviously be useful to him. Therefore, he decided to keep it in his inventory for now. Suddenly, our main character felt something was wrong with his body. The boy understood that something was wrong with him and he didn't feel well. While the audience told him that he would then collect the rewards and quickly go to the next floor, they also realized that he had lost a lot of blood fighting that huge turtle. The boy, realizing this, decided to tell the audience that he would now also open the reward in order to quickly get out of that very place. Opening the menu, the boy discovered that he could receive any blessing. All the spectators, of course, talked about him gaining health faster, although they discussed that he should take strength and something else. In general, everyone had different opinions about them. The boy suddenly thought that blessings are a kind of passive skills that greatly increase the abilities associated with them. He understood that, out of all of them, mana helps magicians and magic engineers the most. But since mana plays a small role at the very beginning, no one talked about it in the chat. Although the boy was well aware that he would take the blessing of mana. When he said he was choosing this blessing, the entire chat was about how it was useless if he didn't want to be a mage. The boy was well aware that unlike magicians and knights who are strong from the very beginning, the path of magical engineers is filled with obstacles and mysteries. No matter how hard he tries, the class's skills are not applicable everywhere. So most people who choose this class regret their choice. In addition, the young man usually understood that magical engineers were not perceived as combat units, but rather as support for the team or simply crafters. But he was also able to find potential in these abilities at the very beginning and clearly remembered that guy from the video. After all, that particular person was a brilliant magical engineer on the battlefield. In addition, he used an amazing glove, and the boy understood that real men know that an explosion is cool. When suddenly Harvey decided to come to him. The young man also understood that although he would never be able to create his own magical weapons, like that genius from America, he would still be able to learn a lot soon. After this, the boy decided to take one of these cute creatures into his arms, and everyone else also reached out to him. He understood that he could try to imitate his invention with due diligence. There, Alex already understood. Yes, guys, they are apparently very far from all this. The boy also decided to tell Harvey that they would enjoy killing the dragon turtle. Suddenly, the audience in Japan realized that he had just felt pity for the dragon turtle for the first time. After which he again felt tired and decided to say that it was time for them to move forward, since he was already at the limit. Viewers urged him to move on, saying that they did not want such a streamer to die here or faint. Soon the boy moved on. The next stage was quite unusual, since in that place there were huge statues. At this moment, the boy felt much better and decided to say that all his wounds had indeed disappeared. All the other people were saying that, just take a look at this guy. He clearly didn't expect this. Suddenly, the young man noticed something unusual. The system decided to contact him. It was written there that the test of the third floor would begin soon, and that the statues of the forgotten ancient protector god would conduct tests for the first time in their dreams. In addition, he should defeat the defenders, and the system also warned him to be more careful. The boy even thought that the first and second floors were much more complicated than he saw in that video, but the third floor seemed to be not much different from the rest. So far, all users have written that this description quite accurately conveys what will happen at this stage. While the boy was thinking about this, a sudden portal suddenly opened. He understood that if the third floor was of the same difficulty, then most likely he would not be able to simply defeat someone. Suddenly, an unknown person decided to thank one of the users for 10 coins. In addition, he said that he successfully made it to the third floor. Alex was able to notice him and wondered if it was possible that several people could be in the same world. The other person was also surprised because he did not expect to see anyone on the third floor. The boy was suddenly surprised and wondered why this stage was so difficult and why this test generally required teamwork. To which the guy decided to ask what he was doing here. They both looked at each other, but this guy had big questions for Alex, since he had 3 monsters on his back. He decided to greet him and say, "Hello, guy," realizing that, judging by the way he was shaking, the second floor was not easy for him. The young man also decided to say hello. Yes, hello, whoever he would be glad to meet. This guy immediately decided to approach him and ask if he was also a streamer. To which the boy replied that yes, he was also a streamer, and he most likely had a hard time. When suddenly, he decided to let go of his hand, asking him for forgiveness for this. To which the boy suddenly thought that his reaction was completely justified because it was probably his first time meeting a person in the tower. The young man thought that he didn't have much experience in such matters, but what can he do? The audience told him not to worry. This is a normal reaction of a beginner. After which, everyone else wondered if Alex was really such a robot that he behaved so simply. The boy decided to ask the name of his new acquaintance because his own name is Jarvis. The boy replied that his name was Alex. The guy laughed and said that Alex is a rather interesting name, to which he replied that they often tell him this. When suddenly, he He wondered what Mr. Alex was doing here. Was it really to kill a few more creatures of all sorts? To tell the truth, the boy was surprised that this man was so unusual. But he decided to say that he asks for forgiveness. But these things on his head and shoulders are Harvey, right? He decided to ask. The boy replied that, of course, and decided to also ask if his viewers had enlightened him about who they were. The young man said that it was the spectators who would now go crazy when they saw Harvey in his hands, and everyone was asking what they were doing in such a place. The boy decided to take this pet so that he would not be angry, and said that it happened that they were with him from the first floor. His viewers asked him, "What do you mean it happened like that?" This is a lie. He himself sheltered them. The boy suddenly thought about it, because in this case it was quite unusual, when suddenly the ground began to shake under their feet, and they realized that now a real danger was coming towards them. The boy and him were able to notice that one giant, which simply consisted of a large number of stones, decided to attack them. Alex realized that they would most likely talk about this later, but now they had to decide what to do with this monster. Suddenly, these two golems began to slowly move and get into a pose. And what's most interesting is that there will really be two of them at once, and the time allotted by the system has already ended. The young man realized that since this floor was of the same complexity, then the weaknesses of the defenders would be the same. After all, statues of protectors guard the third floor, and people often say that the real tests begin from there. In addition, on low difficulty, there will be only one statue. But on the middle one, there will already be two of them. But the boy couldn't even think that now, even on a high difficulty, there would be two of them in front of them. The boy understood. If he could not defeat these two at the same time, then they would come to life again and again, until he finished them both off at once. The audience understood that it was at this stage that the mess would begin, since many people died on the third floor in these levels. Suddenly, one of these statues hit a huge spear directly into the ground, missing and not hitting our main character. The newcomer was in crazy emotions and said, "What kind of power is this?" After which, turning his gaze to both sides, he decided to ask where Mr. Alex was, to which the audience asked whether the streamer had just died, but another replied that no, since the stream had not been cut off. Meanwhile, the boy began to attack these giants from the other side. He tried to break through the entire huge shield that one of these opponents was holding. He decided to simply kill our main character, trying to beat him with a shield. His friend was very shocked by this action, and did not understand whether Alex was alive. But even after such a blow, the young man was able to survive perfectly, and understood that now he should be more careful and would need to fight back. Therefore he decided to attack him properly right from above, so that he would not doubt his strength. He decided to hit one of them directly on the knee to try and knock them down. One of these giants staggered a little and began to slowly fall, as Jarvis looked at and realized how cool this guy was. Suddenly the statue decided to hold back its comrade, and began to think of ways to destroy these heroes. The boy suddenly realized that he had no time to think. He understood. There the statue would come to life again if nothing was done with the second one. This is why he cannot allow these two to be reborn. Then he decided to attack these large statues with incredible speed so that they could not move normally. Approaching one of them, he immediately decided to try to cut through his leg, and it seemed to work out well. Viewers asked what his plan was, to which another user replied that he was hitting the leg of the one who was helping his friend. This is a rather dirty act, but effective. After which, the young man decided to concentrate all the mana he had into one blow in order to cut these statues into pieces. After they soon fell, the boy realized that now he felt much better. Firstly, he was able to release a lot of mana, thanks to which he became a little stronger, and secondly, he was able to defeat these statues. Jarvis decided to run up to this guy and ask Mr. Alex how he was feeling. And I also decided to ask him an immodest question. Who is he anyway, since he was able to defeat these statues alone, and so quickly too? To which the boy just laughed and thought, is he really going to give himself away now? Spectators said that he remembered that this test should be for two, but only one managed it. The boy suddenly noticed that these statues had suddenly resurrected, and decided to tell Jarvis to immediately leave where he was standing. Suddenly, he did not immediately notice that a large spear was now flying at him, and while it was flying, it was charged with some kind of magical energy, and it was also clear that these statues were no longer as weak as before. The young man still managed to save this guy and realized that it was too dangerous. Looking up, He was able to make sure that there was some kind of idiot there now, and he should be much more careful. All these giants began to approach the guys, and they simply could not understand what was happening. The young man suddenly wondered who would have known that they would decide to throw a spear. After all, it turns out that it's not enough to just drop them down. The boy understood that he would need to end them as quickly as possible, because they threatened not only his life, but also another person. Although he also realized why he had faded into this world if he understood that he might not be able to cope. Having climbed right onto one of the statues, he realized that he was fast and strong enough so he could cope with them. But he would need to think through a plan of action. As he approached one of the large statues, he also realized that he should be careful, because one awkward move and perhaps he too would be finished. Right now the guy decides to pick up some crazy speed, trying to get ready in one place. The boy realized, if he now flies as high as possible, which he did right now, he will be able to break through his head, and this will be one step towards victory. Therefore, swinging his axe, he began to advance and fly straight towards one of the golems. Soon he was able to destroy one of them and immediately climb onto the second. The boy understood that it was still easier than he thought, but he had to be faster to finish with the other one. He, in turn, tried to grab the young man, thinking that he would now finish with him, but that was not the case. The young man was able to dodge him. While he was sliding down, this same giant tried to grab him again with his second hand. The boy thought that now he won't be able to evade, so what should he do? He also realized that he didn't have much time to think, since before the broken statue is reborn, he must have time to recover. He will need to quickly finish off both of them at the same time. So he decides to get an axe as quickly as possible and immediately break this giant's hand. He was still able to use the axe to make small changes in his movements and dodge his blow. After which, he decided to immediately hit this huge giant so that he would not doubt his strength. Soon the boy was able to cope even with such giants without any problems, and understood that now he was stronger than ever, even if he had just played out a little. And soon after this situation, all other users began to give him a bunch of donations, which brought him a lot of money. The young man realized that he could continue to adhere to the old tactics of destroying the red eyes and weak points of the defenders. But he just needs to destroy the statues to get to the next level. The boy also decided to tell the audience, in general, they successfully cleared this floor, right? He apologized for not keeping them waiting too long. But all the other users said that it was too long to wait. They didn't even have time to brew, but he had already done it. When suddenly, looking around, he suddenly wondered why the portal had not appeared. The young man thought that he was already good, even too good at fighting, so he should pretend that he didn't know this. When suddenly, Jarvis decided to extend his hand to him and tell him to wait a little. Paying attention to him, the boy decided to say that he could talk to him a little. But the boy suddenly began to think that the portal had already taken a lot of time. Besides, he's only on the 3rd floor, so he just wants to get higher as quickly as possible. Alex decided to tell him that he would forgive him later, maybe someday. Another time they can talk. Therefore, he decided to run away, saying that they would still have a chance to meet. To which he was in great doubt that they would meet again, and wondered if he had just been scammed. Soon the boy immediately began to climb these tenements and continued to think about where the portal would spawn. Suddenly, he was able to finally get to one interesting thing that was lying on a table in one of the temples. He realized that now he would have to behave like a beginner. Therefore, I decided to read everything again, saying that they expected their destruction. History has said that the cries of starving people and the spirits of fallen soldiers wandered throughout the empire. In 957, the Astrad Empire fell. The mad ruler solemnly proclaimed the beheading of the young general who returned from the war. The reason for this was simple. He did not listen to the emperor and was self-willed, for which he was punished. If a wanderer reads this text, let the scroll give him advice. Never anger the emperor. Users wondered what this meant and decided that they needed a hint to clarify the meaning. The boy understood that now he should not understand the meaning of the text. But this is the key to continuing the 5th floor. Suddenly, he discovered a portal and wondered if he should check the reward first and only then move on. The spectators said that it was better to move forward quickly because the difficulty of this test was ordinary, so the reward would not be very valuable. The boy again received an extraordinary gift and realized that perhaps everything would not be so bad. Taking the reward in his hands, he realized that he received only a bag of coins. Some spectators began to laugh, saying that this was nothing compared to what he was given on previous floors. With an ordinary bag of coins in his hands, he realized that he was playing on high difficulty, and this was all he was getting in return. Suddenly, the system notified that the young man had received 5,000 coins from this bag of gold. One of the users was amazed. What the hell? 5,000 coins from the third floor? The boy was surprised, but very happy. He said that he was worried about the only award, but it seems that he was in vain. One of the spectators remarked, "I just laughed, but now I'm roaring with envy." The boy noticed that he had 211 viewers, 138 subscribers, and earned 5,608 coins. He understood that an increase in the number of viewers would most likely happen due to the intersection of the stream with Jarvis. He also hoped to get 5,600,000 coins if there were only coins on the 5th floor. Then he would have to learn more about magical engineering, he thought. Viewers asked Alex if the Harveys were too quiet after the 2nd floor. They said that since he was their master, they should show at least the slightest attention. Alex was surprised. Have they really fallen asleep? Harvey were nothing, literally like vegetables. This is because Alex hasn't fed them for a long time, and they are very hungry. The young man asked if they really were sick. It would be terrible. The Harveys really weren't feeling well and weren't as happy as before. The boy asked the audience if anyone knew why the Harveys behaved this way. They told him that if they knew, they wouldn't watch his stream. One of them said that Alex is the first person to tame Harvey, so how would viewers know the reason for their behavior? One user suggested that perhaps the Harveys are hungry now. The boy remembered how they ate an entire shell on the 2nd floor. How could they get hungry so quickly? He looked into the backpack, wondering what he could give Harvey. Alex decided to give them a magic stone to see if they were really hungry. It turned out that the Harveys really didn't want to eat. They simply turned away from what was proposed. Oleg racked his brains, trying to understand what was the matter, if not hunger. Suddenly, one of the users sent a voice message, advising them to first get to the 5th floor. Alex thanked for the help, but noticed that the 5th floor was still far away. The young man realized that there would probably be someone on the 5th floor who could look at Harvey and tell him what happened to them. The boy took Harvey in his arms and said that since the kids were not feeling well, he should go to the 4th floor as soon as possible. Suddenly, he noticed that Jarvis had caught up with him and asked him to wait a minute. Jarvis insisted that Alex give him just 1 minute. The boy thought that Jarvis was not so simple since he was trying to catch up with him. But now Alex has an emergency, so he can't waste his precious time. The boy approached Jarvis and said that he understood how he got on his nerves, but still wanted to ask him something. The young man bowed to Alex and said that he should thank him properly, because it was only thanks to him that he passed this floor. Jarvis thanked our protagonist from the bottom of his heart for saving him. At first, the young man was very surprised, but then he looked serious and cleared his throat. He replied that he was always happy to help and suggested that they might meet again soon. Jarvis was happy and agreed that their next meeting would be good. After this, the boy and Harvey went to the next floors to quickly help their little protective pets. In truth, he liked Jarvis, and Alex thought that they would actually meet again someday. The system told the guy that it all starts with puzzles. This sealed temple awaits the hero's gaze. He only has 6 hours to solve the riddle, and the system warns him to be careful. The boy understood that even though the system writes softly, it essentially means that he will die in 6 hours if he doesn't cope. Having closed the system, he thought that even if he spent coins on food, it would not last long, and he would be stuck on this floor for a long time. Approaching the runes, he realized that for high difficulty, there should be about 1,000 crystals here. The audience understood that the guy was in a test of intelligence, and it would be very difficult. Some thought that 6 hours would be enough to solve the riddle, but others thought that his brain would crumble. The boy decided to check what the store was offering at that moment. He realized that, unlike the other floors, the goods on the 4th floor offered a wide variety of food and vital items to attract users, rather than weapons and defense. The 4th floor is a battle against time. If he relaxed too much, stocked up on food, and wasted too much time, he would definitely get stuck here and sign his own death warrant. The boy said that he didn't really need any of this right now, so he wouldn't waste the coins on nonsense. Besides, he doesn't have many of them. Users wrote that he just ignored the chicken from KFC and asked if he was crazy. He wanted to save the coins for later. Besides, his kids are sick now, so he has no time for this. Users exclaimed in disappointment, "Damn it!" The young man approached one of the ruins and realized that on the 4th floor, He needed to study the inscriptions on the crystals in order to understand the pattern and find the right color. At night, the crystals change color one by one as soon as you touch them. This is the basic rule. The young man thought that after 2 years of study, he could not even imagine that it would cause him such difficulties. Each time you pressed a different button, the crystals began to glow in different colors. For example, a crystal with a certain symbol has a different order of colors. The boy felt like at first his brain was melting from trying to remember all these inscriptions that he had never seen before. But in the end, the young man came to the conclusion that he replaced written symbols with numbers to make it easier to remember. That is why from now on it will be much more difficult. Suddenly, the boy noticed that a blue crystal was on fire and realized that the truly infuriating part of this floor was that some crystal could spontaneously change color. As soon as he is a little distracted when he activates it, some kind of error will immediately appear. However, Alex realized that for him, it was just an annoying Rubik's Cube to be solved. So step by step, he began to memorize the numbers and activate different runes so that they began to glow with their own color. Users said that the guy should not act at random, but they could not condemn him for such actions. The boy noticed that ordinary blue seals appeared before his eyes. All the users were shocked and wondered if it really worked. This means that he acted according to a certain plan, and this was not spontaneous. The young man realized that the first stage was completed, and that was good. Everything goes according to what he remembers. If he continues in the same spirit, he will be able to finish it all within an hour. Or maybe half an hour, the boy decided to convince himself. As he clicked, he noticed that there was only 5 hours and 53 minutes left. And with each click, he made more and more of them. It was quite large-scale because there were as many as 1,000 buttons. Suddenly, there was just a little left, and all the walls were almost covered with blue signs, which meant that he was almost finished. The young man decided to activate the last crystal. After this, the portal to the 5th floor was activated. Soon he received some more donations, as well as a voice message for 200 coins. The sender asked if he was a traitor, since he did everything so quickly. Alex replied that thanks for the donation, but no, he is not a member of Mensa. He simply remembered that although he was a genius, he had actually only memorized the answers while lying in bed. Each time he received more and more donations and received quite a lot of good messages. The boy thanked everyone, saying that he would quickly check the rewards and continue on his way. Soon he again discovered a large bag of coins. The audience wondered if there was really only one award again. They could not understand and believe that there were 5,000 coins again, because this was already crossing all boundaries. Suddenly the boy received 5,000 coins again. He thought, great, now he has as many as 10,000 coins, and he can get a heroic rank skill book. All other users simply could not understand how he was so lucky. One of them said it was probably a scam. Another decided that the faster he completed the test, the greater the reward. Another noted that he deserved such awards because he completed the test in 20 minutes. The young man understood that the Harveys were not feeling well now, and they would need to hurry. The boy decided to say that he had taken them into his hands, and now he should run straight to the 5th floor while the Harveys were suffering. The boy realized that it was already passing quite quickly, so everything was fine, and there was no need to rush because he still had time. Deciding to run straight into the portal, he realized that he would just have to not give up on himself on the 5th floor and do everything smoothly. Having gone a little further, the system wrote to him that from now on the audience could not move, and that a week would be given according to the time of the world of Astrout. It won't affect the real world, of course, but a warning is a warning. And he will also become the owner of one picture of the collapsing world of Astrout. Besides him, there is another owner of another painting. And now he has 2 choices to reach the 5th floor. Either reach the chosen end or kill another user. Meanwhile, somewhere in the palace, which was quite a grand and expensive mansion, our character in this world is Simon, a rather elegant guy. He was quite quiet himself and read books about what he liked. Now in the Empire it is 944 February 20th, and he is about 10 years old. He once asked his father for a magical animal as a birthday present, but instead received a slap in the face and a disapproving look from his older brother, which broke the guy's heart. Moreover, he did not realize what had gone wrong for him from that moment on. Next, on February 22nd, 944, He created a secret space under his room without his father's knowledge. He offered a gold coin to Fordrick for his help, but he did not accept it. In the future, he will give him a magical animal. Besides, Simon thought he would be able to sleep peacefully today. This character, Simon, was the second heir to the Astaroth Empire. His last name was Tropos. His full name was Simon Tropins. But at some time the emperor discovered a magical animal that the prince had raised, so the prince had to burn it with his own hands to prove his loyalty. He soon received the nickname Executioner, throwing tantrums in a drunken stupor. The system wrote to the guy to reach the chosen end and copy the Simon Tropins character. His task is to become emperor, but taking the throne by force will not be accepted as the correct ending. He only has 6 days and 16 hours left. Of course, Simon was Alex, who moved into this body, since the system itself created such an image for him. He wondered if becoming an emperor was too difficult a task. Viewers wrote to him that they now understood the high complexity. The young man thought why he needed to play for the second Prince Executioner, who was as close to the throne as he was to the moon. He understood that it would be better to become a magical engineer, as he had planned before. But the system also told him that from now on, viewers cannot move anywhere and will also be given a week during the world of Astaroth. Because the reality on the 5th floor is an alternate reality, so in the present time there will hardly be a minute passing before moving to the 6th floor. Well, besides, viewers will not be able to leave the stream during the entire week of the test. The boy suddenly thought that he now had 2 ways to pass the test of the 5th floor, either reach the chosen end or kill another user. But if another user reaches the end first, he will feel the destruction of this world with his entire body. All the spectators were shocked, as was the guy himself. They said that it would be better to tell him directly that he would die. Why explain so much? The young man decided to tell the audience not to quarrel, because if they continued, he would ban them from the chat. But they replied that Alex, it turns out, received a ban function. Damn it. After talking with the audience, he suddenly decided to delve into the essence of the idea again. In addition, he decided to finally activate the skill card. After all, depending on the choice, a figure is given that users must copy on the 5th floor. And if the user chose high difficulty, he is prescribed a significant historical figure of the Astaroth Empire. So the first is the magical abilities assigned to the main magician of the empire. Then magical engineering for the Empire's dam engineers. Also physical powers for the gods of the Empire. There are also high non-combat classes or assassin paths, but their abilities are much lower than those listed above, so few choose them. The boy thought that obviously he would choose exactly that option. Spectators told him that Autumn comes to defense and therefore chooses strength. Others said that he should become a magician. Another user said that if he wants to fight, the assassin's path looks cool for a hit-and-run style. And the last viewer wondered why no one recommends magical engineers, because this is a cool style. Suddenly, the boy realized that he would now choose magical engineering. The system asked him if he was sure he wanted to choose a power associated with magical animals, but the system itself chose that he agreed. Alex said no. He meant something completely different. The system told him that he would be assigned a character associated with a magical animal. The young man began to despise the system and said that no, let them give him a magical engineer. What the hell? And then he found himself in Simon's body. He thought he already said he wanted magical engineering, so why the fuck did he get a magical animal? Besides, being in tears, he thought that okay, it was too late to drive himself away. He should calm down and think about what needs to be done now. He understood that if the end goal was easy to achieve, then he would have a happy ending in the end. But for example, if he became a magical engineer, he would complete the test by creating an invention, and if the goal is difficult to achieve, then you can do this by killing another player. For a goal as crazy as becoming an emperor, this seems like the right choice. In addition, the first day he got used to his new body. It is important for users to read his character's diary to gain information about himself and their situation. Suddenly, someone was waiting for him outside. Simon was a little surprised, to which one of his servants asked if His Majesty had called him to come to him. The young man decided to tell the servants to call Fordrick to him, to which he agreed. The audience was shocked that the guy behaved so naturally, which was amazing. Simon knew that after reading the diary, he should understand what Fordrick was planning. Users said they didn't believe he acted out like that after reading the diary. That same gentleman decided to come to him and ask if the prince really called him. Besides, they simply called him shorter, Rick. The butler asked if it was about the new magical animal, to which Simon replied that it was. He was just thinking about what to say to him, and Rick guessed in time. Rick said that he had a good idea that the prince would decide to ask about it, so he prepared for the conversation. This magical animal came from the north. The unknowns, due to their evil nature, behaved suspiciously quietly, which made their work at the highest level easier. While he was talking about this, Harvey and his brothers were feeling very bad. She thought that he had completely forgotten about them, and now he would have to do something with them. Suddenly, he decided to look for what seemed to be some kind of lack of energy, while all the other spectators decided that he was still wondering where they had gone. These are Alex's pets, right? But what others decided to say, judging by the groans and not the most. Rick decided to tell the prince everything that he asked the guards, but they do not understand the reason for their painful condition. After checking on his own, he was able to determine that they had eaten too many mana stones and decided to tell them to observe them first and then decide what to do next. Suddenly, the Korean decided to approach the prince to tell him something important. He took him by the shoulders and decided to tell him that some kind of mana was emanating from his body. He decided to ask what happened during the month that he was in the north. The boy decided to answer that there was nothing wrong with his body and that he should not worry about it, to which Rick decided to say that this simply cannot be, since usually people simply explode into pieces from the mana inside them. Alex realized perfectly well that by pure chance his life was not in danger, because the mana had penetrated into his own head. For now, even if he starts to get nervous or angry, he can quickly come to his senses and calm down. But if he gets worse, his emotions may get out of control. Rick also decided to tell the prince that he can no longer absorb mana now because it is critically dangerous for him. The boy decided to say that he understood and would take it into account, to which he began to worry about him even more because of this incident. But he decided to calm him down. After that, he decided to thank the gentleman and said that he would go. He also decided to warn Simon that the first prince had recently started making strange movements and asked him to please be careful around him, to which he replied that thank you for your concern, because he himself would take these logical animals to the basement and deal with them there. After this, the man bowed to him and began to leave. And at that time he himself was thinking that Rick was Cowley's only advisor. He was the personal knight of his mother, Empress Predessa. He also used to be a great man, but ended his activities as a knight when she left this world and specially became an advisor to young Simon. The boy began to realize that it was all about the magic stones. Besides, in theory, he should have been trembling in fear from the dragon turtle, but at that moment, he did not feel anything like that. When he heard the words that the first prince was up to something, it no longer became funny to Simon. Besides, in a week he needs to defeat the first prince and become emperor, and it would be easier to kill the enemy. But if he reaches the end in another way, he will receive a better reward. As the diary says, you need to make sure everything goes smoothly, according to the first option. All the spectators began to say that the new skill was simply wonderful. They said it was something similar from magical engineers. The boy, along with the animals, began to go down to his basement to take his pets there, since according to history he was supposed to do this. Having walked a little further, the young man was able to find a bunch of cells around him and understood that the story of this boy was simply terrible. He wanted to have many pets, but he only got pets that do not have access to freedom. The boy was able to notice that the system warned him about these horrors and also wanted him to reread the story. He was well aware that instead of wariness and fear, they seemed to feel happiness in seeing their own master. He realized that these animals that Simon kept they were all truly happy next to their master. The boy understood that he would have to leave them all in this place and decided to say that he would leave them here because he did not know what was waiting for him outside. With tears in his eyes, he told them this, to which they were surprised. And the audience decided to say, "Oh no, not Harvey. Does he really leave them in this place? Has he really gone crazy?" When suddenly one reasonable person came along and asked if they really thought that the prince would allow Harvey to be carried around with him. These cute creatures began to beg the master to stay with them, but he only thought that, sorry guys, but this is for their own good. The young man realized that maybe it was worth buying a skill book for Harvey, the boy thought. He also realized that the good thing about skill books was that he didn't have to read them, because their content comes directly to your mind, and everything becomes much simpler. While the boy was carefree looking for something to buy in the store, he realized that he could not find anything that would be useful for Harvey. All the viewers asked if their streamer felt any changes. The boy decided to say that he didn't really feel anything, but at least he knew that this was a cheap skill, so nothing could be done about it. One of them decided to tell him that this is precisely why animal magic was not given up to anyone for nothing. The young man understood that he would need to go somewhere else, so he quietly left this book place. But the boy also still understood that his opponent would most likely choose the class of a knight or a magician. Head mages have their research room, and knight captains even have their own private knight training ground. In addition, the young man understood that if he thought this way in terms of awards, then he needed to prevent another streamer from achieving his own goal as much as possible. One of the knights began to train to the fullest, trying to do everything possible to bring his skills to the maximum. He, in turn, just laughed, realizing that now there was no other person stronger than him, and he understood that madness is just all madness. Since he only used the skill book, but he has the feeling that he has been training for decades and will be able to kill anyone who gets in his way. This was the second streamer who would compete with Simon or Alex, and his name is Carl. His viewers said that he was so excited, well, he must be on the 5th floor and getting stronger. The boy understood that his skill level grew only from movements, so now he should just simply train, and then he would be able to defeat anyone who stood in his way. The young man wondered if this boy, who decided to compete with him, really thought that he was luckier than himself. But still, he was deeply mistaken, since he chose high difficulty from the 1st floor, so he was able to get a lot of donations, and on the 2nd floor, with the help of his own Ken skills, he easily defeated the monsters. During dinner on the 3rd floor, this person used another participant as a human shield and quickly cleared the level. In addition, I thought that the audience would abandon him because of the murder of another participant, but in the end, he only received more donations for his perseverance, despite the fact that he barely finished the 4th floor with 30 minutes left in the report. One of the users decided to tell Carl that he actually has guests. This same man came to them, and the spectators said that they had already seen him once. These rich clothes. What was his name? Suddenly they remembered that this was the second Prince Simon. At that moment, the boy was very surprised to see such a person. While he was suddenly thinking, one of the spectators decided to write to him so that he would better fall on his knees in front of Simon. Someone decided to listen to the viewer and said that it was a great honor for him to meet the prince, but he himself only thought about who he was. He is sure that he read the diary correctly. So why is this guy near him? Simon himself decided to tell this guy to get up immediately, as he decided to say that he had come to watch his training in the name of the empire. Carl decided to answer the prince that he was only fulfilling his role. Although I suddenly wondered if this was a streamer, although he realized that most likely not, because he most likely chose a magician or a knight, like himself. Suddenly, he also realized that his character uses the Great Master Black Lion's sword and is an honest person who hates liars. At first it was difficult to get used to his speech, but he quickly adapted, copying the behavior of other knights. The young man decided to ask the prince what brought him to such a place. Will there really be some kind of filling later? All the spectators were shocked that this Carl plays his own role very well. The boy decided to say that, oh yes, he just remembered what kind of alcohol he liked. I decided to say that he didn't burst into tears at his last birthday when he didn't find his favorite alcohol at the banquet, to which he replied that this really happened. Suddenly, one of the viewers realized that, most likely, Carl would have been identified by now if there had been another streamer here. The prince went on to say that he had thought about sending him his favorite drink, but he didn't know much about it. So I completely forgot the name. Would he remind me of this? The boy decided to ask him. How could he know that he really had such a storyline, so he didn't know how to get out of it? The young man wondered what this prince was even talking about. So I decided to ask the chat for help, to which they decided to say, how could they even know about this? Suddenly, One of them decided to say that an expensive drink suitable for Astra is something like Rain Rose, Heinen, or Portal. In short, let him try this option, one of the users decided to tell him. The knight decided to bow to the boy and said that it was called the Portal, Your Highness. To which he thought about it and decided to think if it was really what he was called. The boy decided to tell him that he sounded quite familiar, so he would send him tomorrow. To which he replied that he thanks him. He will try his best for the good of the empire, thinking that he was finally able to survive. The guy decided to say that if you think about it like that, he completely forgot to ask something. What is his Korean name anyway? Carl realized that this guy was just crazy to give himself away from the role so easily. This guy decided to say who he even was since he decided to tell him that. To which the prince replied that he was blind or something. The second prince of Astra, Simon. The boy decided to approach him and said that he really was a prince. That is, he chose neither a magician nor a knight. But even if he brought his advisor with him for protection, why the hell provokes him to do the impossible alone? The young man began to slowly take out the blade and said, let him ask him how he realized that it was him. He tried to behave naturally, to which Simon replied that he would answer that he had a reason to answer this. Alex understood perfectly well that the whole point was that this Prince Simon was an introvert, and wrote down every little thing he could discover in his diary, to which he decided to put his hand to his ear, asking what he was saying there in general. How did he decide to say that the second prince is a piece of mediocre excrement without any talent, who can die with one swing of a sword, no? In fact, it was the talent that hurt the young man. To be honest, he didn't want to spend it on this particular guy. All his viewers said, look at him, how irritated he is. The young man decided to respond by saying that from the very beginning he felt this vulgarity and frivolity, and he would like to pretend that he did not notice anything, but this disgusting smell has been stuck in his nose for a long time. And this is a blow to his imperfection. The boy decided to take out the sword and said that he had become insolent. Well, in that case, this will all end. Suddenly, the butler decided to approach them, who said, how do you even understand this? A fight is planned here or something between the prince and some servant. Rick decided to take him by the shoulders and ask if the prince was even okay now. But he answered with fear that yes, there was no need to make such a fuss around him. The butler decided to say that he was even saying such a thing, and he saw with his own eyes how this man raised a sword at him. It's just disgusting and tasteless. The young man decided to say that he wasn't worried afterwards. He just wanted to see the mastery of the sword. So he asked him to demonstrate his skills. Right? He decided to ask the streamer. To which he replied, that of course. All the spectators understood that this guy in black was again simply confusing. He thinks he's just an idiot. The butler decided to approach him and said that he felt the bloodlust coming from him. What just happened? I decided to ask him. At that moment, the prince thought that he had simply told him to show everything he was capable of, that's all. After that, Rick decided to take the guy by the shoulder and said that in future he should be careful if he does not want to be accused of attempting to assassinate the prince. Having told him in his ear that they would tear off his limbs and tie his body to a horse that would be set loose around the city. This would be the smallest punishment that would reach him. To which he suddenly realized that it was bad to joke, and decided to say that he had acted rashly, and decided to apologize to him, to which the butler decided to say that enough was enough. Since the prince deigned to spare it, he would not develop this topic. After that, they decided to go to the palace with the prince. Rick said that before he did not allow such things, something definitely happened to him today. The young man decided to say if it was because he had kept him in check all this time, to which he replied that what a pity, because the heart of the empire, the great Master Black Lion, behaved so frivolously with the young prince. The boy decided to say that it was okay, and also added that judging by his speech he missed the old days. To which he realized that the young man was very smart. He said what a malicious remark he had just heard from him. He does not remember anything that happened before he took the oath of allegiance to Empress Prydesia, to which Simon replied that in this case everything is clear. The prince also decided to tell him that he would wander around because somehow he felt bored in the room. Let them not worry and go about their business, to which Rick decided to say that he understands him. But from now on he should be more careful, and if he runs into the first prince, he will bring a lot of trouble to him. The young man realized perfectly well that he had lost much more time than he had expected, and tomorrow he should visit the workshop of magical engineers, he understood. Viewers decided to tell him that he had just found another streamer, but the situation got even worse. The boy decided to say that he would not let this happen. In addition, he is going to achieve the chosen ending that he originally desired. To which one of the users decided to say that he really thinks someone can become an emperor. Some others also decided to say that it's not too late to finish that guy off. Let him act immediately while there is time. The boy decided that not at all. There must be another way. There must be. At least he was aware of it. Soon Carl decided to come to the library and said that he was able to find the documents on Mr. Simon that he had asked for. The boy thanked the librarian and said that he was so lucky that he was able to get so much information. Suddenly, he opened the system and realized that this was just madness. What should he do? He asked the guys in the chat. I decided to say that if he orders the prince to kill him, then this will be the end on all fronts. To which the chatters decided to laugh at him and said that he allowed him to live, which means that Carl is really becoming such a lucky guy. They thought the other streamer was crazy for not killing him after his identity was revealed. Suddenly, they also decided to say that he would tell you how to finish him off. You just had to try. And the young man decided to ask how he could do this. To which they decided to say that first, let him go to the administration office and then simply collect a bunch of information about the second prince. Soon he was still able to obtain the information he needed, in which everything was described in detail about the second prince. Suddenly, the chat also decided to write to him that it seems he knows who they are dealing with. If he is also a knight, like Simon, then that's it. One of the viewers decided to say that there were 3 Harveys and only one guy. They decided to say that it was Alex. He remembers this unusual name. They were talking about how this guy was able to tame Harvey and he was able to pass the test with these creatures. Carl decided to ask the guys if his personality is important at all, to which the chatters decided to say that of course it is important, and let him listen to the end first, and then let him go to the edge of the gate. Soon the boy was able to get through the bushes at night to that very place, and the chat decided to say that there should be a chapel there somewhere. The boy said that he should go straight there, but he was reluctant, of course. He wanted to, but he had to. He understood that this method only works if the identity of the enemy is known, and the boy was well aware that now that streamer would be a teenager. Meanwhile, an hour ago before this event, the boy was able to spot the prince and began to approach him to say hello. Someone suddenly decided to go up to him and tell him that he had finally been able to find him again. He heard that a background check had been carried out on him. To this he replied that he should quit the game because he is already quite popular, isn't he? He decided to call his real name, Alex, which made him even a little nervous, knowing full well what it meant. Suddenly, someone realized by his facial expression that he was right, and it really was him. At that moment, the guards decided to immediately run away to that very place, and he said to wait for him a little. The boy was well aware that this was the end of the floor, because he would not be the first to die here. That is why, while passing through these forests, he realized that the hidden place was the 5th floor, which the audience had told him about. Should have been in these exact places. So if he could reveal the name of his opponent in the chapel, he could pass the test instantly. However, an easy passage will cost the opportunity to increase the level of skills. And in addition, if he makes a mistake, he will receive a serious penalty. This method is not particularly recommended. Approaching this statue, he understood that who cares about raising the level of skills when his own life is at stake. The chat was quite shocked and said that they were so scared because in fact everything was going too smoothly. Somewhere in this place, the young man was able to discover a sacred key, which he decided to present to the statue in order to finally activate it. The system also activated and said that his wisdom would be tested, and let him now pronounce the name of the participant who is undergoing the same test. The boy replied that it was Alex. Alex's information and username were now being verified. The system asked if he agreed to confirm the answer and continue. If he confirms and the answer is no, then he will be dead. He decided to answer, and now everything happened quite awkwardly and badly. Someone wondered what just happened. The system told him that the answer was wrong and he was cursed by an evil spirit who laughed at wisdom. Soon the system also informed the guy that the current user character Carl, the chosen end, and the acquired memory skills of Baal, the first knight of the empire, would be cursed. The young man at that moment did not understand what was happening and could not understand why this happened at all. The curse itself was the loss of all learned skills. In this church, the kid just screamed, wondering what the hell just happened. At that moment, when the guy ran away, the chat told Alex to quickly catch him, otherwise he was screwed. The boy, having straightened his hair, was well aware of what could be done. Suddenly, the chat was perplexed by this expression on his face. One of them suggested that he had again hidden some ace up his sleeve. Soon he decided to enter his own room and do something there. The young man began to look for what he had once hidden for such cases, and the chat asked if he really thought he knew what he was up to. Suddenly, the boy took on just the nickname. Everyone looked at him and said, "Will he really use it here? How did he know about the hidden place? Did he really plan this from the very beginning?" Users wondered. Soon he decided to break it, thereby activating it. The system immediately told the guy to enter a new nickname that he wanted to use. The young man thought about it a little, and finally decided on one. The whole chat was telling him to enter Novichok or change it to Harvey. But he in turn simply added a 2 to his main profile. He was asked if he was serious about just adding a deuce. After this, the prince realized that he had done everything as he wanted from the very beginning. He also thought that since he had the role of Grand Master, he should learn the 5 sword skills of the first knight of the empire, if he remembered correctly. In this case, for failing the wisdom test, all his skills will be cancelled. The boy laughed, realizing that this was one of his best plans. He was well aware that after losing a skill, the player was forced to buy skill books again. Even if there are rich sponsors among his viewers, he will not be able to reach his ending. The chat also wrote to say something about how he found out about the hidden place in the first place. The boy replied that among those people there would hardly be fools like him, to which they decided that this was even possible. Someone in the chat must have said too much, because they laughed at the fact that he simply added a 2 to his main nickname. This is so funny. The guy suddenly got angry at the chat and said that he didn't see anything wrong with it. He was in a hurry and couldn't think of a normal nickname, so the nickname is simple and differs little from his previous one. "Do you have any other questions for him?" he asked. To which the chat replied that they offered Novichok, but he didn't even read them and simply ignored them. Another person confirmed his words that he didn't even think Harvey's nickname was cool. The young man suddenly wondered whether this was too hasty a decision in general. But to be fair, time was really running out. The boy suddenly heard that someone was telling someone to let him go immediately. Chat realized that he was hearing a familiar voice. The prince left the room and asked the guards if something had happened. But they paid attention to him and decided to tell him something. The guard said that this young gentleman says that he should talk with him, and they told him to come tomorrow because it is late, but he refuses to listen. The boy asked the prince if he had a moment to talk now. The young man thought about it and said, "Okay, let him pass," to which they agreed. But it was clear that this guy was very angry and could activate skills on him. Chat said why did he allow him to go to him? After that, they decided to go to his room, and he told him that he was a fucking moron. Right now, Carl was very angry and asked him who he was. And the young man replied that it seemed to him that he had already said who he was and who he was, hadn't he? He asked again. Suddenly, he decided to throw a chair at him and said to stop playing with him. But the gentleman was able to dodge without any problems and said that he was in a hurry. And now it looked so funny to them. In addition, it was strange that the guards stood outside the door and did not want to lift a finger, despite the noise. At that moment, the boy began to approach Simon and said that in any case, everything would end here and now. Suddenly, he pulled out a sword and decided to attack him and said that they would now see which of them would die first. The gentleman was well aware that he was moving like an ignoramus. In fact, it's because all his skills are gone. Suddenly, at that moment, he was able to grab his sword, take it away and just take it and put his hand behind his back. After that, he attacked his shoulders when he said that he was an idiot and was trying to stop him. The guard told him to let him go immediately. The boy replied that he would still need it, so he would let him live now. If he doesn't like something at all, then he'll kill you. Getting closer, he also said not to mistake his mercy for fear. Did you understand him? Simon asked this guy, but he replied that yes, he understood everything and asked the prince to let go of his hand. After that, he finally decided to let him go completely and thought that now he shouldn't behave like that. Now Simon was angry with him because he couldn't calm down and said that if he understood everything, he should get out of his room now, to which he did so, realizing that if he did not leave now, then in that case he would die soon. The young man thought that he would not bother him anymore, but there was really no need to put so much pressure on him. Chat said what his plan is now. Simon replied that he would think about it, but for now he could be killed at any time, since he would not have a single skill to resist him. Everyone else told him not to give up on this plan. He still had 6 whole days left, and he already had everything under control. The boy reasoned that if the current emperor did not die, there would be no next emperor. But even if the reigning emperor suddenly dies, the first prince is next in line. The best option would be to learn magical engineering before the last day, and then get rid of the other streamer. But the boy understood perfectly well that then he would have to refuse the reward for achieving the ending, because back in the day, his character's first attempt wasn't the best. The boy at that moment asked the guys if they were sure that the axe they were using now was normal, since it seemed to him that it was too heavy. He got an axe for no reason. In addition, he said that it is heavy and incredibly difficult to control. At that moment, he was told that he had chosen it himself and was handling it well on the 3rd floor. And they suggested that he simply raise the level of his skill, to which he replied that he was just interested, and he would try. Chat told him not to cross the line any more than he needed to, and also let Chen be there, since he's been swinging an axe for 6 days now. In addition, they asked why it was so noisy in the background. The young man looked back and wondered what had happened there. One of the users told Alex whether he really doesn't want to train again and is just looking for a reason to get distracted, to which he replied that this is not the case at all. Suddenly they said it was most likely a meeting. The young man was surprised by what he heard, wondering what it was. In the chat, they said that it was already the 6th day of the trial. He understood what he needed, and suddenly wondered what was happening and why this court had appeared at all. Therefore, he decided to tell the guys to share a little information about this character, to which they replied that he would get by, everyone except him knew. But others said to stop teasing him, he was paying now. The user told him to go and see what was happening there, to which he was happy and thanked them. In the distance, all these people were talking and thinking that they couldn't believe the horror that had reached them. One of the young gentlemen asked who he was. The butler told the young man that this was a brave swordmaster. The black wolf Alex came to them, to which he replied that he had not seen Count Sion for a long time. He asked what happened anyway, to which the Count replied that it seemed that he had not heard the news that had happened recently, since the imperial court would be held soon. The boy asked in fear what it was. The Count came closer to him and said that the 2nd prince had been taken into custody and accused of murdering the emperor, and if anything, he had not told him this. To which he was very surprised, because he could not even imagine that this could happen. The butler also said that this was for the best. No one needed to throw pearls before swine. There would be no benefit from the 2nd prince, who was already the mediocre son of their emperor. The boy asked if this crowd had gathered for the trial of the prince, to which he replied that it was true. After all, the entire native empire and aristocracy came to such an event to watch it. The gentleman replied that everything was clear to him now. Suddenly, someone ran into the gentleman, and it turned out to be the same Rick, who seemed devastated and did not know what to do. He told the boy that he asked Sir Alec for forgiveness. The young man was able to discover without any difficulty that his face was like that of a dying person, to which the chat said that poor Fordrick, he was the only ally of the 2nd prince. The fact is that the emperor did not trust anyone, which is why he placed his knights everywhere. So his sudden death at the hands of others does seem suspicious. Moreover, what is most interesting is that all the knights who guarded the emperor himself were converted beastmen, and a weak prince could hardly cope with them. Everything was quite quiet, and the boy was wondering what the court would say, what results they would see in the future. The boy just sat there and tried to concentrate, and just listened to everything that was happening, while the chat said that it was obvious that the 1st prince was involved. One of the users also asked him to give the facts, since he is so sure about it, to which he replied that the 1st prince has sky-high ambitions, while the 2nd prince is comparable to a sofa cushion, to which they agreed and realized that he was right. The young man also thought that since the matter was quite serious, the hall here was almost completely filled. All the main magicians, great masters, and nobles of all stripes gathered in this hall. Although one of the spectators said that he did not see a single magical engineer, laughing at this. Suddenly the judge rang the bell. He said that he was well aware that high nobility was present at the trial today. That is why, however, the prison court judges everyone fairly. If someone initiates disorder, he will be punished to the fullest extent, regardless of status. The gentleman told the lower tribune to introduce themselves as simply Ludendorff Kane, to which he replied. The gentleman then said that the middle tribune was Marakisok Kraus, a representative of the nobility. Well, in the end, a high platform. Since His Majesty has passed on, Grand Duke Magnus will take this place at the hearing. The judge told the named jurors to follow the teachings of the goddess of justice Madi, swearing to judge with an open mind and not be swayed by emotion. All three began to bow before the master himself, saying that they would not proclaim their emotions even if they wanted to. The judge then said that before proceeding, let it be noted that this trial was organized in a hurry because the defendant was caught red-handed. In addition, the testimony was not collected carefully enough, and the defendant did not admit to the crime. And to all this, in connection with this, he asks for understanding, because this court is needed for the official record. The young man suddenly thought that this meant that they did not need evidence or facts of the crime. But the chat told him to stop with these puns. It's quite infuriating. And also said that the criminal had already been caught. What's the point of all this arguing? The judge also ordered the defendant to stand up and take his place in the courtroom, and also introduce himself to the jury. But he said that his name was Simon Toprax. The gentleman said that he understands that due to the confirmed fact of the crime, the question of the identity of the suspect is not before the court, and the lawyer will not be present in the trial. The boy replied that he understood. Suddenly the chat said, "And how did such a guy kill the emperor himself in the first place? It's just that you need to widen your eyes and understand that this is simply impossible." But the other one replied that, well, he had just confirmed everything. The judge said the crime happened as follows. According to this piece of paper, and also all of them by chance, this evening, or rather even at night at 2 a.m., Prince Toprax went to the room of the sleeping emperor and asked for an audience. He then spoke to him in the reception room for approximately 30 minutes, after which he decided to tell the guards that the witness confirmed what he had said. To which the guards replied that that was exactly what happened. When sounds began to come from the reception area, the night guards opened the door with suspicion. As soon as they were able to open all the doors, they immediately realized that something was wrong there and realized that it was all very suspicious. And the fact is that the emperor was lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood, and in front of him was only the same guy who is now a criminal. It was this very man who turned out to be Simon Toprax, the second prince. All the people began to discuss this and understood that it was simply inexplicable why he did this. Was the son really so poorly raised by the emperor? They all thought. But at that moment, the boy was not able not only to talk, but also to think sensibly, because he understood that it was not him at all, and he was simply forced to stand still, and also understood that this was all happening right before his eyes. After all, after investigating the causes of death, it turned out that the tea that the emperor drank with pleasure contained paw leaf powder. The same powder was found on the second prince's clothes. Mr. Judge asked if there were any objections or additions to what was said, to which the boy only remained silent and said that he had nothing, after which the judge, waving his hands, said that then that was all, the trial was closed, and he was guilty. All the people suddenly burst into anger and realized that this prince had really committed an assassination attempt on his own father, the emperor. What a scoundrel, they all thought. Alex wondered what kind of trial that just was. Was it true? This is just a joke, most likely, the boy thought. Suddenly, one of the members of the highest level said to stop this farce. Even if the gods who watch the prison must be laughing at them. He told them to tie the second prince, Simon Toprax, to horses and drag him across the empire as punishment. And after this, let all the inhabitants know what happens to those who take the life of the ruler, and then he will confess to the gods his crime and beg their forgiveness. After which the gentleman asked if everyone agreed with his decision. The middle and elementary levels agreed with him. Suddenly Rick himself said that yes, this is complete nonsense. The high level asked him if the court had lied somewhere. He said that no matter how serious the circumstances of the case, the investigation was not carried out properly and was rushed, as if in an attempt to hide something, and as if someone had insisted on it. He also added that he asks for understanding. This is not at all typical of the normal daily routine of the second prince, and begs for the culprit to be moved. to which he interrupted him and said that he wanted him to reconsider the results of the investigation because of his personal concerns for him. Therefore, he jerked his hand and said that that was all. Let them take him away from here. The butler understood that he could not do anything even for the second prince, although he realized that this was all just some kind of unreasonableness, and the guards began to slowly take the second prince away. The young man also wondered, guys, what kind of world this is, to which the chat replied, so that he knew they wouldn't sit here with him now and break like disposable glasses. Since he has no power, what should he do about it at all? And there is no need to overreact because the fifth floor has always been like this. The boy said that he would never agree to such an outrageous test. Therefore he shouted to wait and how he would destroy this tower, and as for the prison, he would tell the admin everything. Suddenly, the administrator asked him if he was really ready to take responsibility for these words. Suddenly, Alex woke up as if he had a terrible nightmare. The guard chat asked if he really woke up because this guy just passed out without warning. This happens. The boy remembered that the trials of Simon from his dream were simply terrible. He understood that once upon a time, from those videos, he was deeply imbued with the results of that hearing. Chat immediately asked if he would do the same, to which the boy said that not at all. He decided to do something else. Chat asked, "See the ending? Let him give up setting difficult goals. It's just beyond the pale." To which he replied that he thought there was one loophole in this situation. And having picked up one of the books to read, he understood that he would have to find a page or topic about beast people. Chat asked what was going on there, to which others also asked. He was most likely planning to become emperor in 7 days. It's a noble act, but stupid. In fact, the boy was looking for the reason why Cao Li was so fixated on animal magic, lies in the emperor. There was nothing about Simon in the video, so he will have to find out everything himself. He spent the entire book realizing that it wasn't going to be that easy. The young man understood that, damn it, there was too little information about this in the diary. What should he do? So he thought about what he might ask Fordrick. Suddenly, this one immediately went to his room and asked if the prince had called him. The boy was very surprised and said that he had a lot of questions for him, to which he replied that he should ask. He would answer any. First of all, the boy said that when he asked for a magical animal as a child, his father slapped him in the face. Does he remember him crying then? The butler said that he is the one who remembers every detail associated with him. Moreover, he was surprised that he also remembered this just now. Chat said that Foric is essentially like a real folder here. The boy said that when he asked why his father was angry, he said that he would find out, right? But he still hasn't told the reason, and whether it's time for him to find out more about this case. The butler said that so be it. He would tell him what exactly happened then. Soon, as soon as he told everything down to the smallest detail, the chat suddenly panicked, thinking that this guy was really going to see the emperor. Didn't he read the credits before the 5th floor? And the young man was well aware that the entire chat was reacting so negatively to his actions, but this was how it should be according to his plan. Since the emperor began to lose his mind after the death of Empress Perdisa, and he believed that someone was responsible for her demise, he eventually stopped trusting anyone. He loved his own wife so much that such hatred for the child he left her seems illogical. Rick said that so be it. At that very time something unknown happened. Since the magical animal he wanted to receive as a birthday present was too dangerous for the young prince not to. It was too dangerous for the young prince for this not to become a serious problem. Chat decided to say that Alex should get ready, because they are already on the territory of the emperor. And where did he start heading? But he, in turn, began to move closer and closer to the guards and understood that he would have to come to him in any case. The boy decided that before he came in, he would first turn off the chat, since he would need to concentrate as much as possible. Okay, he asked the chat. But they were all indignant. What was he thinking, Riot? Why are they cutting them off? The young man tried to calm them down. Let them not be angry with him. They will see everything when the time comes. To which some responded, damn, maybe he would have left this stream. Others said he was a liar. But they would continue watching anyway because they were interested. Soon the boy was able to turn off the chat. And now he should focus on his image, or more precisely on the fact that he is Simon. Right now, instead of the shy and gloomy Simon, a changed Simon will come to the emperor, which even he will be surprised by. The boy told the guards that their work was not in vain. but they did not understand what he was even talking about. Simon decided to continue and said that he had come to ask for an audience with His Majesty. But the guards replied that this was impossible now. The boy objected, even for the Prince of the Empire, to which the guard firmly stated that there should be no exceptions. Gathering all his anger and knowing that the beast people did not show emotions, he decided to shout at them. He is the second Prince of the Empire and asks for an audience with the Emperor because he has something important to tell him. As soon as he screamed, a little time passed, but the guards still stood in place with him. Suddenly the gentleman decided to let the boy in, sending a guard to him, who said, "Please wait in the reception room." Did it really work? Thought the young man. After some time, the young man was still able to meet with the Emperor one-on-one and sat down at the table. And finally, the ruler of the empire, Arthur Toprox, came out. He immediately remarked, "It's interesting that he decided to find it for some reason, and apparently very important, since he shouted so much." The boy bowed to his father and said, "What is so strange about the son's desire to see his father?" To which he replied, "Since when did he start treating him like a father?" The young man objected, "It has always been like this. He just didn't show it." Arthur noted that any words must have a strong foundation. The young man said, "He knows that His Majesty has secretly assigned beastmen to him. Was it because they were worried about him?" The king acknowledged the boldness of his assumption, but the boy added, "If this is an act of parental love, then he, like a son, will follow him." In addition, he learned about the beastmen pursuing him from the chatter of stream viewers in the chat. Arthur sat back and asked if that was all he wanted to tell him. The boy asked to send strangers out, so that they would not overhear their important conversation. Arthur asked why he should do this. The boy replied that he was simply embarrassed to talk about it in front of everyone. At this moment, they were faced with something more than just a waste of time. The king agreed to listen to him and ordered everyone to leave. After that, he said, "So he knew everything. Now he can hear the real reason why he asked them to leave." The young man noticed that if the ring really magically controlled the beast people, then they could not be touched. However, the ring on his finger is just a pathetic fake. The king became interested in what evidence and reasons he had. His fate depended on it. The boy admitted that he had another ring. He took out the paper and read, "First Prince Cedric Toprox was the first to receive his recognition and approval 3 years ago for his bravery and leadership that led to victory in the Battle of the Eastern Lavalik Plain. During the celebration of the victory, an unfortunate incident occurred. The drunken first prince spilled alcohol on him. Arthur said that if he wants to convince him only with what is written in the document, then it is quite pathetic." The boy replied that these were just recorded facts, and now he would add something of his own. The fact is that the first prince wiped away the alcohol with his handkerchief and quietly removed his ring at that moment. And then he simply changed it to a fake one and hid the real ring in a scarf. The gentleman angrily declared that these were just guesses and demanded proof of the veracity of his words. The young man tried to calm him down. The emperor has no reason to be angry and lose his composure. He just wanted to say that he knew everything about it. The king just laughed and admitted that he had not had so much fun for a long time. The boy noticed that the emperor may consider himself cunning, but he will live a little longer than he has. To which he replied that he did not know about the ace in the boy's sleeve. Arthur realized that since he had come now, it meant he needed something from him. The young man confirmed this. The boy told Arthur that he wanted to become emperor. The king replied that in the empire there is only a place for one emperor, and he chooses which of them is more worthy. The young man understood this perfectly and said that is why he would like him to die. Please. Suddenly, one of the chat viewers started laughing out loud while watching this scene. He realized that Alex had decided to play out such a situation, to ask the emperor himself to die for him. The viewer clearly realized that Alex was serious. What a moron! He has no equal, he thought. Therefore, the viewer decided to sponsor him with 1,000 coins, saying that he had been waiting for someone like him for a long time. And finally, such a person appeared. And another viewer wrote in the chat that Alex should kill them all there, because it's quite funny. Everyone was happy that he was such a risky guy. Alex thanked the entire chat for the praise and coins. The boy asked the audience, "Most likely it was unpleasant to sit with the chat turned off, right, dear users?" To which they continued to donate and thank him for the interesting emotions. The chat said that the situation required it. Viewers also continued to discuss that they could already see a potential ending. If things didn't go according to plan, would there be enough time to fix everything? And what will he do next? The young man replied that he would first go have breakfast and then start learning new skills. Soon he came to the palace and realized that this was the workshop. He would finally be able to study magical engineering. Suddenly he noticed the prince, who asked what he was doing in such a place. Cedric was surprised to see Prince Simon in front of him. When the prince replied that he had already been approached with a similar question, Simon decided to ask what he forgot in this place. True, from one glance at him, the young man burned with hatred. Simon noticed that the prince's manners had deteriorated considerably since their last meeting. After all, for some reason his father had not yet driven the prince away, and he was only glad of this. The young man understood that, most likely, the prince received information from the beastmen under his control with the help of the stolen ring. Simon also realized that the prince must have been curious to know what he was talking about with the emperor. That is why he came to him, unable to wait any longer. Cedric stated that he actually saw the emperor at dawn, and it looks like he knew about it because he got the information from someone. This surprised Simon, because he wondered how the prince could have guessed that he really had informants among the animals. Cedric mockingly reminded Simon how he used to hide behind Rick, trembling with fear, and now dares to speak to him as an equal. Suddenly Simon raised his hand, wanting to slap this scoundrel in the face, but he understood that the prince was somehow unbalanced. At this moment, the master at the imperial court, Bran, firmly demanded that the two stop quarreling immediately. He also added that they made a noise right in front of his workshop, and it looks pretty ridiculous. Cedric was indignant that this was none of his business, to which the master retorted, how could it not be his? After all, they stood at his workshop and began to sort things out. The prince indignantly stated that it was rude to treat him like that. Bran replied that he was the only one who behaved rudely. Moreover, he is not even an emperor yet, but he already demands respect for himself. That's impudent, the old man remarked. The whole chat was talking about the fact that finally, at least someone put this bastard in his place, but will everything be fine with him later? Others reminded that the emperor treats people with decent skills well, and Bran is one of the best magical engineers in the empire. The master also said that if the prince wanted to earn his respect, then maybe he shouldn't have staged a booth right in front of his workshop. The chat only raised the stakes, claiming that this guy is just awesome. He's not just awesome, he's a legend. Cedric realized that he would never forget such humiliation in front of this pathetic engineer, thinking about how this idiot dared to scold him in front of Simon. The old man replied that let the prince do what he wants, even if he spits on his grave he won't care. But as a last will, he asked that something be engraved on the tombstone. Soon the prince started smoking. Although Simon did not approve of smoking, realizing that it was harmful, at that moment even he began to get more and more angry. He thought that as soon as he became emperor, he would immediately finish off this old man first and watch how he spoke with his severed head. Finally, the prince said that he could no longer be in this place. He was disgusted to be near such an old man. To which the master replied, "Whatever you say, you disgusting mediocrity." He too was disgusted to stare at his face, so don't appear in such a place again. The young man thanked the old man for his help, to which he replied that he seemed to be helping. He was just pissed off that they had been making noise since the very morning and were distracting him from all sorts of business. The boy decided to ask him for something, to which the old man asked, "If this is an order to kill the first prince, then he refuses." The boy said no, he wanted to ask something else. Bran replied that if he had insisted, he might have changed his mind. But if he wants to look around, let him go and do it. The young man apologized for intruding into this wonderful place, reflecting that he did not seem to have made a bad impression on the old man. After walking a little further, Simon noticed that this was a typical magical engineer's workshop. The smell of oil and other things was everywhere. The chat started telling Alex that he was doing everything they told him not to do. The other replied that he was clearly doing better than them anyway, so let him do what he wants. And a third asked if he was parodying the old man. The young man noticed that the system wrote something unusual to him. He had just entered the territory of a character associated with magical engineering, and the skills associated with it were available for purchase. The boy understood that perhaps this was due to the fact that his character had a different specialization, and all skills not related to his main profession were terribly expensive. The chat wrote to him that just the names of the skills made his head spin, and another added that he also bought it. But then he vomited after starting to study, also from dizziness. Soon the boy finally bought the skills, and the chat went into a rage, believing that he should not have done this. One of them even demanded that the money be returned. While everyone was writing that he didn't understand what he had done, the young man realized they just didn't understand the meaning of these skills. So he decided to kick some people from the chat because they were annoying him, thinking he could use them as a case study. And then he used the skill book, and it got better each time. He realized that he now had the first level of the basic skill of a magical engineer. But after leveling up, he felt like he was going to vomit from learning 4 skills at once. He didn't feel like he understood them, but rather just remembered them. Having swallowed back what he wanted to throw out, he realized that this was wildly disgusting. But it's okay. Even with incomplete knowledge, he will be able to imitate skills if he doesn't have to create them from scratch. After thinking for a while, he realized that now he would need to raise the level of his skills. Then the chat decided to say that, okay, let him do what he wants. Although one of them wrote that what difference does it make now, because he still doesn't listen to them. The boy heard someone knocking on the door and thought that he would stay in the workshop for a while. So he knocked before entering, realizing that now he would have to start. The old man came out from behind the door and asked what the boy wanted from him. The boy replied that he wanted to ask for a favor. Chat noticed that since when did he become so polite? Because in addition to the fact that Bran is a respected imperial logic engineer, he also comes from a noble family. The master invited him to pass, to which the young man politely apologized for the intrusion. At this moment, Cedric walked through the imperial corridors, remembering that he had heard about Simon's meeting with his father in the morning. He thought that he might be hiding something and plucked up his courage. But overall, he had not changed at all since last time. The boy thought about Simon. Poor thing, it would be better if he continued to sit in his little room. But now he will watch the coronation from the grave. Bran asked what he forgot in such a place. The boy replied that he would like to use the workshop. The old man said that if he was just going to play, then no, magical engineering is not a playground. But the young man objected that he had a basic understanding of the subject, so there was no need to worry. And, although it's a little awkward to talk about it, he also has a basic knowledge of thermodynamics and mechanics of materials. The master became interested, very interested. Maybe the kid isn't so bad after all. Bran asked to wait a second. The engineer then extended his hand to him and asked if he could interpret it. The boy replied that he would try. Bran invited him to sit down and not be shy. He then showed a circle often used to create a material called brass and challenged the boy to solve it. The young man thought, brass is used as a replacement for steel, and 3 materials are used in the circle. The boy began to write so diligently that the old man realized that he clearly understood this. Soon the boy finished and said it was ready. Bran approached him and noticed that the answer was only half correct, to which the young man was upset. Does that mean he can't use the workshop? The master objected that not at all. Even if the answer is only half correct, the interpretation is quite tolerable, so he can try. Therefore, he said that the boy could use the workshop as much as he wanted. The main thing was not to destroy anything. But the old man also advised that a young guy like him, especially a prince, should not get too involved in magical engineering. The young man grinned and said that he was counting on his instructions. The master replied that he was doing everything to prevent the first prince from even getting close here. The young man thought that now nothing would distract him from studying magical engineering. The prince asked to step into his position if it became a little boring. Chat noted that this is his wish and there is nothing they can do about it. Besides, they still can't leave this stream until he leaves the 5th floor. A few days passed like this and everything was quite good. Simon watched as Harvey slept and seemed to be feeling better every day. The boy, of course, had a lot to do, and he studied and worked in the workshop. Soon the day came when almost everything was over, and the butler called the prince to him. Rick reported that the emperor had been killed. The young man understood that the 5th day had come, and now he must be ready. The whole chat rejoiced. Freedom has finally arrived, and goodbye, magical engineering, forever. The boy asked who the suspect was, to which Rick replied, "That remains to be seen. The investigation has not yet begun." One of the representatives of the human race told the second prince, Simon Toprax, that he would answer to the law and God. The butler asked what it all meant. He replied that he was arresting the murderer of Emperor Arthur Toprax. Soon, Simon was shackled. Due to the exceptional nature of the situation, the criminal was urged to confess his sins right in the courtroom. The boy understood that the hearing had not yet begun, and he had already been declared a criminal. He was sure that the accuser was one of the first prince's men. He immediately shouted to take the criminal away. The butler was indignant. "What is happening? Let them wait a little. They can't detain Simon without evidence." The situation developed exactly the same as in the dream that Alex had, and it all started again with the trial. The gentleman said that he understood that high nobility was present at the trial. However, the Astrod court judges everyone fairly. The young man realized that the secretary's words and their order completely coincided with his speech in the video. Everything seemed predetermined. The gentleman asked me to introduce myself to him first. The young man assessed the situation and understood what Simon felt when they wanted to imprison him. The butler realized that the case was bad. They had no evidence of Simon's innocence, but the prosecution had no evidence of his guilt. What should I do? Most of the nobles in the hall were on the side of the first prince. Simon was dragged here by force, where there are no allies of his, and he is obviously considered a criminal. But it was a little strange that he continued to stand in this position without fear. Is there really a way for him to get out of this situation? The butler wondered. Mr. Judge said that since the fact of the crime was confirmed, the question of the identity of the suspect does not come before the court, and the lawyer will not be present at the trial. Simon agreed with this. The judge continued. The crime occurred as follows. At 2 a.m., Prince Toprax went to the sleeping emperor's room, asked for an audience, and talked with him in the waiting room for about 30 minutes. The judge asked the witness if he could confirm what was said, to which he answered in the affirmative. The young man understood. This is it. When the sounds stopped coming from the reception area, the night guards opened the door with suspicion. He realized that this trial was just a staging, so that the chances of indicting and eliminating his opponent were as high as possible. The court turned to Simon, the second prince. He looked at the speaker and prepared to listen. The gentleman said that according to the investigation into the cause of death, the powder of paw leaves, which the emperor enjoyed drinking with, was found on the clothes of the second prince. He asked if the prince had any objections or additions to what was said. The judge clarified, he will listen if the prince agrees. The boy said that he did not kill his father, the emperor, because it was dishonorable. One of those who wanted to imprison him was indignant. It was disgusting and tasteless. He repeated the emperor's favorite phrase, "Where is the evidence for his words? If they are not, the trial is over." The boy replied that he had no evidence, but there was a witness, and he will give his head to be cut off if they cast even a shadow of doubt on the witness's words. The prosecutor said, since this is his last wish before death, they will listen. Let him call this witness. Soon everyone was surprised by what they saw, not understanding how this was possible. They were told that the witness had abandoned them, and then the trial. But the man standing in front of them is simply unthinkable, they thought. At that moment, the emperor himself, who was considered dead, arrived. People couldn't believe it. They were confused, thinking, this can't be, what nonsense. They did not realize that the emperor was alive. Arthur, looking closely at those gathered, realized that they were very surprised that he was alive. So he said he was glad to see everyone in good health, and now he could see how well they had gotten along with the elephant over the past year. That same elephant could not understand how the emperor ended up here in the flesh. How did this happen? He only thought about what happened and why the emperor was alive. Arthur turned to Grand Duke Magnus. He looks better since our last meeting. To which he replied, of course, Emperor. However, Arthur remarked, since when did he have to look up to him? At this, Magnus stood in a stupor, realizing that if he didn't come down or do something like that now, he would die. So he immediately went downstairs to do everything as ordered. He stood right in front of the emperor and bowing, said that he really didn't want this. Everyone told Arthur that in the name of the honor of the empire and for the good of the inhabitants living according to the will of God, they humbly bow before him. Arthur turned to the young man, realizing that the plan was perfect. Simon realized that the emperor was having fun, or so he thought. Walking past them, Arthur said that there were places in the empire where there was much more arrogance than humanity. So he approached the main culprit. He said he saw only a pathetic disappointment that he never expected to see after all these years. The emperor asked whether it would be improper for the Grand Duke to wipe the dust from the floor in front of so many people. Chat wondered what he was even watching. The king approached Magnus and told him to listen to him. He replied that he would listen now. Arthur asked who should sit on the throne. Magnus replied, His Majesty Arthur. The gentleman said that it means there is nothing to worry about if he makes a final verdict. Magnus agreed. It was his will. Arthur noticed that they all suddenly became gloomy. Sitting down at the table, he said that his presentation had been delayed, and it was time to begin a normal hearing, as befits a court. Also, looking at them all, he asked Secretary Crowds to briefly voice the general points about what happened, to which he looked at him and said that he should not have cooperated with Magnus since he asked to take care of him, the Grand Duke. Magnus, in turn, told him to trust him and decided to give him a small gift as a token of gratitude, thereby bribing the secretary. The secretary wanted to continue, but realized that he trusted Grand Duke Magnus, and this is what happened in the end. The king noticed that he was of no use, and then he turned to Kane, to which he replied, "Yes, sir." Arthur asked him to briefly tell him what he had missed during this time. Kane replied that the second prince, Simon Toprax, was currently under arrest on charges of murdering the emperor, and the accused was now given the right to call a witness. To which Arthur said that he was ready to render a verdict in this case, not guilty. After that, he asked if there were any objections, and of course, everyone answered that there was no. This was his wise decision, Your Majesty. Then he began to speak. Judging by the events that took place in his absence, Grand Duke Magnus did a lot of things. From this moment on, he removes from him the powers of a judge, blessed by the goddess of justice. He also asked the Duke if he agreed to such conditions, to which he, of course, answered the Emperor yes. Arthur said that was good, and now he can do what he wants. First, he vowed to judge impartially, without relying on emotions. Having struck once, all the spectators realized, wow, what is he even looking at? Then the Emperor continued. Secondly, he told him to monitor other nobles and public opinion, which he, of course, did not do. And finally, thirdly, he teamed up with the elephant and became the rat devouring the empire. Arthur is truly disappointed in him and his actions. Magnus told His Majesty that it was a big misunderstanding, and he lost sleep worrying that the villagers would starve. Arthur replied, "That's why he signed a document raising prices for 10 types of grain this year, approved it, and sent it to the elephant?" Magnus was surprised. How did he know? Arthur said that he did not see an ounce of remorse or responsibility in his words. He also named the 4th Grand Master Alec and the 5th Grand Master Lenny. The Emperor declared that from now on, Magnus was a criminal of the first class and ordered him to be taken away like a dog and locked up somewhere in a dungeon. To which he said, "They are idiots! How dare you do this, Emperor? I swear it's someone's conspiracy. Your Majesty, this is just a big misunderstanding." Arthur looked at him, realizing that he was already sick of these lies. Therefore, he decided to remain silent. Magnus, in turn, only insisted that he be released immediately. Arthur thought, it means a conspiracy? Yes, he listened to the conspiracy that Simon told about. Meanwhile, 4 days ago, in the Emperor's reception room, before this incident, the king said that he was asking him to kill himself. The boy asked, what exactly? Arthur told him to keep talking more. He replied that he was running out of patience to watch his brother's pathetic actions. The Emperor asked what this had to do with his death. The young man said that if he died, his brother, based on his character, would try to eliminate Simon simply for being an eyesore. The gentleman asked to continue, what will happen next? The boy added that such behavior is akin to childishness. Before this, his brother will want to publicly humiliate him by blaming him for the death of the Emperor and holding an open hearing. Arthur said that in that case Simon would give up. He has some kind of plan, since he can say so, and to overcome this situation, you will need... The young man replied that he actually had a plan that could work. The Emperor said that it was time to conclude this trial and release Simon from custody. In addition, the king ordered the arrest of the first prince, Cedric Toprax, for attempting to assassinate the Emperor. Cedric started screaming to be let go and saying that he would be the one complaining. This guy was clearly not behaving in the best way and asked, what, is he dealing with deaf people? While the guards were bringing Cedric, the chat noted how atmospheric it looked and what was different from how Alex was detained. In addition, they noticed that they didn't even handcuff him. The first prince told his father that this was all part of that fool Simon's evil plan. The gentleman asked him if he now looked like his father. In addition, he asked why the prince did not call him by name with respect. Cedric suddenly came to his senses and said, "Forgive someone like him, His Majesty." Chat wrote that this was much better and joked about whether the prince had wet his pants. While Cedric turned around and looked at Simon, he thought, let him freak out. It won't help him anyway. At that moment, Alex received a donation from Luca for as much as 500 coins. In the message, Luca asked Alex for forgiveness and stole this money as an apology. He felt really bad for yelling at Alex for choosing magical engineering. He asked to forgive him and really wanted Alex to unban him in the chat. The boy read all this and happily decided to unban Luca. The king said that now they could begin the trial, when suddenly Simon asked to wait. The young man said that he had recently stood behind the accused's stand, and if he is asked if he feels insulted, he will answer in the affirmative. All the people were surprised that he interrupted the emperor. They thought he would be in trouble. Arthur told the second prince to continue his monologue if he wanted to. Simon thanked him and said that, based on the above, he would like to personally prove the guilt of Cedric Toprax and bring the true criminal to light. The emperor became very interested and gave Simon permission to do so. All the spectators were shocked by what this boy wanted to do. The young man began to speak, thanking the emperor for the opportunity. He thought, yes, it's hard to believe this, but if in front of him was the emperor whom everyone knows, he would quickly get him out of here for such a liberty. But that's the whole point of the plan. So the boy decided to say, "So, defendant, we are starting the hearing of the case of Cedric Toprax." He asked if that was his name, to which Cedric was indignant. How dare he say that? Simon decided to repeat the question. The boy said that, according to the law created by the will of God, failure to answer can lead to a decision without consideration of the case. So he asks him to answer the question. Cedric reluctantly confirmed that his name was Cedric Toprax. The boy decided to immediately move on to the main question. Did he attempt to kill the emperor? Cedric fell silent. Simon asked again, was he trying to kill the emperor? To which the prince hit the table and exclaimed, "What kind of nonsense is he talking about?" The young man asked if he had evidence to refute the accusation. The prince only realized that no. The boy thought that under normal circumstances the demand to present evidence of innocence would be at least ridiculous, but he was well aware of how Cedric would react under such pressure. And, as expected, he began to laugh madly. The second prince said that this impudent fool means he wants proof. He asked again with a crazy look. Evidence, right? And he added that he was touched by Simon's attempts to imitate the emperor. Cedric asked what Simon would do if he was so self-confident. The young man asked if Cedric himself wanted to take the place of the emperor. Placing his hand on his shoulder, Cedric said that he did not know who put Simon up to this. But if right now he fell to his knees and began to beg for forgiveness, then maybe Cedric would even take pity on him. To which Simon removed his hand and said that there was a trial going on now, so don't let him interfere. He thought that if that innocent and easily manipulated Simon stood in front of him, he would believe his brother. I remember a story from 944 February 19th. It was Simon's birthday. Everything was fine. He said that his father had been sad lately and asked his brother what he should do to meet his expectations. Then the brother smiled widely and said that his father loved magical animals, so he would be very happy if Simon gave him one for his birthday. It was then that Simon asked his father for a magical animal as a gift, but received a slap in the face instead. The next day the butler asked in surprise what happened, to which Simon said not to worry, and promised to find out what went wrong. And for some reason, his attempts to calm the tears only flowed harder. In addition, Simon once created a secret space under his room without his father's knowledge and offered a gold coin to Fordric for his help. But he did not accept it. Simon thought that in the future he would give him many magical animals, and today he would sleep peacefully. Later, on February 29th, the secret space was gradually filled with magical animals and all sorts of exotic beasts. But for some reason, Fordric said to keep it a secret from his father. He'll like these animals. At least that's what Simon thought then. And so, on May 12th, he simply could not believe it. His father found the magical animals that Simon had hidden and became terribly angry with him. At that moment, the young man was trembling, having received an order from him to burn them with his own hands. Simon didn't understand how his father even knew about this place. And suddenly the boy realized he hadn't told anyone except his brother. Did Fordric really tell? Simon thought this couldn't be true. He didn't want to think about it anymore. Finally, on May 23rd, he burned all the magical animals to ashes with his own hands, and he went to a bar where no one could recognize him and drank himself into unconsciousness. Then he promised himself to raise magical animals again, but not to tell his brother about it anymore. He understood that hunters of magical beasts were sitting next to him and boasting about the results of today's hunt. Without noticing it, he threw the mug and screamed. Suddenly, after the beating, Rick the butler found himself next to him. He could no longer trust anyone, so he began to sit completely alone with these lonely animals. It seemed to him that magical animals were better than any other human likeness. The boy decided to say that they would now continue the trial. Cedric replied that it was fine, he would listen to the evidence. He decided to call the beastman who was hunting his adopted one as a witness. The boy said that it's good. If that's the case, let the witness take his place. He stated that he would ask the question to the guards himself. Taking out the ring, he asked who the guard had seen with his own eyes. He quietly replied that he was the adopted emperor. He realized that he had a ring that controlled the beastmen. Now it was easier than ever to control their speech. The second prince also thought that the one who would lose today was only Simon. The beast said that Prince Cedric Toprax was there. Suddenly, someone was surprised and did not understand what he had just said. The guard said that, blessed by the goddess of victory Eniana, with all the honor of a knight he confidently declares, it was Prince Cedric Toprax on that very day and time. The boy was surprised that he decided to tell the truth. He couldn't imagine that this had just happened. This simply cannot be. The emperor said that he looked like he was upset about something right now. Let him tell him what exactly is bothering him. The second prince understood that if the real control ring was now in the hands of the emperor, he would not be able to do anything. Having given up his hands, he realized that now everything was lost for him, and he would not be able to achieve anything. Soon the fake ring simply fell to the ground. Someone picked up this ring, realizing that it was an absolute copy. This young man turned out to be Simon, who said that he himself secured evidence of his guilt, only confirming their guesses. The boy realized that he might not be able to get out of this situation. Simon continued to say that he was accused of attempting to assassinate the emperor, and that was the end of it. The young man turned to the emperor and said that the ring that the defendant kept with him looked painfully familiar. He addressed His Majesty, stating that he had something to say about this. Arthur replied that, yes, the ring looked very familiar. It is identical in appearance to the ring with which he controls the beastmen which Master Bran created. Poe said it was a fake, made by a greedy student from stolen designs, and no match for the original created by his teacher. The emperor asked Cedric to stop belittling his name and finally start punishing him. Simon approached the judge, asking if he could make a final sentence if the judge was okay with it. He allowed it. The second prince objected that he did not accept this at all. He said that this court does not follow any rules. Cedric said that this arrogant idiot has no right to judge him or do anything here at all. He pointed at others, saying that they were acting like innocent lambs after they themselves took money from him. He won't accept any of this. The young man realized that the second prince had just lost his temper and even admitted to giving bribes. So the boy said that since he had come this far, let him ask the audience something. He began to ask if anyone present wanted to come forward to defend the second prince, Cedric Toprax. All these people just looked at him and didn't pay any attention. It was clear that they never trusted this prince, because they only worked with him for the sake of money. The boy said that since no one wants to, then, with the judge's permission, he will pronounce the final sentence on his own brother. In his thoughts, Alex understood that Cedric was a poor guy, from whom his comrades, bought with money, turned their backs at the most crucial moment. The outcome is obvious. Simon said that since the accusations of assassination were confirmed, let Cedric Toprax be arrested immediately. They began to detain him, and he shouted that they were all crazy and should let him go immediately. The young man approached the judge, asking if he could give him a message before the criminal was taken away. The judge asked why. The boy explained that he had been falsely accused, and he would like to make up for it a little. King Arthur allowed the young man because it would be fair. Alex thanked him. At this moment, the second prince was indignant. How dare he? To which Arthur replied that Alex should do whatever he wants. The boy immediately approached his brother and warned him that he should take this as pure retribution for everything he had done to him. And yet maybe it hurts a little, because this is already too pure and brotherly, like punishment. The next moment he gave his brother a good blow for all his atrocities. The entire chat said that he went all out for the shot. His hand even lit up. Before the blow, he said what it was for. First, Cedric laughed in the face of the imperial law and the goddess of justice. Secondly, he used his title for his own benefit, which is disappointing. And finally, thirdly, out of his own greed, which now, as the boy thinks, led him to this. And last but not least, he tried to kill their father, which causes not disappointment, but real disgust. In addition, then the boy spent his precious amulet, put it on the king, and thereby he was able to be reborn. After this, the young man said that the message had been conveyed, and now the real verdict was in his direction. Simon announced that the first prince of the empire, Cedric Toprax, had committed a crime unacceptable for a prince. All residents must learn about his sins, which is why the criminal must be tied to horses and dragged through the settlements. The young man bowed to the master and said that they were asking the gods for justice and forgiveness. Let the court and the judge pronounce a fair verdict. From that moment he finished and declared to the emperor. In addition, the young man understood that he was one step away from his chosen ending. Arthur said that this decision was fair, and asked what the others thought about it. Everyone stood up and said that the point had been resolved, and they had no objections to this decision. The king said that it was good. In that case, he would announce the verdict that way. He announced that the trial was over and Cedric Tropox was to be tied to the horses. Let them, having cut off the head of a corpse, hang it at the highest point of each city for a month. Arnishka said that this was simply an unbearable sentence, and it was all a setup. While he was saying this, Arthur continued to insist that everyone is equal before imperial law, and that's all. The emperor announced that those present could disperse. The boy asked to stop him, saying that he wanted to say something to His Majesty. The boy added that since the trial was over, could he talk to him as the second prince and not as an investigator? The emperor thought for a moment and asked whether this was related to the trial or not. The boy replied that no, but this should be voiced right now, and he would like to express his thought. The emperor agreed to listen to him. The young man apologized for talking about an unrelated topic, but the reason he wanted to voice it now is because in this room there are people who are moving their empire to prosperity. The king asked, "And what next?" The boy dared to say that he would approach the gods who were watching him from above. He would like to become the son of the astrologer empire and asks for permission. In the face of God, in the astral plane under the name of the astral empire, stands the center of this world. He turns to the one higher power, the son of the empire, the emperor, and asks to become the next emperor, asking him to resign. Arthur laughed and said that this was a very funny decision. Approaching him, he said that the words of the future second prince, who is now most likely considered the only one, lack credibility and justification. But for the first time he liked this demand. Therefore, the king, turning to the people, asked for forgiveness from the gentleman, since he did not think that this would happen in such a place. The emperor said that this would be the last order from Arturus as emperor for a while. He gives the title of Emperor Astrad to the second prince, Simon Toprax. All the people began to rise and clap for him. At that moment, the boy understood that it was finally over, although not the way he wanted. But suddenly something wrong happened, and time seemed to stand still for him. He realized that everything around him froze in place and nothing was happening. Is it really all over and time is also running out? Taking a closer look, he noticed that everything was disappearing, including him. The young man began to understand. Was there really an administrator somewhere next to him right now? The boy noticed the system, which congratulated him on successfully completing the 5th floor. Alex immediately asked if the administrator was talking to him now. The system answered, yes. The boy asked what the administrator needed from him to end this story in such a way. The administrator said that later, the guy would become an administrator. Then he was asked if he would become an administrator and rule this system. The guy decided to ask in turn, realizing that if all this did not stop, it would be very bad. Since there were many messages appearing and flashing right in front of him, he could not ignore them all this time. In addition, the system decided to add what if he refuses. In this case, he will have only one option, death. The young man shouted that he was refusing this. Suddenly, a gloomy room appeared around him, which became darker and dimmer every moment. The system continued to say that he was not at all worried about his own future. To this, the boy replied that if he refuses, then it turns out that the system will kill him. The system wrote that he would be on the 10th floor and sent him a message that there was still time left. If he clicks yes, he will automatically move to the 6th floor after the time runs out. Soon he returned back and could not understand what had just happened. The chat started writing to him that he was the only one who had just been thrown out, and they said that he was finally back. Arthur approached him and asked the future emperor what he wanted. He was surprised whether the young man really wanted to say something now, but the young man just looked at him with a surprised face and did not know what to say in response, because he was very surprised by recent events. The young man decided to apologize for his behavior, to which Arthur said that from now on it was not his status to apologize. The former king told him that now he was definitely not the emperor in these parts. He continued that now it is the young man who becomes the emperor. The boy replied that he would take this into account and appreciate this opportunity, after which Arthur hugged him and said that today they would celebrate. He asked who wants to drink, because they cannot miss such a wonderful opportunity. The entire chat was about how this king is so friendly it's hard to believe. Meanwhile, somewhere in the evening in their kingdom, And also the guards and that streamer began to lead the prince, who simply could not believe it. He thought that this didn't make any sense. Suddenly, the boy noticed that the one watching him decided to laugh at him and asked if he really understood how pathetic he was. The observer, in turn, covered his face, saying that now there is no time for this because of that streamer. Everyone else was saying, "When will this boring stream end?" The young man laughed and told the chat not to do that to him. He thought that these guys were unfair, but they had once told him to trust them, after which he suddenly saw that the system had written something unusual to him. It was said that a knight named Streamer had just won, so the young man lost. His opponent reached the goal first and received the Emperor of Astrod ending. While the boy did not understand what had happened, the system continued to say that since he could not reach the end, he would feel the end of the world with his whole body. The boy realized that most likely this NPC had become much stronger than he was before. Meanwhile, Simon was doing quite well, just walking around the kingdom. The system told him he had 1 day and 11 hours left. All the ordinary citizens worshipped him and greeted his majesty. Chat said, "Let Alex at least look at them, otherwise they look kind of ugly." Another user noticed that before they didn't put him in the best position, but now they've changed their shoes because of their status. The boy suddenly began to think that the holiday was already over. The young man understood that he had received permission from the emperor, or rather Arthur Raddick. But first, he needed to finish with something, and only then go to the table. In the meantime, he decided to come to one of the rooms and open the doors there. After walking a little more, he was able to discover quite beautiful paintings that were very well drawn by other artists. The young man continued on his way while the chat talked about what he was up to. In general, they said that there, you see, the emperor wanted to have a drink with him. And what did he forget in such a place? The boy decided to say that it just seemed to him that he should have come to this place in the first place. Meanwhile, before this event, Alex watched all the videos that were sent to him earlier. Alex empathized very much with the character Simon and thought about what a sad ending he had. The boy realized very well what a poor fellow he had come across. He thought that if he got to the 5th floor, he would definitely help him so that this wouldn't be the end. He will come out in support of him, and everything will be fine. That's exactly what happened. True, then he meant that he would be an ordinary character who would help, and not exactly what he would become. He understood that they were waiting for him now, so it was time to go. To this, the chat decided to tell him to just knock back one drink, give up on them, and move on to the 6th floor. The boy understood that, as the audience said, "This world is not real, and it's all just a dummy," but it seemed amazing to him, at least to our main character. He is no Simon, but he hopes that now he will be happy in this even imaginary world. After which he went into one of the rooms, realizing that now he would have to celebrate this rather good final test, which he had achieved himself. The next morning the boy was lying on the bed and all his things were scattered around the room. He felt very well and only asked for some water to be brought to him. Chat decided to say that he really woke up. His Majesty said that he got drunk normally then. When they asked how he got so drunk, the boy recalled that he had gone too far at the evening celebration. Moreover, he could not refuse when they offered him. They all said that it was very bad for the emperor to refuse to drink, so let him drink to the bottom. The young man realized that they really were demons, since they forced him to drink. Someone even felt quite nauseous after that day and understood that alcohol was the worst thing he could imagine. The chat decided to write to him that if he was going to vomit, then he shouldn't do it in front of them. Soon the boy decided to turn off the chat and said that no matter what happens, there won't really be a disaster. In addition, the stealth mode turns off the video, stopping the chat from being active, but there is no sound either. While viewers were asking what else he would do in this world, they also decided to say that if he defeated another streamer and reached the ending, then he could, in principle, leave this world. In addition, one of them suggested using the coins that he had donated to him the day before. The boy remembered about the coins and decided to say that I'm sorry, but he doesn't remember a damn thing about that day. To which they decided to say that now they see. He said that if they send him a donation, then while he is drunk, he will not remember anything later. The boy decided to say that his brain simply doesn't handle such situations. Suddenly, someone was able to notice that he had earned as much as 16,500 coins. Therefore, I decided to bow before them and ask how much they had donated yesterday. That very first user decided to sponsor him for another 10,000 coins, praised him, and said that he did a great job. The young man was really surprised at that moment because he did not think that anyone could pay such a large amount. The chat decided to write, "Wow, he will donate," as if it were just pennies for him. The young man decided to bow to that user, expressing great gratitude. He will try even harder, thinking that he has finally been recognized. Since people donated so much on the 5th floor, it means he did his best. The boy also decided to say that he would visit a couple more places and finish the 5th floor. The audience responded that he should go ahead and, most importantly, take the awards. Soon he decided to go to Arthur and said that he was coming to see him. The king did not expect to see Simon so early, thinking that he would lie around all day with a hangover, to which the boy replied that he finally saw him, and added that at first it was like that, but then he was still able to control himself. His father said that he should have rested a little longer because he had a lot to prepare for soon. But the young man replied that everything was fine. You should meet him first, and only then do everything else. That's pretty much what he thought. Arthur said it looked like he wanted to tell him something, right? The boy replied that this was nonsense, but he had recently reread the diary and wanted to ask something. He asked what happened as a child when he was caught with magical animals. The father reacted extremely negatively, but this is not what worries him. He decided to ask why he did that then and how he angered him. His father replied, "Wow, he still doesn't know about it." And he said that it seems Fordrick never told him about everything in more detail. In that case, he decided that there was no longer any reason to hide it from him. The fact is that he was able to look at his unusual collection of magical animals, and I saw animals among them, ready to go mad at any moment. The boy could not even imagine that crazed animals would exist in his cages. That's how it is. To which Arthur also added that he thought it was due to his lack of experience in raising magical animals. But he soon realized that it turned out that this was the work of someone else. And he thinks that now he himself understands who he means, since he was tormented by mixed emotions. But there was a reason for them. Arthur said that he saw his mother in him, and this pathetic behavior that made him so easy to manipulate. That's why he couldn't bear it then. After which Arthur said that if he had satisfied his curiosity, then in that case he could go. He actually has a busy schedule and is unable to waste time. The young man in turn replied that yes, he would come see him someday. After he started to leave, the boy suddenly wanted to tell his father something else. He thanked him and said thank you for raising and loving that disgusting Simon to the very end. Raising the book to his face, he realized that this prince had already changed too much after becoming an emperor. But still, no matter how you look at it, he still has a lot to learn. The boy decided to tell the audience that they had just closed this plot hole, but he would have to say goodbye to someone else, and then he could return. The chat also asked if he could take one of the knight's weapons, since physical strength is very important to him at the beginning of the game, to which he replied that he did not want to do this. The young man told them that magical engineering was a cool topic. For them it was true. To which they replied that yes, but only for him. The master said, "So, who is it that is coming to him?" It was just like the son of the empire came from top to bottom. The boy replied that he had come to express his gratitude and ask how his health was in general. To which he replied that he should leave his senseless worry about him, since everything is fine with him. But even so, the old man also said that he lost to him in the battle with drinking. My nose hasn't grown up to worry about him yet. To which the young man replied that apparently, yes, but he asks for forgiveness for having crossed the line after all. He said, "Oh my God, come on. Done with the lyrics? Well, fine. He came for the gloves he made once, right?" To which the boy replied that yes, he would need them. The old man said that the thing he was able to grab into those gloves was a little unstable, so let him be careful with her. Moreover, he doesn't know why he needs this dangerous thing, but let him take it and carry it for his health. To which the young man replied, "Thank you for your concern," to the old man. He turned around, looked at him and said, "Please let him stay healthy and create many more good inventions." To which the young man shouted, "What is he doing here?" The old man replied that the emperor was bowing to him and how low it was for him to even look at it. The master also said, who would have thought that they might not see each other again? Yes, some kind of nonsense. Soon the young man took all the equipment and began to go to his room. He understood that after the end of the test, all this would disappear, and he should hurry up with all this. In addition, he realizes that Simon's unjust death will again become part of history, and hopes that the time spent on the 5th floor had at least some meaning. Meanwhile, at the same time on the 3rd floor, now one of the other boys started to get up and said, "Phew, guys, why is it so hot in these places?" he asked, and it also turned out to be a user named Jin. The chat told him that he himself chose high difficulty. If you don't like something, then just let him die or something. After which he replied that they would not wait and asked where the portal was, to which the chat decided to ask if this guy is really blind. The boy, having opened the scroll, thought that these are insensitive people. After all, he is actually risking his life on this, not them. There was a similar story, rewritten, which said that in the year 957 of the Astraud Empire, for the first time in history, a just ruler without hundreds of wrongdoings, as well as a wise emperor full of courage, ascended the throne. All the inhabitants praised him as great, and the nobles bowed in fear and respect to him. Chat asked how this could be, because there was a completely different story. Everyone said that happy celebrations were heard throughout the empire. Moreover, if a wanderer reads this text, they are implored to never play with the good heart of their emperor. Chat asked if anyone had seen this text before, to which they replied that this was most likely some kind of nonsense. This simply cannot happen. Whoever signed it is Fordrick. It was he who signed out all the other books, and he did quite well. The young man realized that since they had already finished, he should check on how Harvey was doing there. The boy decided to yell at the whole kingdom, "Fordrick, come to him!" To which the chat said, "Lord God, why is he screaming like that?" He immediately approached him and asked if he had really named him. The boy asked if he found out why the Harveys were in such a state, to which he replied that, not yet. But he has a few guesses, since they have no symptoms of madness and there are no anomalies observed at the moment, so he doesn't have to worry about them. Simon said that was fine in that case and he could go. But Fordrick listened to him and realized that it was good. He would immediately carry out his instructions. The boy understood that since no problem was found, he would go and take these cute Harveys. To which the chat said that the best emperor decided to take the animals with him. The boy approached them and asked how they were feeling. They were happy to see him again after so long. Chat said they are completely fine now. The young man began to open their cages and said that he would open them now, but it seemed that Fordrick had taken good care of them. As soon as he opened them, they immediately pounced on him with joy and a smile on their face. Harvey was finally able to come to them because they thought he had forgotten about them. The boy continued to stroke Harvey and said, "Well, who is the good Harvey here?" To which he only rejoiced at such events. Viewers wrote that they were even a little jealous of this guy. Taking Harvey in his arms, the boy said that he thought he should finish what he was doing. That is why he will turn off the chat for a while. One of the users even wrote to him if he wanted to create chaos and fun in the last hours of his stay in this place, since he became the emperor. Soon he decided to let them go so that they could walk around his room in peace. While they were having fun and were near him, he decided to go to the table and take a closer look at the very gloves that he had been making for quite a long time. He realized that he had created this thing too unstable. And Bran just said that if he makes a mistake, he will put himself in danger. But he would have to try, even though it would be too difficult to deal with the magic circles. But even so, there were missteps. If he fixes one part and another one breaks, and he fixes it, something else will come out. And this is an endless circle of breakdowns, which makes us respect Reynold even more. Since it was this man named Reynold, who is the magical engineer he learned about from his video. And the history of magical engineering in the tower was divided into before and after its appearance. The young man understood that he himself was not some kind of genius, but he could not simply give up with folded hands. When suddenly he saw that his item started working and lit up, he wondered if he had just finished. So I decided to put it on my own hand. Having looked closely at it, he realized that in this form it could already be used. Soon he decided to wave this glove, and it was able to charge itself with energy. He clenched his fist and unclenched it, realizing that although there was a slight delay, but still, she was able to become more useful to him than he could have previously imagined. Suddenly, he became convinced that the system had opened and decided to warn him that he did not have much time left to remain in this world. And also, the system said that the chat pause time has ended and the chat will be turned on again. To which the young man decided to laugh and told them to forgive him because he needed to focus on all this. In addition, he thought that he had completely forgotten about them in fact. Chat decided to write to let him chat. The very first user said that he was not far from fainting, so let him go and feel the grass and take a walk in the sun. Soon the boy was able to transform back, and everything around him began to happen quite well. The system decided to tell him that he had reached the ending and passed the test, so he could go to the 6th floor. The young man suddenly discovered that a bunch of people began to join him, and they told him to accept them, the defectors. They said that the streamer introduced himself for them. In general, there were too many of them. The boy understood that many spectators had come from Tokarlo. He doesn't want to ruin the atmosphere in the chat, so he decided to say that he will turn off the chat for viewers who have been added within the last 12 hours. After which he told them all to calm down a little, because they would need to check the reward now. Clicking on the reward, he discovered that he had received a rather large gift. Because of this, someone did not even expect to see this. Soon, they sent him a bunch of different user donations and asked what kind of box was so huge, to which the boy replied that he would also raise the voting limit to 500 coins since there were too many of them. The boy understood that they would not immediately donate more than 500 coins, considering that they came from another stream, when suddenly a new user decided to donate as much as 1,000 coins to him. The voice message was, "That dear boy, is he really sleeping? He dreams of being able to write, and let him write, and also asks him to unban him." To which the young man replied that he would not allow it, then decided to say that he was opening the reward. Opening it, he discovered clothes, and the entire chat did not understand why his clothes suddenly spawned. They also give something cool, to which the first user decided to ask, perhaps this clothing has some abilities or properties. The boy decided to say that there were no options for obtaining additional information, so these were most likely ordinary clothes. But they were a little worried that the emperor, who changed the whole plot, got clothes that most likely no one needed. Smiling, looking straight at these clothes, he understood what was provoking him. So it's clear. He was well aware that this was a kind of message from the admin, because he was trying to say that he was the Alex in the video. Moreover, having folded these clothes, he understood that they were hinting that he would not be able to do whatever he wanted. It's clear enough to him. Harvey tried to eat this clothing thinking it was a rock, but realized that he was not eating at all. The boy decided to tell him not to eat it. The young man thinks that the next box will open, as there may be something more interesting there. The boy noticed that he got unusual boots. The system wrote that it was the leather shoes of the 7 Snake Master Lotto, but his rank was heroic. In addition, these boots had the following abilities: hardness control, size control, invisibility, and color-textured camouflage. The boy, to tell the truth, did not understand at all what the admins had in mind. All the viewers wrote that bro. He just got the heroic rank. The young man also understood that if there was a reason why no one on the stream was particularly surprised by heroic rank items, they were very difficult to control. Besides, he decided to say that he will show them how to run through Spider-Man, and it looks quite difficult. But I just wonder how dangerous it is to walk around in such similar items. The young man was well aware that he himself could not use them in the video, so he had to watch lessons from others. In addition, when I tried to put them on, they changed dramatically from those boots to other sneakers. Viewers said that they were already sad to see how he wears these sneakers without much effort. The young man decided to say that he thought everything would be all right, but he himself suspected that their only drawback was their bad reputation. And most likely, the fact that he carried a mana stone helps him. After rummaging around in the box a little more, he also found another 5,000 coins in addition. Viewers wrote that, why do they think that 5,000 is now not enough? They also said that it was the first time they had seen someone collect 20k coins after completing the 5th floor, thought that he was considering other skills to learn. But with so many coins, he would be able to buy that at level 10. Now it's time for the 6th floor to be a group challenge. The boy, looking at Harvey, understood that they would be furious if his Harvey was somewhere. Therefore, he should be somewhat more careful with them. I also thought about having them climb into the backpack with the kids, since on the further journey, there will not be the best environment. They all began to push in there one by one with a joyful face, and the young man understood that since they all liked it, then everything was fine. However, that's why he didn't want to hesitate. Each time the young man decided to go further, thinking that no matter what would happen there, he would have to try as much as the audience wanted. Soon some allies appeared, and the system decided to tell the guy, Welcome to the forests of evil spirits. Let him get rid of the enemies that appear right in front of him, and he also has a whole hour left before the first wave. One of these adventurers decided to say that, well, let him now explain about the test. When I suddenly noticed a stranger, this same stranger turned out to be our main character, and they decided to ask if he was with them. The boy decided to say, "Hey, isn't he cold in such clothes? They actually have a fire here. Let him come closer." The viewer decided to say that he is, and does not think that this muscular guy is not to his liking. The boy said that it looked like he was the last participant, and it was nice to meet them, with guys like them. Alex understood that the muscular guy was a knight, and the man next to him, apparently, was a magician, he began to assume. But as for this girl, the boy clearly didn't know what to answer her. When suddenly someone decided to ask why he was staring at her like that, to which the young man was now a little surprised. The girl added, "Did he see a person for the first time, or what?" The boy replied, "Forgive him. He just has an interesting mask," so he was surprised. He thought about what he already knew, but her character was so rude that he felt sad. Viewers in the chat wrote, "Who else is this? How dare she talk to the emperor like that?" One of the users decided to laugh. The knight said, "Hey, whether they like it or not, they must pass the test together, so he hopes they're not going to fight right now. After all, since a new person has joined them, they should introduce themselves first." Therefore, to begin with, he decided to say that his name was Chaburik. More precisely, he had such a nickname, or the groom. He is also 26 years old and works as a health coach. He decided to say the same thing. As they can't see, he is a knight and chose high difficulty, so he received the role of Great Swordmaster. And also at the 5th level, one could rely on his skills. And then I decided to tell him that his name is Chili and he is a magician. And he will also fulfill his role as it should, so don't worry about him, since, as he said earlier, he will not substitute himself for anyone. So as soon as everything is over, they can disperse, like ships at sea. Alex was well aware that, judging by the relationship between them, some kind of disagreement had arisen. The knight said, "Okay, and now it's the student's turn." The girl decided to clench her fist and say that her name is Lilia, and she cannot go into details. But she has learned a little about how to hit and take hits. How suddenly they decided to say, "And the last guy? What's his name?" To which the boy replied that his name was Alex, and in the real world he worked as a salesman in a store. Plus, he's a magical engineer. The knight decided to shout, "What? This is the most crappy profession! After all, magical engineers don't fight on the front lines, right?" In addition, he asked, "Damn, what was he even thinking about then?" And perhaps his audience, the villains, didn't tell him about this. To which the boy replied that no, he made this decision himself. He thought about the fact that this is how his viewers tried to convince him of this, and he, it's crazy, chose exactly this. The girl said, "And why is this important? The 3 of them can do it together. Why worry so much? Besides, old man, he worries too much about trifles." The boy decided to tell her that maybe she doesn't understand because of her age, but still. To which the girl thought that magical engineers really suck. Chili said that the schoolgirl was right. Let him stop wasting energy because we need to discuss the plan. In addition, first they will all take a look at their situation, and only then they can decide everything else. He said that they were surrounded by the usual fog right now near their camp. But it may seem as if it is ordinary fog, but it turns out that if you touch it, you realize that it is dense, like a wall. Moreover, in other words, this is the boundary of the floor. The guy said that they have a tank named Chaburik, and since they also have a damage dealer, they will both engage in close combat and will be able to fight on the front line. And then he himself, and also as a magician, he will support the center. And of course, the non-combat class, the magical engineer, namely Alex, will be behind, helping those who need help. The knight said, "Well, their plan is not bad, but for now they will stick to this strategy, and in this case the problem of the non-combat team member will be solved." The young man thought that, well, it's not that they had any wrong reaction, but now magical engineers are perceived that way. In addition, the boy understood that, be that as it may, there should be no problems at all, because there were only 7 seconds left before the first wave. Then the monsters already began to emerge straight from the forest, and it was clear to everyone that they should have prepared much faster. But still, they would fight with what they had. The knight asked, "So what then in that case did they go?" The girl decided to stop him, and said that everyone in the chat was saying that this was strange. so let them wait a little. The magician added that, yes, they say that in his chat too. The knight said that he was the sixth great master on the fifth floor, so he was not in danger, after which he moved straight towards these enemies, saying that the one who strikes first will definitely win. That's why let them all go ahead and finish this test quickly, he decided to say. Suddenly someone decided to try to strike, but the monster stopped his blade. He wondered what that had just happened, why the ghostly type was solid. Suddenly, the next moment, his sword simply flew up somewhere. Then he became afraid that he was now left without a weapon. Suddenly, this monster caught him by the body, and he said that after that he would let him go. And it was already close enough when the monster began to devour him. The girl told the old man to retreat immediately. The whole chat was saying what? How strange it is in general. They said that the master health trainer lost all his health. But he in turn only said that, damn it, he couldn't cope so easily. But still, at one moment he was somehow able to escape and simply fell to the ground. Not understanding why this monster let him go, since he was so determined to devour him. All the spectators said, "Oh my, what kind of cockroaches are they? Some devilish creature is looking at him," all the spectators thought. The fact is that this is a cleaner, and he should not have appeared on the sixth floor. Moreover, even though they are the very inhabitants of the devil region, they are still monsters of at least the 25th floor level. The boy understood that this battle would be one-sided for the unawakened, who only found themselves on the sixth floor. The young man was well aware that although he expected it to be difficult for a team game, he did not think that the admin would play with difficulty again. At this moment the knight held his own hand, saying, "Damn cockroach," when suddenly someone rushed at him in order to completely devour and finally digest this man. He, in turn, was very frightened and thought that this would all end for him. But suddenly the girl decided to stand up for the old man, saying that she would not allow her so far temporary comrades to be tormented so easily. That is why she will destroy every insect that dares to attack any of her temporary comrades. The chat also decided to say that she unfrozen the head of this thing. "Holy shit," another user added. "One schoolgirl is equivalent in strength to half a tank." After which the system soon wrote that the first wave had been completed, and the next one would be in 30 minutes. The girl also said that now her clothes are dirty, and it all looks very disgusting. The girl turned to him and asked if he really didn't have time to leave a will, because she told him to wait, because she was going to move unusually. Why didn't he listen to her then? In addition, she added, "A weakling who only knows how to deal with nonsense is generally—" "It really pisses her off," the girl decided to say, turning away from him. She also added that weak and incompetent adults like himself, who only know how to talk, are the most pathetic creatures she can ever meet. Suddenly, the girl decided to look at Alex as well, and he thought that Lilia in his video was already known as awakened. The girl looked closely at his hand and wondered what magical engineering meant, deciding to still say that he, most likely, is also a pathetic dog, so he cannot add anything to this. But the girl also understood that he seemed familiar to her. It was as if she had seen him before. The boy thought that, thank God, he didn't have to take the first step yet, since they would immediately understand what he was up to. Someone decided to dream about the old man and wrote, "The same team of spies on the schoolgirls' chat is back." But the audience did not understand that the atmosphere there was not the same, and besides, it was completely opposite to theirs. Chat said that the mood of that schoolgirl's stream was more like how a proud father watches his daughter. In addition, everyone considers her their own idol, and she does whatever she wants, and then they suddenly shower her with donations. The magician decided to say, "Hey, schoolgirl, what was she doing on the 5th floor anyway?" To which she replied that it was her business. The chat told him, "Why is it even there? After all, no one is having fun." A strict, almost solemn and serious atmosphere reigns in the chat, and they are still debating whether cleaners can be classified as arthropods or not. The boy replied that, of course, he did not understand the meaning of the latter, but he spoke correctly. They were all able to notice that the knight was now feeling very well and apparently was very upset. The boy decided to approach him and ask, "How are his wounds? Is he feeling better now?" To which he did not answer immediately, but said that yes, everything was fine with him. The chat told the guy, "And this one is sad too. Why did everyone who went to spy on other chats come back so upset? He said something. Damn it." The boy said that the place where he was bitten could hurt a lot, but he would have to be patient. After these words, the knight asked, "What do you mean? Can it hurt?" The next moment, the boy offered a small magical blow. The boy replied that he would be sick, but he would not have to suffer from blood loss. Chili then approached the guy and asked if he was the one who created this glove through magical engineering, to which he replied that it was him. Yes. Suddenly he thought, wow, wasn't it difficult to do this? The young man said that it is difficult, but not impossible. To which he replied that, however, he should learn the basics as soon as he gets to the 10th floor. It will certainly be useful to him. The whole chat was vomiting because this guy wants to get to the 10th floor. All they said was that he was preparing to be left with empty pockets. The boy also said that it would be quite difficult, but he told more about this thing while the girl watched them. She thought that even if it was magical engineering, it was still nothing special. Chili praised her and said that she fought so well and suggested that she stand in front and he would act as support from the middle. And about the boy, it was the same as before. In addition, he said that Mr. Cheburek apparently believed that his mental trauma was too severe, because in this state, it will only get in the way. So let him lie there and not be disturbed by them. Soon the system wrote that the second wave had finally begun, and now all these beetles began to attack them again. The girl began to willingly fight these beetles and understood that she would have to defeat them. Each time she became faster and began to hit them in the face as painfully as possible. One of the beetles noticed her and could not even move before she immediately hit him. She was very serious about it and said, "Damn, her clothes are dirty again, damn it." Well, the boy thought that she went through 2 waves with her own strength. Strong enough, the boy thought. Besides, as he recalled from that video on his phone, of course, it was called Melee Gift for a reason. Since Lilia is a player who easily climbed to the 4th floor using pure luck and donations, and also on the 5th floor she played for real and wandered the streets. In addition, she came across a reclusive master who taught her close combat, thereby helping her awaken. And, of course, after this, rumors about a thin girl capable of delivering incredible blows gave rise to the nickname Melee Gift, which spread throughout the tower. In addition, he was well aware that she was from the same generation as him, and he understood that he did not think that they would meet under such circumstances. Moreover, the great blessing of meeting Lilia on a level with an incredibly elevated difficulty was not that difficult, but since there were 2 bugs now, there would be 4 in the next wave. The magician also said, "Schoolgirl, let him delay them on the front line if he can. Then in this case, he will support her from behind. And also the guy. If someone slips by, let him take care of them." He himself also said that he is counting on them guys to finally be able to save face. Soon the 3rd wave was only a second or 2 away, so they had better prepare to do it quickly. Of course, they soon spawned, and now they should win as quickly as possible. The girl began to assume that there was now a 3rd wave, but there were still only 2 beetles. She thought, okay, then she will beat first those who crawl out first. The girl began to run forward, realizing that now she would have to strike a blow that she had never been able to strike before. The boy understood that everything would be fine with her, but somehow he didn't feel comfortable looking at her at all. Chili asked the guy. It also seemed strange to him that there were only 2 of these cockroaches left again, to which he replied, "Exactly." Suddenly the boy noticed and dodged, realizing that after all there were not 2 of them. The young man realized that it meant that there were not 2 cleaners in this wave at all. In addition, just so much comes out at a time. This is already a crazy number. When suddenly, Chili told him to give the boy back, since he wants to try to kill these creatures using fire magic. Therefore, having decided to launch directly at this cockroach, the only hope was that its strength would be enough to defeat these enemies. But the monster, in turn, was able to destroy and simply destroy his hopes without any problems. The magician suddenly realized that it didn't work at all, and now he is completely useless. The audience said that they knew that he would, however, be useless. The young man understood that he would now have to use it, since there were only 2 of them left who could resist, and he decided to tell him that he would now deal with them. While the girl countlessly began to punch through all these creatures, she suddenly wondered how they were okay there, behind her, because she was focused only on these creatures. When suddenly she heard that they were talking about something that didn't work at all. And so, turning back, she understood what it meant. There really were 2 more cleaners somewhere. Suddenly, turning back, she was able to discover that another cockroach had decided to attack her. The girl thought, what the hell? She let her guard down and it was too late to counterattack. So she decided to block the blows and thought that she would need to protect herself as much as possible. But she could only detect a few more drops near her own eye. The girl looked at this cockroach and did not understand why it did not want to eat her, when suddenly she discovered that he had just fallen, and the boy decided to tell me that, oh, blood accidentally splashed out. "She is all right?" asked the boy. Soon everything worked out, and the boy also realized that they were still coming, and going against the cleaners for the first time, the magicians could become an easy target. The young man began to accelerate and decided to attack these cockroaches. Having tried to do this, they, in turn, were able to block his blow, and he understood that, capable of flying in a straight line at high speed, they also had a hard shell, impenetrable even with steel weapons. And he also realized that if you look at them from a different angle, this is all they have left, so if they simply remove their horns, they could immediately be punched through. With each time and penetration, the boy realized that now his fist was harder than steel or something like that. While the other cockroach looked at him, he thought that he was finished. And of course it was true. The boy said he was done with these, but that the Q magician just walked up to him and couldn't believe his own eyes. The young man realized that this, of course, was good, but as for the other two, perhaps they could easily deal with them. How was he able to discover that the girl was immediately attacked by another cockroach? The boy began to realize that this was already too dangerous, and it might be too late if he stood still. But the young man understood that if he could still turn on the acceleration from his boots, he would be able to make it in time. And this, of course, is what happened. It was in this way that he was able to save the girl at the moment when she needed it most. The girl couldn't even think that this had just happened. She didn't even notice anything, and he was already right behind this creature. Then the system wrote that there were 30 minutes left until the fourth wave. He should prepare. He also understood that he should just get ready, but damn it, he couldn't see anything. Although he realized that nothing was visible. But damn, if he meets her gaze, she's like him. She says that it will be worse, he thought. So I decided to change the topic and asked Mr. Chili if he had any strong magic. The boy replied to ask him, this is the best he could learn on the floor. This old man also told the boy that he had said that he was a magical engineer, right? To which he replied, what exactly? But, continuing to talk, the boy said that his speed was faster than that of the knight even. To which he replied that it just happened that way. The knight said, let's try our best, even though the prospect is not friendly like him, and the guys are not stronger. So there is nothing to worry about at all. He constantly understands that he is useless. They all looked at him and understood that he was completely desperate, apparently. Suddenly, the system wrote to the guy that there were 2 minutes left before the wave. The young man realized that there was almost no time left, so let them go to their positions. The knight said that there will be 8 sweepers this time, but for him it is easy. To which the magician said that yes, as he said, it will be 8. There's just one thing. There will be them on both sides at once. They all started getting into position and covering each other's backs, trying to make a diamond. The boy thought that, as if the change of monsters to cleaners was not enough. But now the number of monsters has not increased, but simply doubled. That is why it was squared. Plus, they don't want them to just clear out this floor. Each time they began to fight together and continued on their way as quickly as possible. Of course, the knight was simply running away, screaming from the monsters, trying to survive. And each time the situation for these people became worse, and the expression on their faces is completely depressing. And also, most likely, they all imagine what awaits them in the 5th wave. In fact, they may not survive so easily, since 16 squared is 256 cleaners. The magician realized that he would go crazy, since the audience complained to the administrator. But the complaints were left without consideration, and now everything is quite bad. The knight asked, what did he say then? To which they answered, why the hell is he yelling at him anyway? What should he do about it? The young man thought that there were only 26 seconds left before the 5th wave, and as expected, this was the only way. So he decided to stand up straight and move around. But then Chili asked Alex what was wrong, to experiment with something. He decided to tell them to listen to him if they wanted to live, so he warned them in advance. All these monsters began to approach him, and the boy knew that he had to try. Otherwise, he would die along with them if he fought as before. Soon his glove began to glow so brightly that he himself could not have expected it. The girl, having discovered this, realized that the boy was already too strong for a magical engineer. Soon there were massive explosions or rays from this glove, as if he had become a real Iron Man, just by taking one glove from him. Experimented with this for the first time, so he did not expect that the recoil would be too strong. After which he realized that he would have to finish with one blow, and then he would be able to finish this entire wave without casualties. Having deployed the rays all over, he realized that now they would have to incinerate absolutely everything, but they would have to do it quickly enough. Soon he was able to destroy absolutely all the creatures that were approaching them, leaving large ruins around him, as well as the earth, which was completely incinerated. Chili said, "Did this guy just kill all the cleaners with one blow?" The girl was very shocked and did not understand who this guy was. How suddenly, while standing still, he began to slowly take off this glove from himself, throwing it out somewhere not far from me, since it was now very hot, after all, it was metal. In addition, he soon began coughing up blood due to the fact that he had spent too much mana. He thought that he had spent much more magical powers than he had expected at all. He also even placed a magic stone in the glove just in case, but this was not enough. Also, the blow took all his magical powers, and without the blessing he would have passed out before he killed everyone. In general, he realized that he survived only by a miracle. In addition, the system wrote that the test had been passed, and the path to the 7th floor had just been opened. The entire chat was shocked that the boy was still able to pass all these tests. Suddenly, he heard that someone decided to contact him, so he decided to look to the side. The girl asked if he was wounded anywhere. The magician also added that the guy somehow overdid it. The boy told him that he was not injured and everything was fine. He would just need to rest a little. Lilia also said, if he were okay, would he be coughing up blood just like that? The magician decided to pick him up, to which he said that he was really fine. This is just a side effect of depleting magical power, and magical engineers also use magic. Like a magician, he should know about it, right? The guy asked. See, this is a side effect, just nonsense. To which Chili replied that if this is exactly the case, then in this case, however, it will be all right. Suddenly the boy said, "Hey, student, don't let him worry so much about him." To which the girl replied that she wasn't worried at all. Again, the magician asked if he was absolutely okay with this, to which he replied that exactly, everything would be fine with him. Soon a portal opened near them, and the boy said that he would check the reward first. They could go further if they wanted. Suddenly he was surprised and thought that such a test was over. So they can just... Why are they standing right in front of him and looking at him? It even annoys him a little. The knight said that what happened just now was simply amazing. The girl decided to approach him and say something, and at the same time began to touch the mask, after which she decided to finally take off the mask and turn to him. Strange uncle. She actually addresses him like that. The girl asked what his real name was. Suddenly he was surprised and did not understand her question. In terms of, in what sense, really? The young man replied that he had told them that his name was Alex, to which she said that no, people on her stream said that his name does not return results. When suddenly the boy remembered that, you see, he had Alex plus another 2 at the end. The chat said that he was walking now. They all wondered that most likely he had 2 personalities. The boy thought that, judging by the words of his viewers, her stream viewers are very loyal people. Besides, what cannot be said about Cheburek's audience? And the young man thought that he didn't think that many would go to his streams just like that, you see, purely to watch the reaction of other viewers. The boy said that he would need to add a 2 at the end. But then the girl was surprised and couldn't understand why there was a number 2. The whole chat laughed and said that their search engine was bad, and I wonder why if you don't dial the number, then you can't find his stream. That's funny. Soon they all heard that the number 2 needed to be added, and a bunch of users began to be added. The boy understood that he would turn off the notification of new viewers. The knight said that he asks for forgiveness, of course, from Alex, but all his spectators leave, to which the boy understood that, as expected, all the remaining spectators were coming to him. The guy said, okay, he will put a block at the entrance. Alex decided to do this because after the knight's viewers were blocked, there wouldn't be many new viewers, but it would be difficult to get a reward for subscribers on this floor. Soon people also began to send grateful sponsorships even for 5,000 coins, and in that message they said thank you, because thanks to him, Lily was alive. But the boy said that this was nonsense, since in any case it was necessary to clear the floor. But in general, thanks to him for the coins. The boy thanked them for returning to him and said that, of course, he would work harder. Plus he realized, wow, he just almost lost all his subscribers. Chili said that, well, since they couldn't just stay in this place, then in that case they would have to move on. So that's why let's quickly check the rewards and go on their way. They all started opening presents and it was all pretty good. The magician asked the guy why he had already worked the hardest, let him check the awards, to which he said, "Yeah, of course, he'll check, just a little later." All the spectators began to understand why the young man did not want to open gifts in front of them. The boy understood that since there were other streamers around him, the reward was unlikely to stand out too much, right? The girl asked Alex, "That's what—" He said that they had already met before, right? But suddenly he decided to take it and check the reward, until the girl, out of shock, finished her words. Cheburek and Chili were also very surprised by the gift he received. They thought that this was the reward for being the 6th-level contributor, right? To which the knight also added that, well, the schoolgirl has the same thing, an ordinary box. While the boy was opening the gift, they all looked at him, and he realized that he knew that this would be the case. The boy asked, "Is something wrong?" Looking at them with a calm look, to which Baldy replied that no, he was just watching. And the magician said that they were simply curious why only his box was so unique. Cheburek thought, "Holy shit, he has to be such a stingy person not to even let them see what's there." The young man was now able to discover the leather gloves of the master of the 7 snakes, Lotan, and their rank was heroic, and also Lotanov's gloves, with which he controls snakes made from the skin of snakes that died after childbirth, stores the snake's abilities in them because it gives the abilities temperature control and enhanced magical powers. The boy thought, well, since he insists, he will not refuse such things. The only thing the knight didn't understand was why is this a heroic rank? They don't have anything special, and they look like ordinary gloves. The magician thought that his audience was saying that this was a useless item. After which Chili said to check some of his awards to see what he might have there. But he himself decided to say. And also the knight's spectators asked him to try to do something, to which he said that he would now try to talk to him. Coming closer to him, the knight said that his spectators were asking if he could remove the entry restrictions. Then he added that maybe yes, to which the boy replied that he couldn't. They would offend his old viewers. Well, it was Alex's viewers who said that it would destroy the entire atmosphere of the chat if they got to them. Cheburek thought, what a smug bastard. He used to want to erase his viewers and thinks he can continue streaming with such an audience. At that moment, the boy was able to take another 5,000 coins from this gift, and that was that. Soon the guy said, thank him for doing such a good job in protecting them. He also added that if they knew that magical engineering was so good, they would also most likely have studied it on the 5th floor. To which the boy said that he himself wanted to survive, but there was no need to thank him for that. Chili said, okay, they will meet again on future floors most likely. While the knight looked at him with such a condemning look and simply walked further into the portal, the audience understood. Just look at this overgrown, rude guy. Besides, even Uncle Magician said goodbye, but he didn't. The audience said about it. The young man said that, well, it was only their first meeting. On other floors, they can become enemies. And who knows how fate might turn. The boy also said that he would take the glove when it cooled down, and only then would he go to the next floor. Soon he decided to let Harvey go so that they could take a little walk from the backpack, and they immediately discovered this glove. They immediately attacked this glove because they really wanted to eat, and the glove consisted of magical energy. The young man realized that they smelled the magic glove and mistook it for food, and he understands that he can't let them eat it since he's been working on it for so long. Therefore, at one moment, he immediately decided to take them all together in his arms so that they would not do anything. The boy started to hold them, but they tried to get away from him. He said, no, you can't eat the glove. They suddenly turned to him and squeezed their eyes, asking him to feed them, to which he said that it was impossible. Besides, let him show his puppy dog eyes to someone else, but it won't work on him. When suddenly the girl appeared next to him and asked, "This is Harvey, right?" To which he was very surprised and thought that everyone had actually left. Turning around with them, he said, this is how it is. In short, he couldn't think of anything. The girl was even able to be a little touched when she saw how soft these fluffies were. And to be honest, they didn't even understand a little who it was. Every time the girl looked at them, she imagined that these fluffy creatures were so cute. She was in a stupor and simply could not say anything and screamed with her mouth open. And the boy also asked Lilia if she was okay. She in turn said that they were just some cuties. She decided, Uncle is in the past, go to hell. So she said that they could see each other again soon and ran away into the portal. Viewers couldn't understand that she almost said they were cute, right? The boy thought, and what just happened? Suddenly he decided that now was not the best time, and he had lingered too long in this place, and he would need to hurry to the next floor. And he also told Harvey that now they would have to go back, and don't let them try to eat the glove there. Soon he finally got ready with them and said that he was finally moving on. Meanwhile, somewhere on the 7th floor, people began to prepare a little and said, "Psychological battle, they will do it." The boy began to walk further and decided that thanks to the video, he knew a lot about the test of the 7th floor, so he shouldn't worry too much about them. Having walked a little further, the boy felt the restoration of mana, since after each transition his health, as well as mana, are replenished to the maximum. Walking a little further, he realized that this place was quite interesting. The system also wrote to him that from now on, viewers will not be able to leave the stream during this test. They were all talking about how some statue was quite creepy. They also added that he checked all the rules of the level and tried to kill him with all the available weapons that he had, like a hammer. The boy turned around. The one who stood near the statue looked straight at the guy, and it was quite creepy. The young man suddenly wondered why this man. I just couldn't believe that it was this person. While he was in quite a big shock, the boy said that he was not going to harm him and let him mind his own affairs. The boy asked, and yet why did he kill people who were not involved in the test for no reason? The boy said, what, he wants to join them or what? He suddenly thought that this guy was very dangerous, so it would be strange to start a battle with him. In turn, he asked what this guy's name was, to which our hero replied that his name is Alex, and in response, he asked what his name was. He, in turn, replied that his name was Jackson. The chat started joking that it was just that this guy seemed to have just escaped from the poker face. The boy immediately decided to go ahead, asking Jackson who he worked for before he got into the tower. To which did he say that he was already studying it so quickly? They haven't even checked the details of the test yet, and isn't it too early for such questions? The boy wondered what it meant that this person whom he most wanted to hit when he met was quite peaceful. And thank God he knows what to expect from him from the video, but he is the worst possible opponent. In addition, he knows what kind of test awaits them, the so-called lie detector, as well as a psychological game where he must catch his opponent in a lie or deceive him with his own lie. In general, there are quite a lot of rules, and the system also decided to write its own rules. It was said that as soon as the test begins, each participant must stand in front of the board and so on. Chat said that just the description alone made his head spin. The boy said that in that case, let him ask, did he go to the tower by his own will or was he dragged away by force? He said, does it even matter? The boy also asked, is he simply dodging the answer? To which Jackson replied that he came to this place of his own free will. Are you satisfied with the answer? He asked. Sighing, the boy thanked him for the information, wondering if this was really true. The boy suddenly thought that in order to catch Jackson in a lie, he should come up with some alternatively difficult question. Viewers wrote that they didn't think they could do anything to help Alex here. The opponent said that since he was standing here, he would most likely go to the next board, since that light had also changed, it seemed. He, in turn, looked closely at the statue, which was pointing directly at him. Right now, the system wrote that the user should please ask a question within the allotted period of time, and he has 1 minute left. But what did he think about what to ask? Thinking, he decided to tell Alex that he knew him before entering the tower. The young man thought, how would he even know? Everyone said that he had just asked a stupid question. The young man suddenly wondered how he had come to this in the first place. But he realized that it did not matter, and this was obvious from his first reaction. The boy replied that no, he did not know about it. In addition, he thought that this Jackson also could not know for sure. For now, they would go into denial. The boy said that it was actually a lie. The system also told the guy to ask someone a question within the allotted time period. Alex asked if he had to kill people, although the test did not require it. Would he do it? He, in turn, replied that of course he would at least try now. Then he decided to tell the boy to also answer his specific question. Did he already know what the test of the 7th floor would be? The boy wondered what nonsense he was talking about. Jackson said that was a lie. Soon, one of the statue's eyes opened due to the fact that someone had inserted a seal. The boy thought how much he had managed to find out in such a short period of time. I wondered if his emotions from meeting Jackson were really that obvious. That is why I thought that no, as soon as he entered the 7th floor. Then, most likely, he noticed that he had not studied anything. And it was his mistake, so he knows him. I decided to ask if he had to kill his wife. Would he also cope with that? To which he said that what a meaningless question at all. To which he said, will he cope? He repeated this again. The boy smiled and said that he didn't even know if he was married and he was asking such questions. Alex decided to continue to put pressure on him, saying that whether he can handle it or not, let him answer immediately. He, in turn, remained silent for a while and decided to say that he could not do this to his beloved, to which he said that it was a lie just now. Soon the last eye glowed red. The guy asked Alex if he really knew that he was already married. The young man replied that yes, he knew about it. The statue began to check the results, and it was clear that now it was all quite strange. Chat started asking how he even knew about this. The boy said that now it was his turn again. So I decided to ask Jackson if his wife would follow him to the tower. Besides, would this reason stand in his way? Would it be enough to kill her? The young man continued to put pressure on his psyche, saying, will he cut it in half and scatter the remains along the street? The guy replied that his questions actually went too far. Our protagonist asked if he could do it or not, thinking about how the statue determines lies based on facts. In addition, it takes into account the mindset and their thoughts. Jackson said no, he couldn't do that. To which the boy said, clearly as expected of him, if this is love, then of course it is impossible. At least he decided to say that his answer was actually a lie. And as soon as the boy inserted another one, he thought that after Jackson heard his question, he naturally wondered if he could do it himself. And the correct answer would be that he knows that he is the person who could. Soon the result was checked, and the boy was right. The chat said that the streamer must have had fewer sympathizers altogether. He, in turn, began to laugh and realized that now he was losing a little. But still, he should be a little more restrained. The boy said that he was actually very funny, while the chat was saying that he really could just start bombarding the guy with questions until he lies. Jackson asked Alex, this is actually the second time he hit this tower, right? To which he actually became very nervous because he was thinking about how to answer correctly. After all, in essence, the answer is yes, but that's how he himself came to this place for the first time. But still I decided to answer that this is not so, as he understood, clear. Jackson said he should stop lying to him, but it was too late, after which I decided to insert the last remaining rune. The statue began to check the results. She began to tremble and process it all for quite a long time, since this was the last option. How at one point she decided to show a negative answer, which meant that everything would end there, since the devil was taking punishment on the player Jackson. He, in turn, was very surprised, because he was sure that it was true. At that moment, sounds began to be heard from the phone, as well as a voice that asked, is this the person in the administrator's place? This same stranger decided to extend his hand to him, and told him that he could make everything he dreamed of come true. The boy replied that he was not Alex from the video, so it wouldn't work so easily with him. He also thought that the player's mindset and what they think is taken into account. If he felt like he was in this place for the second time, Jackson would have won. But that person from the video is not the real him, but only an illusion of what he would be the real him. Soon, that same Jackson looked at this whole situation and simply trembled with fear, not understanding what would happen next. And also, right in front of this statue, she decided to tie his legs, because of which he would not be able to escape, after which she decided to lean towards this guy. And now he will face inevitable death. The boy decided to turn to Alex and ask what he really is. The young man said, is this really important now? To which the young man replied that yes, this is very important for him now. Chat said he thinks he's really a psychopath, and they said so be it, that yes, they are killing him here, and he keeps asking questions. He said he didn't even really know, remembering that he was once completely different in the video. And by the way, he remembered that his name was Jason then. Alex then asked him why he was going to climb the tower. Does he really want to die there? To which he put his hand up and said that not only is his life incredibly boring, but he also doesn't feel anything, no matter what happens around him. Soon the boy said, Jake, he understands that he killed his loved one, right? To which he said, does he really think relationships are important in this tower at all? The boy said, let him not say that. Alex told him that they knew each other in the past, and it was a long time ago. Soon as the boy said this, the statue finally decided to cut off his hand. It is clear that he simply turned away from this and understood that he also did not know what the result would be in the end. Well, what can you do? Since whether his wife who goes to the tower will be happy or even more unhappy, no one completely knows. And all he did was get rid of the unhappy future that he himself saw. Chat said that, and the silence, it became deep. And they also decided to say, "Wow, did they just become bananas?" At that moment, the young man began to think, what should he do with it now? Then I realized, okay, he doesn't care. The next moment, as soon as he turned his head, he was able to detect a portal that opened right next to him to the next floor. The young man realized that he would first check the awards, and only then do the rest. He also started receiving a bunch of messages saying that they wanted to ask for forgiveness and wanted him to unban them. The boy said that he would not remove the ban from the chat in any case. He also thought that these spectators from Lysar would irritate him for a long time. Besides, something bad could happen if he unbanned them now, and I realized that no, he wouldn't do that. Soon he was able to discover gifts, certain objects called armlets of the master of the Lotany family. They also had a heroic rank. He also had the ability to update spells. The boy decided to put them on and think that renewing spells is indeed a desirable ability, but he still needs a lighter color. In addition, when I tried to do something with this glove, something unnatural began to happen. The chat wrote that he adjusted to it. Wow! Also, the young man was still able to take another 5,000 coins and said that the other reward was coins, as usual, in principle. The boy told the chat that, well, he could get the awards, and now it's time for him to go to the next floor. To which the chat replied, "Yeah, what difference does it make? The second one is not the second one. They are just competent investors of coins." Soon the boy began to go further and deeper into other rooms. Having walked a little further, he was able to find a forest, which was quite good. The boy also realized that his thoughts were confused, because he was already mentally exhausted. In addition, looking at the sun, he realized that it was somehow bright in such places. The system also decided to tell him to defeat all the enemies that appear on the way, and there was 10 minutes left before the start. Soon the boy decided to sit down somewhere nearby, thinking about how he would like to just relax now. But sitting in one place, he was able to discover the Harveys, who also decided to come to him and apparently did not have the best intentions. The young man began to think that they had begun to surround him somehow too intensely, and he realized that whether he was surrounded or not, it was dangerous enough to be around them. Suddenly, one of them decided to attack the boy, to which he thought that now everything would not go as smoothly as he thought. Still, they all decided to attack him and take away, perhaps, something valuable from him. But the young man realized that he should be a little more careful. That is why he decided to take a closer look at them and think whether they were worth beating or not. But in turn, they did not want to attack him at all, but only wanted hugs. The boy was surprised by what he just saw, because he did not expect that they just wanted to hug, but not devour him. Soon he began to continue hugging them and began to think that perhaps places like this weren't so bad after all. While the chat continued to write, "Damn, he always knew that the Harveys were so cute, and now he can officially say it." Other users also decided to say, "Is it normal that he is jealous of Alex?" The young man wondered if it was because he learned the basics from magical animals. So how exactly is that why? Or because they liked him as a person? When suddenly he thought that he could feel their emotions. It's not even bad. They all came up to him and rejoiced with him, while he thought that these guys were very happy to see him. Suddenly, the 3 Harveys who were sitting in the backpack were able to get out and began to push him. And apparently, they were a little nervous or jealous that he was communicating with other Harveys besides them. He thought it was dangerous to suddenly jump out on him like that. Besides, he thought a little. The young man asked what happened to them in general, to which Harvey just started shouting at him. Chat wrote, "Let them just look at the visionary Alex." They decided to tell him that they were now jealous of others. To which the boy understood and realized that the next portal had now opened right in front of him, and he was actually a little surprised. Viewers also wrote that this Alex is a cheater. He just got to the next level. The boy told them to get down from him, as it was time for him to go. Now all the other Harveys were just sitting on him, and the boy wondered what it meant. They were really jealous of him for them, because now they felt just great. The boy took a closer look at one of them and realized that it was obvious that now the situation was the same as on the first floor, because there is no hostility emanating from these Harveys, and the system counts this as getting rid of enemies. In addition, he said that yes, he should check the awards now, since he wonders what he got in the first place. At that moment, only a scroll fell out to him, and he was even a little surprised by this, since nothing like that had ever fallen before. Having picked up this scroll, the boy decided to open it and say that he would take a closer look at this scroll and maybe find something interesting. It was written there that the lives that emerge from the broken world are the tree, and the lives that will inherit the will of the world tree are foreign and forden, and the lives that will mourn the death of the world tree more than anyone before. And it was also written that the lives will want to grow a new world tree from a seedling until it is broken to grow again. The boy understood that foreign and forden are the names of the world tree, one of the factors that confused the fate of the world of Astrout. All the spectators did not understand what the young man was talking about, and something about the fact that the world tree was broken and everyone was sad was very strange but funny. It was also said that after the world tree suppressing the devil spirit fell, Astrout plunged into complete chaos, and the 25th floor trial would just take place in the confused world of Astrout. And also, while the brave saw the fall of the world tree as an opportunity to grow, the boy didn't think about it and decided to just lie down in the clearing, telling the young users that he asked them to forgive him. He would take a little nap. After that, soon a whole bunch of Harveys started coming to him and just snuggling next to him. And yet, a little time passed when he thought that he wanted to sleep a little more, but he was able to discover that there were now a lot of animals on him. Chat said they were all so cute. One of them even said that he wanted to leave the stream for a while, but couldn't take his eyes off because they were really cute. Soon the boy woke up and realized that he probably hadn't slept that much. Well, there were a lot of these pets. He suddenly thought that he had slept for about an hour. It's time for him to hit the road. Having taken everyone else, he realized that now he should move on. The young man wondered how difficult it would be for him to set off on his journey to the world tree. He also told everyone else to take care of themselves, Harvey. The boy began to say goodbye to them until the end, even when he was already halfway out of the portal. Soon he was able to reach the 9th floor. And soon it will begin. A temple sealed with a rune. And let him break the seal to open the entrance. The system also told him that the time limit was 2 hours, and he should hurry to do it. While he was wondering how long and how much time it would take him to complete approximately the same puzzle that he had done before. After this, the boy immediately understood that most likely the admin tried because he definitely wouldn't give him peace so easily. How suddenly someone was able to notice another person who was also in a similar place. The boy immediately decided to turn to him and say hello, to which he in turn was very frightened of him. The girl decided to say hello back to him, but in fact she was very worried that someone had come to her. And also decided to tell me that the real Harvey is now on his head, the girl decided to ask. She decided to take his hand, saying, God, how did he get along with them in general, with such and such cuties? The young man replied, let them pass the tests first, and then they will decide, thinking about the fact that some kind of aroma emanates from her. While the boy was trying to hold his breath so as not to inhale it, the girl said, let him forgive her. She got too excited. She immediately asked what his name was, to which the boy replied that his name was Alex, and hers? The girl said, what a nice name this really is. She also said her name was Jenny, but he could just call her Jen. The boy suddenly thought that he understood perfectly well that they were in the same group, but did not think that they would cross paths in such a place. Since the fact is that Jenna is the girl from the video under the nickname Undead Witch under her real name. Besides, she then said, does he want her to burn him alive or drown him, since he only has these two options left? However, this woman didn't even raise an eyebrow at the unusual complexity. Instead, she turned her attention to Harvey. She realized that many met a sad end after being captivated by her beauty and smile. The boy said, in that case, can she make all 100 crystals of the same color by herself? To which she replied that, to be honest, experience helps her a lot, so she will try. The young man was a little surprised that such an experience, they say, is fake. And by the way, apparently these are the names of her viewers. The young man said that since he remembered the diagram, he could cope alone, like on the 4th floor. But it's still not a good idea to attract attention, especially from Jenna. In the meantime, while they only had 1 hour and 21 minutes left, the boy was able to cope with all this perfectly. But he did it very slowly so as not to attract attention. Looking back, the boy noticed a strange phenomenon. Almost 40 minutes had passed, and the girl was still trying to do something. She said, "What nonsense! Why doesn't it work for her?" The boy said, "This can't happen, and for this girl to get stuck in such a place." He would be sure that she was doing this on purpose, but they couldn't both be stuck here because they suspected each other. The boy said that he would now speed up a little. He decided to speed up, immediately managed to complete almost the entire wall, and they all turned green. And the young man said, "Let Jana allow her to do it for her and move away." To which she replied that she was actually so uncomfortable. The boy said, "It's okay. Just let him go, and they must complete this test before the time runs out." But she agreed with him and understood that she was useless in this situation. Soon they finally finished, and it all looked something like this. They also had 21 minutes and 11 seconds left before the end of the test. The girl said, "It can't be." Hugging the boy, she said, "This is just some kind of madness. Alex, he's just a genius, or what?" She decided to praise him. She only asked him how he solved it all so easily. The young man said, "He is not a genius at all. She knows that herself, isn't it?" To which the girl asked what the meaning of this was in general. The boy made her move away from him, said that she was sure that she did not understand what he was talking about at all. The boy said, "Jenna, it won't take her an hour to solve all 4 walls, right?" he decided to ask. To which she suddenly smiled an unnatural smile. She was clearly aware that she had been pretending all this time. Before this, the young man understood what was on the video then. Then Alex decided to ask Jenna how long it took her to get through the 5th floor then. The girl replied, "She doesn't even know, to be honest. I think she said that half an hour was simply enough for her. But maybe I was lucky." One of them said, "Let her not lie because it is most likely not true. No one can get through it all that quickly, since she didn't even spend 10 minutes on it." The girl laughed at the young man and said, "So who is he really, their dear Alex, since he knows such information about her? After all, this is really his 2nd time in this tower." The boy said, "What is she talking about? Does she really think this is even possible?" Jenna told him that she agreed with his opinion. Well, the new guys on her stream were suspicious about it and wanted her to ask him about it. In addition, she said that they even paid a bunch of coins for this. The boy said, "It doesn't matter whether it's possible or not. Well, let's say he's here for the 2nd time. And if it were true, he would have finished her off with his own hands." The girl replied that she was definitely sure that this was not the 2nd time, but he was being too careful. "And maybe it's about reincarnation or something like that, right?" she asked the guy. To which he replied that she had a reason to think so. She said her boys gave her a replay coupon, and she watched his test on the 7th floor. And also for the 2nd time, he doesn't look like he knows anything about this tower, and rather knows a lot about that person. So she asked if she was right about it. The boy thought that she was a witch, known for the fact that if she sets her eyes on someone, she will chase him to the end of the tower. And such a prospect for him is just a headache. And if he answers correctly, he will be able to avoid conflict. The boy nevertheless answered. Since she is so interested, he will tell her what the matter is. But in return, he will ask for something. The girl immediately pressed herself close to him and asked, "What could be in return?" The boy said, "Let her give him her cloak, and then he can tell everything." Suddenly the girl asked, "Is he joking or what?" To which the young man replied that no, he was serious about this. The girl said that if he was joking, then she wouldn't just get rid of him anyway. She decided to take it off, after which she also added, "Well, let him see enough and now he's happy." The boy said, "I mean, have you seen enough?" He asked to give the cape instead of looking without it. He thought that he couldn't be fooled by her appearance. She was a witch. She replied, "Well, what the hell? Does he really want to take her cape?" Therefore, I decided to extend my hand to him, saying that this was an expensive cape with a mana enhancement function, to which the boy thought that he knew, of course, that's why he needed her. After he was able to put it on, the girl asked, "Now will he answer her questions?" The boy said that it's not a matter of a 2nd time, not a matter of reincarnation, and not a matter of going back in time. But the fact is that he knows more about the structure of this very tower in which they are located than anyone else she meets. Also, its structure defies logic, because all the information about streamers is at a glance, and without donations from viewers, understanding the tower becomes more and more difficult every time. And that's how all the spectators are overwhelming forces. and the streamers on the first floors can only pray for the mercy of others. Plus, for example, if the guy on the 6th floor has this, then viewers who like to watch streamers die or get damaged will all gather together. That's why he's just a man who knows everything about the tower. The girl said that information about users is also known to him, everything about it. But he replied that she should think about it herself. She suddenly realized that she seemed to have missed the point in explaining how this was even possible. Our main character said that this is a secret to such a question, but he did answer about possible reincarnation or regression. Right now, she was saying that they were also curious about emperor-level confidence. It was already very true, that it was true. The girl just laughed at him, while the boy tried to pretend to be the most serious person while the Harveys hid behind him. She laughed and said it was very interesting, but she wouldn't believe him yet. And to be honest, she hadn't felt this way for a long time. In addition, the lady said that she likes men who have many secrets. The boy said, "This is, of course, wonderful," but he also thinks, "Will anyone now doubt that she is a witch?" After which the boy decided to turn around and said that since the conversation was over, he would probably go. To which she said, "Let him wait a little." She said, "At least let him tell her his real name and not play the fool with some name like Alex." She said that it was impossible for him to be called that, when suddenly he decided to immediately move into the portal, and she said, no, she never found out his name. Meanwhile, the system wrote to him, "Welcome to the free zone of the 10th floor." And also in these places, the community functions were active, and he could switch its broadcast on or off. In addition, he will be able to watch streamers who are below the 10th floor, as well as users who are below the 20th floor can no longer watch his broadcast. The boy said to the audience, "Forgive him, but first let him look around these places a little." And the boy also said to Harvey, "Let them stay in his backpack for a while, guys. So we've already endured this for a long time." After which he put the hood on himself and thought that the first thing he would have to do was go to these areas and explore the entire area from beginning to end. In addition, he began to think that something was wrong with him, when suddenly he was able to discover that some girl had hit someone. This very young gentleman began to look with such a look directly at this child. He talked about how simply people touched a nobleman, how low that is, of course. And unfortunately, it will be difficult to save her now. At that moment, the boy decided to take this girl into his hands. In order to finally pat her on the head and tell her that she didn't hurt herself anywhere, let her be careful in crowded places as she might get hurt. To which she said that it was good and apologized to him. He decided to help her up, saying, "Let her not be afraid of doors, they are not as scary as they seem. After all, let her try hard, and in the future she will be able to occupy a position even higher than him." Since their empire is ruled by Emperor Simon Toprax, the boy suddenly noticed this, while other people were saying that the nobleman got along with a simple girl. How sweet it was. The young man could not believe it, that Emperor Simon had taken over as emperor. Is it even possible? He realized that something had changed in this world. Meanwhile, some old man was feeding pigeons right next to the fountain. He himself was a carefree old man who did it simply because it was relaxing. Suddenly, a boy decided to approach him, and it turned out to be Alex, who was looking at him. After which he decided to sit down next to the old man, asking him if he could even sit next to him. To which he said, "How are you doing in general?" He suddenly thought that in the video he met the administrator, but in this place, on the 10th floor, right in this park. And he also asked how long he had been living here. The old man said that he is not even sure of this, that he remembers how long he has been in these places. The young man asked if he himself was happy in these places, to which he replied that he did not think that he had what is called emotions left. Meanwhile, in the video, he was being asked if he wanted to take the position of administrator, what he thought about, and there was some kind of alternative reality in which the boy agreed with this. The boy asked the old man what he was thinking about now, administrator. After which the old man looked at him and suddenly wondered how this player knew who he was. The young man suddenly remembers that this sound is the establishment of a connection. Besides, he had just spoken to the administrator. This little guy said, "Who dares to look down on Taruk?" All the warriors began to raise their hands up, saying that they were all loyal to him. The boy thought that he was 100% sure that this was the destroyed old woman. In addition, I was able to discover that the location in which the tests of the 15th floor of the old woman are taking place is quite unusual. He also noticed that such places had fallen to demonic monsters, and each of them was at a level that none of the users who reached the 15th floor could even scratch. And the 15th floor itself is full of such monsters. Moreover, these residents did not kill any of the monsters. They continued to fight against them to the last. He realized that none of the warriors had died, but this was not the end. Since, as you know, there is no end to the waves on the 15th floor. And this is all just an endless routine from which a bunch of mobs come out to farm. And also demonic monsters will endlessly appear from behind the heart. And of course, in addition to this, it is a nightmare that will not end until the complete fall of Taruka. After all, in the end, a person may run out of strength, but a creature that summons new monsters will not run out of strength. These monsters forcibly began to attack all other people, which is why they realized that they had little chance. Since each time there were more and more monsters and less people, and in the end, there were even some that could crawl along the walls. He was well aware that this was all happening quite ferociously and abnormally. And in the end, even his video realized that his outcome would be that he would be eaten by a giant monster on that floor. At that moment, the boy fell to the ground from fear, which he suddenly remembered as the administrator showed it to him. On his own, the old man asked, "What would it be like to see his own fate?" The boy replied that even if he continued to play with him, he would not change his own decision, because he decided to do something to play with. Didn't he tell him that he only predicted his future? The boy said that last time he changed the future, what he showed him, and he should know about it since he watched him. The old man replied, "So he knew about it, that he was watching him? Therefore, I decided to say, 'Alex, that's why he should become an administrator.'" The young man shouted out and told him that no, he was different from Alex in the video, and they were two different people. He just continued to say, "Does the boy himself know why he got that particular video?" Alex replied that no, but he would still reject the offer to become an administrator and would not give in to these threats and would rather pass all the tests. The old man could not stand such an answer, and out of anger even squeezed the pigeon's throat a little, saying that he was not at all interested in what was hidden behind those videos. And if he still becomes interested, he will still be able to tell. The boy said, "Let him go forward, everything is better than ignorance." To which he finally released the dove and decided to tell him, "What is an administrator? Has he thought about this?" The young man replied, "As the name suggests, the one who looks after and manages the tower. This is what administrator means." Because he said, "Then what about this place, the world of Astaroth? Does he really think that it was created to entertain users?" Now our hero is thinking that no. If he thought that the world of the 5th floor was fake, he would not bother himself to play believably as the prince, but would simply cut the throat of the second Prince Cedric. The old man said he believed not. And to be fair, there are several other users besides himself who could have gotten the admin position. The young man said that they were there before he got into the tower, but he replied that, of course. The boy began to guess, what does it mean there are several administrators? Or does he mean that the new administrator will replace the existing one? The old man said that there can only be one administrator, and everyone who created his position will rely on life. And also, the human heart is a big mystery. The administrator also said that he created a tower, appointed new administrators, and conducted a live broadcast system that was familiar to all of them. And he also did everything in his power. But every time I spent it, order to hell with the world of Astaroth. Every time this little world began to collapse again and again. After hitting the ground, suddenly a kind of membrane shockwave formed around this old man and guy. The master continued to say that as soon as one hole is repaired, another appears, and after that another. And it's as if he's trying to seal an endless vessel with water, like a glove he created. I decided to ask if he wanted to say that it is very difficult to fix what is broken. The old man said that he gets quite emotional in front of him. Moreover, as an administrator, he is like a jug filled with water. But Astaroth is the water that he must pour in. And that is why he played the role of this jug for too long. Taking a closer look, he said that he didn't even remember the reason why he became an administrator in the first place. And too much time has passed since then. Besides, he is already broken and has no love, hate, or sadness towards people. And also, however, what remains is a sense of duty to fill the vessel. The boy said that the other administrators were also crazy. To which he replied that everyone who becomes an administrator will have the same sense of duty that he himself has, because they try to fill the jug with water, as if they are suffering from obsessive-compulsive disorder, but everything spills deeper and deeper. But there is one thing. Alex. More precisely, he is different, because he coped with the role better than all the others taken together. Moreover, he understood Astrout in such a way that the vessel did not overflow and collapse. The young man said, "So what is the point of the video that he sent to him then?" Mr. said this is his future as an administrator. More precisely, in fact, for him, it would be a thing of the past. And be that as it may, he sent this video himself. The boy wondered why he did this, to which the administrator said that he decided to look into other people's thoughts, the same as trying to delve into someone else's soul. And if it were possible, he would not be so annoyed. The boy added, in this case it means that the future one sent the video to him, and he does not know for what reason. The administrator replied that this was developmental because he, as an administrator, was the hero of the video. And also it is now a fact that all these identities of Alex remain unknown. And also his curiosity should be at least partially satisfied. If you have any questions for him, let him ask now. The young man thought that no, who the administrator is talking about and the current himself are different people. This is a fact. The boy said that in that case he would ask one more thing. The fact is that after the test of the 5th floor, the atmosphere he knew on the 10th floor changed. And if there is a reason for this, the boy decided to ask. The master answered him. He already told him that he coped with the role of administrator better than everyone else. And the results of his actions are surprisingly consistent with the role he played. And also sitting down on a bench, I decided to say that this confused world and he himself, Alex, are an interesting test. The old man also said that this guy remains in his eyes, someone who should not be changed, since the same guy must change on his own. And also what he did on the 5th floor was entirely his own doing. As a result, this coincides with the changes that he made to Astrod in the video. The boy said to the administrator, he went to hell. Then the girl said that she likes men with secrets. Ha, lies. And all the time he spent with such videos is all just some kind of fable. Fuck you, said a user under the nickname Lubov, thinking, who is this girl that suddenly decided to hit on Alex in general? The boy said, it's good that I agreed then. Did he really think he would say that? It's better to only dream about this, he decided to tell the administrator, to which he was a little upset and said that he was not able to conduct a dialogue now. Therefore, he will teach him this. The young man was able to notice what would happen if the administrator decided to fight with an ordinary player. Suddenly after this, an incident happened to Grandpa when an ordinary pigeon came out of his clothes, after which he decided to fly far away from the guy. The young man thought that apparently those videos were sent not by the administrator, but by Alex himself. But why did he send them then? And he also thought that he was doing a good job with his own role. What happened then? After all, to find the answer, you will need to continue climbing the tower. The boy also understood this. Suddenly Harvey decided to get out of the backpack and lick the owner, which made him a little scared. But he decided to pet him and said that they calm him down in this way, right? After which I decided to open the chat, thinking that yes, nothing has changed, however, if I do nothing. In addition, he still has many more subscribers than he thought. And those people who have only reached the 10th floor cannot watch the stream of another user who is on the 10th floor. Moreover, on the 5th floor, the number of his subscribers was 235, and now there are 227, which means that on the 10th floor there were only 8. He also understood that most of the night's spectators were from the 10th floor, so they went on their own. In addition, they needed either an ally or a victim to take the coins. Therefore, the boy said that he believed it was much stranger that someone had stayed with him after they saw him dancing with Harvey on the 1st floor. And then he decided to look at the viewers of Jackson as well as Jenna, and understood that disclosing his stream to a wider audience could be dangerous. Soon, he finally decided to turn on the chat and congratulate everyone, saying, "Welcome back to the stream," and also asked if they had been waiting for him too much. To which one of them said that he already thought that he was dead when the stream went offline. The boy said that he had to sort something out and apologize to them for knocking them out, and also said, "How many messages did you receive?" Soon the boy began to read all these messages little by little. After that, he said that all the messages were friend requests and invitations to clans. And also, he doesn't need to contact the clans now, so he shouldn't accept them. And also, before going to the 11th floor, the boy understood that he needed to settle something in this place, since he already had the opportunity to be in a free zone for the first time. In addition, Harvey said, "Forgive him, of course, but they will have to stay a little longer in the backpack." He thought that he would need to change the channel, for example, to 97. He also understood that there are generally 100 channels in the country, and all of them were on the first channel at that time. And of course, the only thing that changes when changing a channel is the users near its tower, as well as the location. And the people of Astrout remain the same, as in the game. Soon, he moved to another place, and realized that now there were no useful materials for magical engineering. I also wonder whether the image of the workshop will change in general. Everyone started discussing all sorts of Kuskovism, like the block pie was too expensive and so on, while the guy walked past them. The young man decided to approach Kray's workshop. He understood that the magical engineering industry in the Empire was concentrated in the first workshop on the main street. To this workshop, where he goes. Going there, he asked, "Is there anyone at all next to him?" When suddenly that same master said, "Statement? So how did the friend think that the traveler would decide to visit him?" He said to let him know, "They actually don't take orders." The boy said that he didn't come to order. He also asked if they had bran in these parts. To which he replied, "Why is he looking for the best master of the empire in such places? After all, he will still need to go to the palace." The master also said that this is all he wanted at all. To which he said, "What, no? He wanted to fix something. Could he just let him use the workshop and materials?" And he studied the basics of magical engineering. To which he was surprised and said, "Curious, since travelers are usually not interested in magical engineering." They decided to shake hands, and the master also said that he was actually a Kray, and he asked what his name was. To which he replied that his name was Alex. He asked, "Alec? This means that the traveler has an interesting name in general." To which he said, "Perhaps, yes." The man asked him what he would show, that he wanted to fix this at all. To which he replied, "Oh, of course. Now he'll take it out of his backpack." The master said, "It looks like it was done in a hurry, and also extremely dangerous magic circulates in the object." Kray said, "Well, this will be fun. And when he finishes the repair, let him not forget to buy a magic stone so that he can check the quality of the work." To which he replied that he thanks him. He will find the magic stone as soon as possible. And now he also said that he would probably go for the magic stone, as he had thought before. Soon, starting from the 10th floor, a free auction house will appear in the Community tab, where users can sell and buy items. In addition, you will only be able to see items that correspond to your level. This is why finding something like magic stones is quite problematic. However, in addition to the free auction house, there are also real auction houses where you can find stones. In addition, he understood that the disadvantage of this auction was that he would not have access to information about the item. So he can only rely on his eyes, and however, he thinks it will be possible to find a good magic stone. In addition, he thought that he would like to buy a ship, but it's not like he could get it just by wanting it. When suddenly someone decided to run up to the young man from behind and said, "He asks for his forgiveness, but..." The boy decided to contact him, asking, "Is he really a user?" He said that, judging by the cape, he was also a magician to boot. I immediately wanted to answer that he is not really a magician. This guy immediately stopped listening to him and said, "Let them all go to them." The girl said, "Oops, she found him," to which he said, "They think he is a magician, and he seems inexperienced, so he will try to help him." The young man immediately realized that he had decided to try to help everyone around her. This knight said that he was going to the auction house, and apparently couldn't find the items he wanted in the free auction house, right? To which he said that, "Well, that's right." The boy said, "So be it, but you shouldn't go there. He doesn't want to show off, of course, but he has 10,000 coins in his account, and they still didn't let him in. In addition, he himself will not see information about the subject there, which is somehow dishonest because his viewers also cannot give advice." At that moment, he began to think that he could convince him to join as soon as he earned trust. And after all, they need a magician, so it will be beneficial for both of them. The boy continued to say there, "Why doesn't he join their party? After all, they went up to the 12th floor, so they can easily help you get to the 11th. The young man suddenly thought that this sounded plausible. Starting from the 10th floor, as soon as he rises to a higher floor, he can return to the free zone of the 10th floor. And, most likely, they are looking for party members in these places. The boy turned around and said, "Thank you, of course, but he can handle it himself. He has some business to attend to." The girl decided to run up to him and said, "Don't do that. They can talk calmly somewhere." At this moment, viewers under the nickname Lyubov asked, "Why the hell did this girl take his hand?" The boy decided to unhook it and said that no, it was all right. He couldn't do it at all. To which he was convinced that she was overacting, as he simply removed his hand. The boy decided to run up and say, "Why did you have to push her? If he's so decisive, then fine." In that case, he decided to tell him. The young man suddenly remembered that this girl reminded him of his wife. So he rejected her a little unnecessarily without noticing it. The boy also said, "He asks for forgiveness for pushing me, and now all the best." They suddenly started thinking, "Oops, he couldn't get there even with 10,000 in his account. Why so stubborn?" To which he said that suddenly this guy would hear. To which the boy, to tell the truth, thought that, yes, they were not trying to speak more quietly at all. This knight thought that why did he not surrender to them, since he is not even a magician? After all, he'll see how he gets there at all. The guard asked the guy, "Let him stop in his place. If he's a traveler, let him prove his worth." Suddenly the system asked to show the number of coins, and he was able to show that streamer Alex has as many as 43,000 coins. After which they said that he should move on, saying, "He is welcome to the auction house at the end of Siloinon Street." Suddenly the two of them were very surprised because they couldn't believe that he had 43,000 coins. Then, in turn, he began to pass by the guards, and he was quite proud that he was able to earn so much. Soon the boy was able to go to the Simon auction house. One of the workers decided to greet the young man, asking him, "Is this his first time in Siloin?" To which he replied, "Yes." The employee decided to provide him with a form, saying, "In that case, after filling out this document, please write down information to identify him." The young man, taking a closer look, thought that there would be something else to fill out, but everything there was quite simple. Nickname. Having signed everything else there, he said that he was finished, and the employee thanked him that they would check everything now. He decided to write a name, and they wanted to check it. Suddenly they said, for some reason this name was invalid. How suddenly they decided to say, "He asks for forgiveness, but could he check again?" The boy simply added the number 2 because he forgot about it. To which he replied, "Verification is completed. He also has time before the auction starts, so can he please wait for him in the waiting room?" And he also decided to say, he asks him to leave the robe to him. He will hang it in the dressing room so that it would be more convenient for him. And this is for safety reasons, so he hopes for his understanding. Soon, Emperor Simon lowered the entrance tax for commoners, and it is incomprehensible to him. Instead of lowering taxes for them, it would be better to increase the number of stable jobs available. All these people were discussing about it. The young man slowly began to go down the stairs, thinking that nobles and commoners communicate without any prejudices. And no matter how many times they see it, they can't get used to it. The girl said that for some reason the travelers seemed confused, because he said, "Let him not talk. He will continue to talk about how that idiot Cedric should have been the emperor." The boy was able to hear this and realized that he did not understand anything. He decided to go up to them and greet them, saying that he was glad to see her here. When suddenly she looked at him and said, "Uncle, why is he in such a place?" The boy said that he wanted to buy something and could he sit next to her, to which she agreed, of course. The boy sat down right next to her and decided to say, "Well, he asks for forgiveness. In that case," the waitress decided to come over and said that the auction would start soon and that he could please wait a little longer. And also, would he like to while away the wait with drinks? To which he decided to say that he would just like water. The waitress also asked the lady what she wanted, to which she decided to say, "A cup of cocoa." Soon she was able to bring it and told them to enjoy their drinks. After this incident, they suddenly fell silent and did not even know what to say to each other. The girl suddenly decided to tell him something after all. She asked him what he even wanted to buy in such a place, to which he replied, "Magic stone." The young man said that he would need it for his glove, and after the last use, as she herself remembers, the crystal that was in this glove simply broke. The girl said, well, yes, she remembers about it last time, after which they again began to simply remain silent and did not know what to even talk about. Suddenly she decided to say, thank him for that time. Somehow he saved them. The young man replied that he only did what he had to do and let her not take it into her head, thinking later that the difficulty of the level increased because of him. So it's okay. The girl thought that if it weren't for him, everything would be sad, to which the boy thought that he would urgently need to change the subject. So I decided to tell the girl, is there any reason why she continues to wear a school uniform at all? She said that these clothes hold memories for her, and very valuable memories. To which he said, that's how it is. In that case, that explains everything. Since he remembered that even in the videos, this girl always wore a school uniform. And obviously there must be some reason for this. He also thought that after the 5th floor, Lily would gain strength that would be impossible to ignore. Well, it would be nice to make friends with her until this moment. He asked her if she would like to be friends with him. The girl said, "How about making friends? But this is a rather sudden proposal." The boy said that even if they did not become friends in the generally accepted sense of the word, he would like to invite her to be partners who would help each other when necessary. Somehow I suddenly felt embarrassed and didn't even know what to say. She decided to accept the friendship after all and also said, "Uncle," and then, how could he become friends with Harvey in the first place? The boy said it was a secret. Suddenly, soon, there was an unknown voice that told the participants that they were asking them to go to the trading room. The girl decided to stand up and say, "How infuriating this all is." The young man wondered if he had said something wrong. Trying to get up from his chair, he said that he had to go. He didn't want to be late after all. Soon they arrived at the very place where they were supposed to come, and everyone had their place assigned. The young man, looking around, realized that he should be a little more careful. The boy decided to sit down on one of the chairs, while everyone else was discussing that the auction at noon was excellent timing in general, and whether there would be anything worthwhile this time. Suddenly, one of the boys said, "He cordially welcomes all visitors to Siloinon because he, Raiden, the leader of the midday auction, presents them with a bunch of different interesting things. I also decided to add that this auction is for royals, nobles, kings, and commoners, and also to understand each other without regard to social status. Oh yes, he also decided to add that entry is also open to travelers, for God is fair to everyone." To which the young man suddenly thought that he was sitting here and thinking about everything. Raiden said that the procedure is quite simple and understandable. They name a starting price, after which they can increase bids. And if after 3 repetitions the price is not raised, the lot goes to the one who gave the highest bid. And now he said that they are now starting the first lot, the red snake dragon egg, and also a fresh egg that arrived just yesterday from different parts of the south. 3 magical beast hunters lost their lives in the process of obtaining this valuable item from the dangerous region of the Rafana volcano. The young man thought that he had studied the basics of interacting with magical beasts, and it would not be difficult, but it breathes fire and will be 3 m long when fully grown. And it is dangerous to introduce such a giant with him because he will stand out too much. Raiden said that the starting price was 3,000, and everyone else started raising and lowering the price. And in the end, the red snake dragon egg was sold for 6,000 coins. He also added that he is now presenting the 8th item. This is a very talented lot. I decided to introduce the daughter of the royal family, Cloudy, and sold this wonderful pendant at auction. He added, and also let the manufacturer be unknown, as well as the materials. But what is known is its incredibly prestigious and beautiful appearance. And also the starting price starts from 10,000 coins. The boy immediately decided to buy this amulet, since it contained a precious crystal that he would need. He realized perfectly well that this was it, what he had been looking for so long. After all, this object was a red stone in a pendant, the very bloody stone that he wants to find. Raiden replied, "Okay, they have the first bid, and this is 10,000 from traveler number 71. The young man thought about the fact that, of course, a stone expert cannot determine the material, precisely because the bloodstone is not precious. The boy continued to say there that according to the decision of the auction, the minimum increase in bid is 1,000 coins. And who wants to bet as much as 11,000? Suddenly the girl said, "Okay, she wants to bet 11,000 coins." Raiden was able to spot her and realized that one well-known jewel lover and respected young lady was Noura. The boy thought about what it means. This is Noura, the youngest daughter of a family that owns a business related to jewelry. He heard that she was not at all interested in family business. And was she really just throwing dust in her eyes? And then she winked at the boy. She understood something that she was already infuriating him. The guy decided to stand his ground and raise the bet to 12,000. And this went on for quite a long time until they reached a certain amount. Raiden said, "Well, their bid has already exceeded 20,000. And the visitors, will they raise the bid?" The young man thought that the bloody stone was a very valuable item. However, he won't lose anything if he doesn't get it now. Besides, he doesn't have much choice, so regarding the bloodstone, he will look for an ordinary magic stone. Suddenly there was a new bet from a girl who offered 21,000 coins. Soon she began to fight at auction for this pebble. Raiden soon, however, got tired and realized, well, it was a fierce battle. And in the end, the winner is Traveler number 70 with a bet of 30,000 coins. He then said that he again thanked everyone present at this wonderful auction for attending the auction and having a pleasant evening. The young man thought that what a pity that he did not get the bloody stone. But fortunately, we managed to get a not-so-bad magic stone for 6,000 coins. Suddenly, the boy noticed Lily and decided to approach her. The girl said, "He didn't show up for so long, so she already decided that she missed him." "Why so bad?" she asked him. Then she decided to extend her hand, saying, "Let him take it alive." The young man asked, "Why is she giving it to him?" But she answered, "What kind of look is that?" She said it wasn't worth giving back to him. "Just let him take it," the girl decided to say. While the guy was standing, the girl said that it was a magic stone, right? And obviously yes, since he suddenly began to place bids when he was not at all interested in other jewelry. He replied that it was true, but she spent a lot of coins on him, didn't she? The girl said that he said that they should be friends. And friends give each other gifts, don't they? She decided to tell him. He in turn smiled and did not expect to hear this, to which she said, "Well, okay, see you soon." And she also said, "Let him not try to pretend that he does not know her. And when will they meet again?" The young man thought about the fact that, well, why does he want to make friends? Because of their past ordeal, or what? In addition, he thought that, however, she was not that kind of person. Therefore, there were suggestions that 30,000 coins was not such a large payment for saving a life. But he has no idea what she was thinking. Meanwhile, the girl was simply walking around the empire. She told the chat, "Most likely Uncle doesn't understand anything, right?" After all, the fact is that when she was still a young schoolgirl, she went to school. She wondered why school uniforms were so expensive in general. Trying to go inside, she was able to find the boy who almost caught her. The boy said, "Let her be a good girl and obey the director, okay?" To which she replied, "Oh, of course." Although at that moment I thought, who is this guest? She had never seen him before. The girl wanted to meet him, saying that her name was Lilia, but he left. The woman said that she was led to such a place. To which she replied that the high school she was assigned to had sent her warnings to buy a school uniform. And also, since it will be a new school uniform, she will not have enough funds for it. She replied that it was time for a new school uniform. Don't worry about it, since he left some money for the students to buy uniforms in the new semester. Besides, it's possible that it's all about embarrassment, but he asked me to keep it a secret, to which she was surprised and thought that he was like that. As I immediately realized, it can't be. Was the uncle she encountered at the entrance really the one who left the money? She thought that it didn't matter. He wouldn't have to know what happened. The master was suddenly surprised that the boy was right next to him so quickly. He said that there was still a day left until the end of the agreed period. The boy replied that, be that as it may, the object he was working on now seemed familiar. Taking a closer look at it, he thought that although he had undergone quite a lot of changes, he still looked amazing. The master told him that engineers really don't like working on the most painstaking tasks, especially if it's also appearance. Our main character did not expect that the master was almost finished so quickly. He also added that since the bloodstone is smaller than he thought, that's why he decided to say that he came in to ask him to adjust the size to fit it. To which the one wearing glasses said that there is no need to worry about it, everything will be fixed now. I also decided to add that based on the structure of the glove, he had already figured out where the stone should be inserted. Moreover, since the size of the stones he wants to use may differ from each other, it's very simple, as he simply added mechanisms to make the glove itself fit properly. I decided to tell him that it's difficult to explain in words, of course, so it's better for him to just see with his own eyes. And if you press one of the buttons, the same one, something will happen. And after the hole for the magic crystal opens, and if it is placed there, then that stone will be securely fixed. The master said that now you don't have to worry about the size of the stone, and you can safely use anyone. And to change the stone, you only need to press the same button twice, and magic stones that are broken or depleted will be thrown away automatically, just like a cannon. The young man, taking a closer look at this, said that if so, then he really wouldn't have to worry about the size of the stones and their shape. But how much work has gone into it, and how much will it cost him? The master decided to calm him down, saying that he should not worry so much. After all, it was fun. That alone was enough for him. That's why he said he would still need an hour to complete the touches. but he could wait outside with the pebble. To which he said, "Yes, thank him in that case." When he went outside, the chat said that Alex had finished earlier than he expected. So let's let them have some fun before they go. Because he thought about it, saying that no, he wouldn't have fun just like that. Soon after all, the boy will be able to go further into the portals and advance on his journey. The young man, of course, realized that tomorrow he would fight and go to the 11th floor. Therefore, he decided to lie down on the bed and try to sleep and rest a little, since the next day, a rather difficult day awaited him. While he was sleeping, the Harveys still began to crawl over his body when he was asleep, since he could not drive them away anywhere. Well, of course, they also woke up in the morning and went to wake up the young master so that he would feed them. Although he soon realized that this would not work, he began to think about doing something else. He decided to pretend to be a scary monster to scare him into getting up immediately. At that moment, the boy almost spilled the beans, asking what they wanted from him. He just wanted to sleep, but he began to cuddle up to him, and the young man decided that he really didn't want to let him sleep. I also just remembered, are they really that hungry right now? Licked completely by Harvey's drool, he said, "Wait, he'll turn on the stream first." After that, the broadcast started and he had 200 users from the very beginning. He asked, "Don't they sleep at all?" Suddenly, he also thought about the fact that he had 227 subscribers. So most of them seemed to be waiting for the opportunity to join. At that moment, he decided to give them a little stone so that they could eat a little. He decided to tell them, "Here, let them eat." And while they began to eat this magic stone, the boy began to dress up little by little. Suddenly, the chat decided to write to Alex that he had come up with a name for the glove, to which he was surprised and did not expect that it was worth coming up with a name. After some time, he was finally able to get the glove, and the master said that it was ready. Let him accept the work for a fair price. The young man thought that this glove was so comfortable, much more comfortable to wear than the previous one. The master decided to laugh, saying that he seemed to like his work. The guy said that he really couldn't just accept this item after so much effort, and please let him pay for the consumables and at least... To which he replied that no, if he also receives payment, then this will be the best day of his life. The boy said, "God, he doesn't even have anything to answer." To which he said, "However, there is one thing." The blacksmith said, "Please let him give the object a name, because no matter how luxurious the object is, without a name there is no life in it." To which he thought that yes, he understood, and he would think about it. Now the chat was telling him that there was no life in the glove, but still a name would be nice. The young man thought that he would need to think about a good name, and what is the point of keeping promises without putting effort into it? So it still wasn't that bad, and also people began to walk around the portal and slowly enter the castle, and also a portal to the 11th floor. Although it appears that there is something behind it, it is blocked by invisibility, but cannot be passed through. In addition, except for users, none of the residents of Astrout see the portal and everyone entering it. The boy also thought that even though he had changed the channel, such places were still full of people. So he decided to move on, thinking that starting from the 11th floor, there would be a lot of cooperative challenges. Therefore, users often form parties by examining the recruitment page in the community tab. The boy said that he just wanted to go to the 11th floor. In addition, he would like to work together with those who watched his streams from the ground floor. And also because he doesn't know what tricks the admin on the 11th floor will pull. But first, you will need to make sure of this. The young man understood that if he formed a party and dragged those people into the same manipulations with the level, then it would be bad for him. Users who become stronger and more confident on the 5th floor increase the difficulty level. And at the same time, as frightened by the words of the audience, they lower it for the sake of survival. The boy said that he didn't need to worry about it at all, and then decided to choose a high difficulty level. The young man said, well, in that case, he went on to study these worlds. People who were stuck on an island in a certain world were thinking, what the fuck are they doing here? They just shouted at each other. One said that he thought the answer to them would fall from the sky or something. To which he replied that they should have guessed before they went down to this place, when suddenly a portal opened from behind them, which made them a little surprised. It turned out to be the same boy they had previously known. The girl immediately recognized and said, what is this guy in the robe? Must be a magician again. The boy decided to introduce himself to them, saying, hello, to which that knight said, just in time, let him come and talk to him. The young man was surprised and realized that he was a two-handed swordsman and the owner of a spear. And it seems that this is why they were glad to see a man in the clothes of a magician. The boy wondered, "What is this glove in his sleeve? Is he a magician? Why does he need this?" To which he replied, "No, he probably misunderstood because of this robe. He's a magical engineer, actually." He, in turn, was surprised and understood. In what sense is this a magical engineer? When he suddenly hit himself on the head and thought, "Damn it, he's going to go crazy with this." To which the girl said, "Forgive her, they're just in such a situation that, well, he himself probably understands." The girl said, "How many support items does he have in general?" And she heard you can wear it until you're 20. The boy said that since objects exist, he didn't know about it. So I decided to say, "Well, he has one." To which she replied, I see. Well, nothing can be done in this case." Our main character looked up and understood that this would soon begin. Soon the system wrote that the boss of this floor would now approach. The guy said, "He asked to reach 10 sea kites, but that's not what he thinks." The girl understood. Damn, this is probably the same thing after all. The boy thought about what he hoped that he could protect, avoid from the clan. But in the end, what? Stupidly die in such places? The boy suddenly noticed that these guys, however, had a bad reaction to what was happening. In addition, he realized, has the admin really done something again that now they can't win in any way? When suddenly, he began to think that some sound seemed familiar to him. It turned out to be the large turtle he had fought with earlier, and now it was heading straight towards them. While they were all shouting that it was a dragon turtle, and they were very afraid of it, the boy thought, damn it, he fought with it. He reflected on the fact that he didn't think it was necessary to attract undue attention by using his glove. Therefore, he may not control the force, and may accidentally break something. The boy told them to move away, to which they were a little surprised why he was pretending to be a brave man. The boy said, "Let them go away, he's already telling them. He will deal with this snake himself." They were all surprised that he really wanted to fight such a huge snake, because he said, "Yes, of course." Everyone simply could not believe that an engineer could have a battle axe, which, by the way, is inexpensive but not bad in terms of power. The young man wondered if they really were saying that that guy was a magical engineer. Soon the snake began to scream at the top of her lungs, thinking that now she should kill these 3 people. The guy shouted that there was no time to explain and let them stand behind him if they didn't want to die. But she said, "What is he saying anyway?" Soon she decides to just attack the guy. Suddenly there was a small attempt to attack people, and they began to get away from it. The young man, looking closely at them, thought that he believed those 2 were acting like bait. If they're a distraction for him, even better. Soon the young man decides to attack this turtle again, so that it feels pain like the first. So while she was trying to catch up with the 2, he decided to speed up and try to climb onto the shell. And besides this, I decided to charge the axe a little to see what would happen from this crystal. Well, after which I decided to hit her right on the leg so that she would stop a little and take a short break. But at one point she still screamed, and she was in enough pain. But besides this, the boy had an incident, and he believes that this axe was not very strong, and therefore after the first blow, he decided to charge even this pod of magical energy to see what would happen. Then at that moment that thing flew back and was restored to its previous state. The turtle could not even think that this was even possible, and was able to make sure that this guy was no mistake, since he could defeat her so easily. That is why she decided to simply crawl into her shell and recharge her energy in order to recover and do everything possible to protect herself from these blows. He understood that she could not go into the water because she was forced to quickly hide, and therefore he was lucky. And if he hides deep under the water, he will not be able to follow her. The knight said, "Let them help him," to which he replied, "This is dangerous, so let them stay there." The young man did not hesitate for long, and therefore decided to immediately climb onto the turtle, while the guys stood behind him and did not think about how he moved so quickly. He thought about how he had to use all his strength on the second floor to climb onto the turtle, and now all it took was one jump, and he was right there. But she, in turn, crawled out of the shell and was able to make sure that there was a person on it. The young man, looking down, realized, this is a good suitable size for this, so I decided to give this place a good hit. And she looks like she's pissed by the looks of it. Therefore, the boy immediately began to run away from that place, thinking that he needed to hurry up. If it exploded, he would most likely survive. Well, as for those 2 standing on the beach, they most likely will not be able to avoid the explosion. The young man decided to throw this object with magical power so that they would defend themselves at least a little at the expense of it. After which I decided to jump away from this place and try to somehow fly far enough. He was able to discover that there was this little thing right next to him now, and he would also have to destroy it now. Therefore, after trying in the air, he decided to swing it with his own axe to break this needle into pieces. Before long, he decided to hit it straight for a charge, realizing that even though his baseball experience was limited to playing arcade games, he should still give it a try. At that moment, this thing was flying as far as possible. And soon she was able to hit the turtle itself with a sharp tip, which meant that something in turn would have to collapse. After which there was a big explosion in the turtle. The boy was able to survive and discovered that the turtle clearly could not have survived such an explosion. He thought, phew, he made it just in time, so he was already a little tired, but he still managed. The guy understood that even in such situations he was behaving too suspiciously, but what can you do? Suddenly he was able to notice that the guys decided to contact him. The two decided to stand right in front of him and say in unison that they thank him for his help and that they were able to survive thanks to him. He immediately said that he really thought he would die in this place. The girl again said a huge thank you to him, and the young man said that it was okay, it was nonsense, and he would still have to pass the test. And everything is fine. Let them move on. The knight said that he was extremely grateful. So, if you don't mind, can he find out his name? To which the young man immediately replied that he was against it. Let him go about his business and not interfere with him. To which he said, okay. The spectators said, just look at how cold he immediately became at the mention of the name. The young man said that he did not send them away because of the name. But these jokes drive him crazy. He also told the audience that now that they had somehow left, he would look at the awards. Having opened the system, he thought that he was standing alone. The floor turned out to be normal. The difficulty was changed to the 9th by the admin, and also doesn't want to attract even more attention with a huge reward in boxes. So once he decided to spawn one of these rewards, he wondered what could be there. And as it turned out, there wasn't much loot there, since he was able to find 1,000 coins, as well as all sorts of items by type plus space in the backpack. Well, and similar things which, however, are not very valuable. The young man thought that the reward for the 11th floor without the intervention of an administrator was quite ordinary. He also wondered if he would now unlock the reward for the 9th floor. Deciding to open it, he was immediately able to discover a bag containing 5,000 coins. I was also able to discover something unusual. The young man was able to discover the cloak, and this was quite good, because the leather cloak of the Master of the 7 Snakes of Leighton. He decided to put it on and realized that it was too big for him. He also knew that he would have to adjust the length because the leather coat stood out too much. So the texture will also change and then add the hood, and he will turn out chic and shiny, as they say, the first person in the squeak of fashion. Viewers decided to write to him that, damn, he actually looks stylish. They also say that on the 11th floor, he should have been given another piece of armor. The young man wondered what they knew. He should check it thoroughly. I decided to answer them that I'm sorry, of course, but he will go to the 11th floor one more time. Viewers asked, why do this? Does he really hope that the admin is playing with him? But he replied that, of course, he didn't know for sure. But even if the bridge is made of stone, you should knock it twice before crossing it. Soon he was also able to defeat the second monster. The young man realized that it was quite simpler than the first time, and since now he has incredible abilities. He thought about what he tried again, but the difficulty remained the same. But the audience who watched him only understood that it was simply amazingly cool. They added that thank you for saving them. Suddenly the young man realized, damn it, a raincoat is also very useful, especially from splashes. Soon they wanted to give the boy something as a thank you, but he said that he would go to a quieter place, to which they said, wait, let them at least find out the name. The young man, of course, understood that this was all quite good and unusual, but still, sitting down on the bench, he also realized that he was a little alarmed, since he was where he first met the administrator. But this is the quietest place he knows, so there's nothing he can do. Suddenly, Harvey decided to get out of his backpack and turn to him. And then, we also decided to take a little walk in this park, to which the boy said that he asks them not to go far from him. Viewers wrote that, who would have thought that the stream would suddenly switch to Harvey's research team? He will watch it. The young man thought how glad he was that he had such cute pets. He will never be lonely. Soon the boy said, okay, he thinks it's time to give them names. Therefore, if ideas are in the chat, to which he, in turn, was told that yes, they don't care. They asked if it was because of Kray's words. They were all happy and smiling, and the boy said that he became attached to them. Besides, there are 3 of them, and he can't address them all as Harvey. When suddenly a user decided to send him 1,000 coins, he said, "How about Poson, Podol, and Posuk?" To which he replied that it was simply disgusting. The chat suggested saying yes, just let him call them 1, 2, 3, or what about Nabi, Cheesy, Lumia? While the chat was thinking about all this, the young man also thought about what he himself wanted. When I suddenly decided to log into the system and thought that magical animals also have names. The young man was able to notice that many books related to this skill were available at a discount, and they were very cheap. Well, who would spend money to buy skills related to magical beasts, right? He spends money on buying unnecessary books to give to his pets. Soon he acquired a bunch of books, and he understood that he would need to read every one of them. More precisely, take information from there. Then soon, they all applied themselves to him, and suddenly, he thought that it was good that he needed to read the skill books directly. And also fatigue from absorbing knowledge is still a problem. Harvey approached the owner and saw that he looked disgusting. We decided to ask him what was wrong with him, to which he replied, "Guys, he's fine." When suddenly he realized, is it really all a matter of skill? The boy realized that Harvey was giving him completely different sensations than before. Besides, he decided to say, "Okay." The young man said that in honor of the goddess of love, Polaha, his name will be Laha. And although he likes to eat, he always makes sure that others get it. Therefore, I decided to say, "May his blessing from the goddess Polaka be with him." And then in honor of the god of courage, Rescorden, his name will be Corden. And this name suits the brave souls who take on their responsibility to protect other Harveys in times of danger. Therefore, may the blessing of God Rescorden be with him. Then, finally, in honor of the goddess of wisdom Dabarin, her name will be Berlin. This is why she is the most caring and tactical of them all. Therefore, may the blessing of the goddess Dabarin be with her. As soon as he gave everyone names, his soul became even a little easier. The young man also decided to add that he forgot to turn on the broadcast. So he decided to say that, now that he had given them names, it was time to go to the 12th floor. He then turned to Harvey and asked Allah, Corden and Baron to get into the backpack. The animals began to climb into the bag, and it looked very cute. Some viewers asked how long he would keep these animals in his backpack. The guy replied that he needed to avoid attracting attention until at least the 15th floor, so he asked them to sit there a little longer. Suddenly, he thought that maybe because of his skill, he felt somehow unwell about keeping them locked up in his bag. Soon the young man entered the portal and greeted everyone, saying that it seemed that he was the last to arrive in these places. The knight said with a smile that it was nice to meet Alex. The girl replied that it was mutual, Jackson. Suddenly the guy heard something was wrong and asked if it was a snake or something else. Sahara was surprised and said what kind of snake, and continued the conversation, introducing herself to Alex. The boy said he was looking forward to working together and noted that they seemed to already know each other. Sahara confirmed that they met on the 10th floor and formed a group and mentioned Alex's unusual clothes. The girl added that she had never seen such a long coat with a hood in stores before. Alex replied that it just happened. The guy suddenly stopped and, taking a closer look, wondered if there was really another person on their team. But for some reason he became upset and began to cry, which made the young man feel a little uncomfortable, and he wondered why he was staring at him like that. The gentleman asked why he was looking at him like that. Smiling joyfully, the guy replied that he had just heard his name, Alex. The young man wondered what was wrong with this guy. The girl asked if he had once been an emperor. The surprised guy didn't understand how she even knew about this. Alex quickly covered his mouth with his hand to prevent him from saying too much. The young man asked him not to say another word. The boy noticed that he should not kneel before him, but the guy objected that he was obliged to do so. Alex said that he didn't need anything, just introduce himself. The boy happily replied that his name was Jasper and that it was nice to meet you. Alex wondered where he had heard this name before and did not expect to cross paths with any of his viewers, since there were only 8 of them on the stream. Everyone in the chat laughed, saying that he should have switched to a foreign channel. Sahara noticed that they seemed to know each other. Jasper explained that they didn't really know each other, and Alex added that they met on the 11th floor. The girl said it was better than if they were all strangers. The knight approached Alex and said that he was somehow strange. He had recently been showing off his cool equipment, but now he was nervous. Stressed, the guy replied that he could not behave like that in front of the emperor. Alex immediately asked him not to talk about it anymore. Viewers discussed seeing his journey as a magical engineer and his trials as an astronomer. The boy asked Jackson and Sahara if they were in the clan. The girl replied that life in the clan was not for them, so no. The knight added that the clans did not help at all, but asked for donations to the treasury, so they got angry and left. Alex asked if it was their first time conquering the 12th floor, to which they answered in the affirmative. Then he asked if they streamed. The knight said that they turned them off a long time ago because he didn't even have 20 spectators, and those who were there only wore them, but didn't donate a penny. Alex thought they seemed to have partially given up. He knew that it was difficult to get information about the 12th floor without being a member of the clan. In addition, the 12th floor is a serious test for knights and other melee classes, so it will be extremely difficult for them for the first time. The young man turned to Jasper and asked how he managed before reaching the 12th floor. Jasper said that he was kicked out of the clan, so he wandered around in search of a comrade or subordinate from the newcomers from the first floor. At that moment, he came across the stream of the Emperor, an amazing newcomer, and decided to donate to him in the hope of riches. Thanks to this, he was able to purchase uniforms. So he got to the 12th floor and got stuck on a level with inexperienced newcomers. Happy ending to the story. Alex wondered if he was lucky or not. The knight said that it was enough to introduce himself. They had about 10 minutes left before the test, so they should discuss a plan of action. Jasper was indignant at how he dared to give orders in the presence of Mr. Alex, but Alex calmed him down, saying that everything was fine because the knight had already passed the 12th floor. Jasper's face immediately changed and agreed. Alex suggested that Jasper decide what they should do and asked if anyone had any objections. Jackson noted that without context, one might think Alex was a young army officer rather than a regular player. Noticing his imperturbable look, the knight said that they were doing this on high difficulty, but Alex specialized in magical engineering. Sahara asked the knight not to be rude. The boy said that people's reactions to his class are always the same. Jasper began to get angry, realizing that these two had underestimated his profession all this time. The knight asked if Alex had any useful gadgets. He replied that there is only one that he made himself for support, but it can also increase strength with the help of a magic cannon. The knight said that he just had to choose the knight class like himself and not do anything weird. Sahara patted the knight on the stomach and asked why he kept saying that. Viewers in the chat were wondering why there is no death note in this game or universe, because then this guy could be written there. The girl said that she was an assassin, and unfortunately, this location was inconvenient for her because there was nowhere to hide. Alex thought that compared to knights, their skills were weaker and they would be of little use in the fight against magical beasts. In the chat, they were surprised at how unlucky they were, another unpopular class, and wondered how this girl even passed the 5th floor as an assassin. The boy asked if he could make a plan of action. Both agreed and said they wouldn't mind. Sitting down closer, the young man asked them to listen to him carefully. He explained that he himself, along with Jackson, would be on the front line blocking opponents. Alex would support from the center, and Sahara would attack enemies from behind in order to inflict maximum damage and not get hurt herself. In the end, the young man added that their positions are much more important and they should not rely too much on their skills. After all, in this test, the opponents will most likely be yetis or poisonous hounds. These types of enemies easily adapt to anything. That is why, as soon as one dies, the others will no longer fall for the same trick and can learn on their own. This is especially important if they are counting on Alex's skill with the sword, as the moves are always the same and will be read quickly if they want to. The knight objected that this was some kind of nonsense because these were the skills that Alex learned on the 5th floor, and now he is told to forget about them and rely only on his own strength. The boy said that there was no point in continuing the conversation because he could cope on his own, which is why he avoided newcomers. He then looked at Alex, who thought that they weren't too eager to cooperate and it was an awkward situation. Jasper approached Alex and asked if he could help him. In a whisper, he suggested that they could easily clear the level together, and he would deliberately stand aside. Alex immediately refused, saying that it was not good to complete group levels solo, because it might seem that he was showing off in front of everyone. Jasper shouted that showing off is not about the Emperor, to which Alex replied that if he said that word again, they would never meet again. The guy laughed and agreed. In the chat, they were perplexed whether he was doing this on purpose or not. Alex suddenly noticed that time was almost running out, about 23 seconds left. He immediately told everyone to take positions as there was almost no time left. He soon realized that the threat was too close. As expected, these beasts were all Yeti, and now a whole horde was advancing on them. Judging by their appearance, one could tell that they were not at all friendly. The boy realized that this was indeed a Yeti, so he ordered everyone to raise their weapons because the battle was about to begin. In addition, he was terribly worried since this was already the 12th floor and quite dangerous. Alex calmed him down, putting his hand on his shoulder, and said that he should not worry because he could get hurt from worry. And in general, no one will die while he is with them. Jasper beamed and said everything would be fine. Alex replied that as long as he didn't overdo it, everything would really be fine. Viewers in the chat admired how reliable their streamer was and asked to join Alex's team. The knight asked why they were so afraid of creatures that didn't even have weapons. He thought they were going to get another dragon turtle or something like that. Then he asked Sahara how many there were. The girl replied that it seemed like 16, but asked not to take her eyes off the main boss ahead, because he is taller than 3 monsters. Alex reminded everyone of the girl's words and said that everyone takes on 4 monsters. He then moved forward, declaring that the boss was his, and let the others prepare bags of money while he began to attack. Sahara wondered if he had gone crazy. The young man thought that they were unlucky with their partner. Jasper asked what they should do now, since their formation was destroyed because of this idiot, but Alex said that the knight would not die so easily and suggested that they first see what happens next and then decide. He thought that there are people who ignore other people's warnings and advice. They are the ones who must experience the consequences of their actions firsthand. Perhaps this confidence was the force that brought the knight to the 10th floor. But if he continues to be stubborn, he may pay for it. Alex understood that if he could not convey this to the knight, then later he would die on his own. Therefore, the best decision now was to allow him to gain this experience. One of the big gorillas raised his hand, signaling that they were getting ready. Lowering her hand, she screamed at the people, thereby informing everyone that the attack was about to begin. The knight wondered if he was doing the right thing by attacking them. The gorilla in front of him looked like a very difficult and intimidating opponent, much more formidable than it seemed from afar. The young man was frightened when he realized how huge this beast was. The gorilla said something that apparently meant the end for the knight. The audience was surprised why the monkey was talking at all, and remembered that Alex could translate her words because he is an expert on magical animals. But the boy realized that he himself knew only one word. Although he could not accurately translate their speech, he felt emotions, as in the case of his pets, when he named them. These Yetis were old, but their fighting spirit was burning. Yetis are monsters that live in the northern part of the 15th floor. They naturally weaken with age and die when they lose their leadership position. But instead of fear, their desire not to die is transformed into the will to fight. They want to prove that they are not old yet. While Alex was thinking about this, the knight realized that he had come across some funny monsters. He wondered why he would provoke someone who was standing right in front of him. But he could not disgrace himself in front of the girl and others, because simply avoiding a fight would be ridiculous for him. So he decided to try to defeat this monster. With a terrible cry, the knight rushed straight at the gorilla, assuring that he would defeat it in any case. In the chat, they were perplexed whether he was showing off or something else. Soon, having attacked the gorilla, the guy realized that the monster was able to dodge his blow. Alex said that simple attacks don't work for him, so he needs to try the skills. Viewers noticed that the knight completely ignored Alex's plan, but seemed to be up to something. The boy thought that if the skills didn't work, he would try something else. After all, it is nonsense that the only way to kill them is to use skills. He will blind them with his aura, and then attack. Although this is a basic skill, it is ideal for blinding the enemy and launching a surprise attack. But the gorilla dodged this skill too, and the young man realized that he could not finish it off. Taking a closer look at the beast, he could not believe that this could even happen. The gorilla approached him with a calmly furious look, making it clear that if he did not run away now, she would trample him into pieces. The beast swung, hinting that the night was finished. Although Alex didn't understand what they were talking about, he guessed that the pipe meant the end. The guy tried to block the blows with a spear and asked Alex to help him a little. The young man approached him and told him to get out of there, because someone like him, who does not listen to plans, deserves only this. The knight agreed that he did not act very well. He began to hold back his blows, realizing that he needed to finish off the gorilla as quickly as possible before she studied him. Finally, the guy managed to unblock the blows and beat this giant. In the end, he was able to defeat the gorilla, although it was quite difficult, but he managed it. The boy said that the spirit of the Yeti was greatly weakened due to the death of their leader, and he must quickly finish them off before it is too late. Therefore, several more murders were soon added to his piggy bank, and now he felt quite calm and confident. Right now, he was able to cope with everyone and realized that there was no teamwork here. The boy decided to say that they all did a great job, but the audience noted that only Alex did all the work for them. They all decided to say thank you to him, except for the knight, who did not know what to answer. The girl also added that, apparently, he is a real pro, who has already even reached the 19th floor and went down. She also noted that it was now clear why Jasper acted this way towards him. No wonder, the boy agreed, saying, well, probably yes. The girl encouraged him, telling him not to be embarrassed, because it was thanks to him that they were able to pass this test. She is very grateful to him, and from now on she will keep an eye on this idiot partner, since he is nothing but problems. Soon they finally went into the portal, and someone looking back remembered it. The knight decided to ask Alex what the word madness means, since he had already reached the 19th floor. To which the girl was indignant, saying that he was generally a fool, and is it really so important now? Alex thought that this was really important for him, because he could not forget that cold look when he stood in his way. In fact, the young man remembered that Sumika was the first thing he heard in the video, but I still decided to answer that it means a child. The knight was surprised and repeated that he called him a child then. The boy suddenly became embarrassed and replied, then it's clear. After which the girl immediately pushed him into the portal and said that she would most likely go too. She suggested that if they ever crossed paths again, they could eat something delicious together. The young man thought about it and agreed that tasty is always good. At this time, the audience wondered how they would eat something delicious together. Jasper was surprised to note that even those who meet Alex for the first time cannot help but fall under his spell. He also suggested that since Alex is streaming now, his viewers, who think that he is stuck on the 10th floor, will most likely scold him, and he better get away from them quickly, right? Alex agreed and said it was time for him to run. The boy asked from which floor he started watching his stream. The boy replied that he was just curious to see how Alex kills the dragon turtle on the 2nd floor, and then he came in. Viewers asked if he was afraid that his dark past would be revealed. Suddenly, the boy decided to thank Alex for today's victory, saying that, as a person from the 10th floor, it was most likely not easy for him to look at him and donate. He sincerely thanked him for this, to which Alex turned around and replied that the boy shouldn't say that, because it was thanks to him that he received so many coins and gained experience. Also, only after his stream did he find out that people also live in the tower. He expressed the hope that he would reach the 100th floor and live a happy life. The boy reminded him that he told him not to do that, but he did it anyway. What do you mean, a happy life? What is he even talking about here? He asked in bewilderment. The boy suddenly thought about what had just happened, while his interlocutor was only rejoicing at what had happened. The boy decided to say that Harvey had flown. At this moment, the young man was deep in thought about a recent event, and his friend continued to laugh at the situation. He noticed that the man from the 1st floor looked quite charming. The other party suddenly announced his intention to leave after checking the rewards, so there was no need to worry about it. While he was talking, the entire chat was spammed with the word Harvey. The young man decided to receive the award, realizing that it would correspond to the normal level of difficulty. He was not going to learn sword art when he couldn't even really master magical engineering. He also said that he had collected everything he needed and was ready to move on. One viewer wrote that the guy looked upset, but others began to cheer him up, saying that these were just awards. The boy replied that he was not upset at all and that everything was fine with him. He planned to return to the 10th floor, change the channel, and then head to the 13th floor. After some time, after a little farming, he finally arrived in one of the most amazing cold places. The young man approached the adventurers warming themselves near the fire and greeted them. One of them noted that it was the guy's first time on the 13th floor, to which he replied in the affirmative. The knight noticed that, judging by the movement of his mouth, the newcomer did not speak English. He assumed that he had changed the channel. The boy thought that despite the automatic translation of speech, the movements of the mouth remained the same. The interlocutor immediately realized that this was not an Asian living in the States. In addition, he had good observation skills. The young man confirmed that he is Korean. The knight laughed and asked whether the guy was from North or South Korea, because you couldn't tell right away. After which, he laughed even louder and said that he was joking. He introduced himself as Connor and expressed his joy at meeting him. While they were talking, the boy asked if Connor streamed. He lied, saying that he had no spectators, and this embarrassed him. He then suggested introducing the beginning of everyone. The young man smiled at everyone present, although he understood that he had just met them. But he did not doubt for a second that he should be the one to introduce them. Besides, it was obvious that they were not strangers. The chat also noted that they are being too obvious towards the guy. The boy realized that the Black Scorpion is one of the vile clans that commit atrocities. They enter challenges that require a team of 8, pretending to be 6 strangers, and wait for 2 more to join. They first act friendly to get the participants to let their guard down and then reveal their true nature when the test begins. In addition, such groups either deliberately make mistakes to attract the attention of enemies or set monsters on outsiders. After rescuing the 2 unfortunates, they will shake out coins as compensation for the thwarted expedition. And of course, these guys are even worse. They will take all the things from those who came without coins and kill them so that no one tells. Since they mainly include those who do not belong to any clan, they do not have to worry about the consequences. The young man wondered what to do in this situation in order to calmly continue his journey. There must be ways, as seen in the video, to break up with them peacefully. Connor asked what the boy was thinking about and offered to sit down and chat with him. He also asked what class he was. The boy replied that he was a magical engineer, to which the knight said that in that case he could cover their back. The young man thought that for now they were treating him kindly because they decided that he was weak prey. When suddenly someone came out of the gate, they noticed the new arrival and asked if he was okay. It turned out that the last participant was a man named Jake, who had fled to the 13th floor from a sword fight that broke out on the 12th floor. The knight asked why Jake did not run to the 10th floor. He replied that everyone was in cahoots and one of them blocked the portal to the 10th floor. Connor noticed that these freaks almost killed Jake. The boy asked what was funny and whether he should laugh at Jake. Connor replied that of course not. He was just glad that he was able to escape. He also advised Jake to stay cheerful. Then he would be able to get through the 13th floor. Connor announced that a new challenge was about to begin, so it was time to get up and take your seats. The knight asked if they needed to decide on their positions first. Connor replied that everything was fine. They had already decided. He invited Jake to help the magical engineer, to which the knight objected that he was still a knight. Connor said that then let him defend. The boy was shocked that he was hanged at the very bottom. Soon the dogs came running up to them, and it was clear that they would have to fight them very carefully. The young man invited the satisfied dogs to retreat. Connor thought that this little guy was pissing him off so much. He decided to kill 12 first, then let the rest slip behind him, and then begin to act. The enemy looked quite threatening and apparently was not just going to attack directly, but was looking for the right moment. Suddenly, this dog was killed by someone, but the boy did not even have time to take a closer look who did it. It turned out that it was Alex. He asked what they were even doing standing still. He also wondered if they really had their head in the clouds during the battle. Everyone was surprised because he was behind him and now he was in front. Alex replied that it doesn't matter now. Suddenly, rabid wolves began to attack him from behind, and the knight shouted for Alex to move his legs faster. The boy stood still, realizing that he could cope in any case, since he has an unusual ability that allows him to do such things. The boy said that if you look at it this way, the wolves don't really have the desire to fight. So instead of pointing at the dogs, they can just wave their sword. Connor took a closer look at the boy and wondered if he really was a magical engineer. He wondered what kind of cloak he was wearing. The boy replied that it was just an object, that's all. Connor ordered everyone to gather around him. He thought that this guy was so relaxed that he could tell him that he was more dangerous than even ordinary dogs. The young man, thinking about this situation, realized that since magical beasts have better developed intuition, they noticed that he was the most dangerous target here. Now, he is being attacked from two sides at once, monsters and people. It will be much more difficult for him to fight them at the same time. The boy asked what they were planning to do with him now. The knight asked if the boy was a hunter criminal. The young man replied that he was now a clear threat, since he was stronger than any other person. The boy assumed that Connor would not believe anything he said. Connor yelled at him, saying that he also lied about the magical engineer. He thought that no one would know the truth. The boy replied that he was not sure about this, and of course understood what Connor was talking about, but he was very mistaken in his own words. The knight mentioned that the lotto items that the boy wears make sounds similar to earthly hissing. He thought that since he was a criminal, he did not strive for this. The boy thought about it and asked what this had to do with magical engineering. Connor explained that when a person is not a high-class knight, his body is not able to withstand wearing a locked set. He considered the boy an idiot. Connor said that he doesn't know how the boy got these items, but the jokes are over, because now they underestimate him. The boy laughed and asked if Connor really thought that this was their first time dealing with show-offs. Connor replied that in this case he would upset the boy. After all, they have always been there. But in the end, those whom he sees in front of him survived, and that's them. The boy suddenly became nervous, thinking about what was going on here. The young man stood with the sword, realizing that, in Connor's opinion, he had lied about being a magical engineer. A boy came up to him and asked if it was true that the glove had just turned into an axe. The knight answered in the affirmative, explaining that these are rare items that can only drop from the 20th floor. Their price easily reaches several thousand coins, but the heroic class is also cool. They thought and wondered where the boy got the heroic class from. The boy put down the bag and said that they saw it with their own eyes. Since they don't believe him, he will make them believe. He will prove that he was not lying all this time, using the glove that he created a long time ago. The boy charged the glove, realizing that he would now do something that they certainly did not expect. The knight said that the boy was just wasting their time. The wolves continued to attack the young man, sensing that he was incredibly dangerous if he activated the weapon. They attacked him, realizing that now they had a certain moment to attack. When they were able to turn around and take a closer look, they did not expect what they saw. Alex decided to show what his glove can do with a new stone that he got at an auction. The dog realized that the difference in strength between them was very great, and it was unlikely to cope with such power. The boy tried not to kill her and asked if she believed she could defeat him. The knight thought that the devil, who was not attacked, was not a weakling at all. He can become dangerous even if you are near him. The guys began to slowly move away, thinking about how to stop him from doing anything. The young man wondered if they were getting together because they felt threatened by him. Realizing that this was even better for him, the young man realized he would receive more rewards. After someone was able to saw them, he soon realized that this glove was more stable. Although his combat power is weaker than during the battle with the purifiers, there is still plenty of mana left in his body. This means the glove will require much less energy than before. If he controls the power correctly, he can use this attack 3 times in a row. In addition, the recoil is much less, so there is no need to rest against the ground. He can hold it only at the expense of his own strength. The assassin knew that now that this guy was relaxed and had dealt with the magical beasts, this was his chance to deliver the finishing blow. Soon, when he decided to attack him, the boy realized that the enemy would not be able to kill him so easily. After all, the mantle still had an effect not only on living beings but also on people. They were all very surprised and realized that they had better run away. Therefore, they soon immediately rushed straight to the portal, deciding to say that the paths would not wait only for him. Suddenly, Alex decided to deny them entry into the portal, saying, "Where are they going? It seems they still have something to discuss together." Realizing that they were finished, they realized, after all, they were so close to the portal. The boy said, "Hey, Mr. Jake, he can move on, but those guys will stay longer." He decided to bow to him and said, "Okay, thank him for his help." The young man replied that it seemed that they would chat with the others a little more. If they cooperate, they won't waste much time. In addition, he added, if there are objections, let them express them right now. But if they continue to remain silent, he will consider that they do not exist. He also thought that maybe just kill them. They wouldn't get away with it that easily. But he still decided to say that now he wants to offer them something. He asked how many coins they had in total. Since they have probably stolen a lot, they can sit down for a while and count them. The knight said, "Wait a minute, friend, there seems to be a slight misunderstanding." To which he replied that they were not friends, and there was no misunderstanding. "It's better to let him sit down," he added. It was also clear that there was no misunderstanding here. After all, if they were an ordinary group of bandits, he would not accept the name of their group so easily. In addition, the Black Scorpio, although now they have occupied only the 13th floor and are robbing those caught in these networks. With increasing blessings and power, they will begin to commit even more crimes, reaching the 20th floor and gaining notoriety. While the boy was talking about how they were just kidding, he decided to lift him up. He said that he set some rules to make them more flexible and correct. He understood that judging by the video, the group had committed arson and murder. "And this, in your opinion, is also a joke?" he asked. The young man decided to tell him directly. "First, open your mouth only when answering a question. And of course, there are a few more rules. For example, second, do not lie to him when answering." After which, the boy decided to throw him straight to the ground so that he could relax a little. While this injured bandit was trying to catch his breath from what had happened, the boy decided to ask him again. They understood each other, right?